Ransom. We are live on Restream, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm about to join my co-host Joseph Potter over on TalkShoe. So we're live on Restream, folks. I will let Joey do the intro once we go live on TalkShoe, though. But we're live on Restream. Got a lot of topics set up for today. I'm working on a brand new MLB mock draft. Ohio State lost. There's lots to.
We are live, ladies and gentlemen, and we are live right here on both TalkShoe and Restream. We got them both at once. So you know what, Chris? Go ahead and give us everything we got going on this week because.
Well, we have 15 safety rankings we're going to go over later in the show, but I thought it'd be a fun segue to talk about the state of Ohio first. Why? The Buckeyes just lost the Cotton Bowl after leading 3-0 through 3 quarters of play before Missouri scored 14 unanswered in the fourth quarter. The Browns made the playoffs. Also, I'm working on my very first 2024 MLB mock draft. I've got the first 6. I've got every pick posted on the site, and I've got the first 6 write-ups for the lottery winners finalized. So we can talk about Ohio State. We can talk about your Browns making the playoffs. And after that, we can segue through the first 6 teams of the MLB draft before we pivot into our safety rankings. How do you feel about that, Joey? We don't go over the entire draft, but first 6 picks, the star players, the best pitcher, and the top 5 blue chip batters for the lottery winning teams. We can discuss that later in the show after we talk about the Browns making the playoffs. So I set it up perfectly. So instead of just talking about the safeties.
I'm going to add to it. Ohio State and the Browns. There's one common denominator.
And the Guardians, who have the number 1 pick in the MLB draft. But we are saving that for last. We are saving the best for last, which is our draft content.
I said one common denominator. Technically, there are 2 with Denzel Ward, but the one that really gets more current, Ronnie Hickman got his first career interception, and it was an impressive one.
He had the pick 6 against the Jets.
Undrafted Ohio State safety comes in there. Nobody expected anything out of him this year, and he has played.
I had a career backup grade on Ronnie Hickman. I did not expect anything from him. I had like a 4th to 7th round grade on Ronnie Hickman. I projected him as a career backup. Ronnie Hickman continues to make me look like a dumbass, and he continues to make every scout who doubted him look foolish as well. So it's not just me. It's everybody else who doubted his abilities the next level.
Yeah, at this point, they actually had an entire segment on him and on the Cleveland media shows I was watching, and they were like, how the hell did 32 teams miss on this guy for 7 rounds? Because
do you want me to go through my safety rankings quickly and figure out where I had this guy? Yeah, I'll do that right now because I archive all my articles, Joey. I archive every single one of my articles.
Because there was, just by the way this guy's playing, he's playing at a total level.
Let's see what we got here.
Even had him on the radar.
Yeah, I did have Ronnie in my original safety rankings. I did have Ronnie Hickman at 15, the final safety on my rankings last year. But after a lot of the underclassmen like Jay Ward Jr., Meriwether, a lot of the underclassmen that I didn't expect to declare, like Brandon Hill out of Pittsburgh and Jay Ward Jr. out of LSU, after some of those guys that I didn't expect to declare for the draft declared, I decided to remove him from my safety rankings entirely, and he didn't even crack my top 15. DeMarco Helms got the final spot in my top 15. But Ronnie Hickman was one of those guys who was on the PFN simulator, had a day 3 grade, but it was in the 260, 270 range. Wasn't sure if he was going to get drafted. And with those numbers, those odds, I figured he would go undrafted. He did. But he's making us look looking at the safeties, you had Antonio Johnson, Texas A&M. He was my number 2 safety. He fell the 5th round because of a bad combine. Brian Branch was my number 1 safety, but he was technically a nickel corner in Alabama. So you can argue that he doesn't count. Sidney Brown of Illinois, he's been decent in relief. But I also feel like Hickman's had a bigger impact in the NFL because we both like Brown coming out of Illinois. J.L. Skinner, we liked him, but he had a disappointing combine. Jordan Battle, he's had some nice moments with the Bengals. Nothing spectacular yet. Not surprised. Battle was a player that really didn't impress me until his senior year. And then Jair Brown, Penn State. He's starting at strong safety because Hafanga tore his Achilles. So Jair Brown is more experienced as a starter than Ronnie Hickman, but you can argue that Hickman's had a bigger impact. Just looking at the safety class.
Because Thornhill went down, and we're like, oh my God, he's starting.
Delpit went down too. Delpit went down at strong safety, and Hickman, I think, was lined up at strong safety on the pick, but I'm not sure if he's starting at strong safety or free safety.
Hickman's starting at free safety.
Okay.
That's the thing.
But he lined up at strong safety on the pick 6.
Strong safety at Hickman here. And it's like, what drop off? And Hickman has been a huge part of that. Ohio State alone. And boy, howdy, when you got a guy that just comes in here who was on the practice squad for a lot of the first year. Nobody even saw him off the practice squad with the injuries to safety around the NFL. Nobody even looked at him. Comes in here, starts his first week off the practice squad, and performs like he's been performing. Man, look at Ohio State. Love to have him right now. For that bowl game especially. Because when you play at a Pro Bowl level after literally being on a practice squad, which the Browns have a couple of those guys, but none from Ohio State. What that Ohio State team said, hey, Ronnie, you want an extra year of eligibility? If they knew this was going to happen? Because, man, after watching that game.
My player of the game was David Njoku. He single-handedly got me to the fantasy football finals. I mean, in Kerm's league, I have David Njoku in the Browns defense. I didn't get a tight end early. I didn't get any of the tight ends I wanted. So since the Cowboys were my preseason pick to win the Super Bowl, I drafted Jake Ferguson as my backup, even though I didn't really see him as a high ceiling guy. I was like, since the Cowboys are my Super Bowl pick, F it. I will make him my backup safety. And what's hilarious is during the regular season, I started the last 2 weeks of the regular season, I ended up starting Jake Ferguson over David Njoku because he was projected to score more points. That ended up biting me in the rear end because those were Njoku's 2 best games in weeks 14 and 15. And then I end up starting him in the playoffs with a 7-8 record. Me and Brett both go 7-8. Brett actually beat me head to head, but because I scored more points, I get in the playoffs over Brett. Which I know it's bullshit, but I end up winning in the first round over Kerm. I'm currently winning in the second round, and I'm either going to play Bantle or the guy who knocked Joey out of the playoffs in the championship if I end up winning as a 7-8 team. And it's kind of hilarious that a 7-8 team could win the fantasy football championship. Has that ever happened, Joey?
I've gotten to the finals before at 7-8. I think Brett won it one year at 7-8. But I feel good, both good and bad for David Njoku. I feel good because he had that incident where he got burned in a barbecue and everything, and come back to play like he did without missing a game is absolutely astonishing. So I feel great for him about that. But I feel really bad for him because in that game, I don't think a lot of people realized what was happening here. Njoku was on pace to break Shannon Sharp's record for most yards in the game by a tight end, which I believe is 228.
He had 113 in the first quarter. 4 receptions, 113 yards in the first quarter alone. So that's why Joey's saying he's on pace.
Well,
and I had Jerome Ford on my Yahoo team.
The thing was, the Jets.
I have not had a losing record on Yahoo since 2015. I mean, no, I never had a losing record on Yahoo in Jason Bannell's league since joining in 2015. I had 2 7-7 teams that missed the playoffs. Every other one of my teams made the playoffs. This year, I went 7-8. But if I win the consolation pool, I can technically finish the year 9-8 and keep my winning streak alive. I can continue to be the Mike Tomlin of Jason Bannell's fantasy league. 0 losing records since 2015. 0 losing seasons. And I have, after Jason texted haha following Nick Chubb's injury, I basically spent all my waiver wire money on Jerome Ford because I wasn't cool with Jason saying that about Nick Chubb following his injury. I basically signed Jerome Ford out of spite because I was angry at Jason's comments at the time. And hey, it paid off. It may not have paid off in the regular season, but it paid off in the consolation pool.
It did. And the reason that I feel bad for him about not breaking Sharp's record was actually a compliment to the Jets. The Jets recognized what was happening. They started doubling picks. They had, because they couldn't guard him with one person.
And with Amari Cooper inactive, which is another headline, another storyline to this game, with Amari Cooper inactive, the Jets are going to double team Njoku instead of Cooper. That they just use misdirection and pivot their game plan towards Njoku.
And that was the interesting thing. Elijah Moore started coming on after that because
I don't think Elijah Moore is a long-term asset, but at the same time, this is a revenge game for Elijah Moore, so he's going to play his heart out in this game just to stick it to the Jets.
That's why we thought he was going to have a huge game. It was a revenge game. And you know how players play with a revenge game. And he started really coming on because he was getting the single cover. Well, then Moore went out with the concussion. It was a really scary moment. He was actually convulsing on the field. A really scary moment. When that happened.
And the Browns celebrated after the win. My friend Will Stein, he writes for Robert Cobb at Inscriber. He's actually been to the Super Bowl as a member of the NFL media. He's gotten media passes to the Super Bowl. Will Stein, he's a Vikings fan, lives in Minnesota. But, you know, Will Stein reported this morning that David Njoku is probably going to get fined by the NFL for drinking beer in the stands. Because when he breaks news like that on his personal Facebook timeline, that usually means it's going to happen since he is technically an insider. Even if he only does like a radio show with his brother for the Vikings. But it's like, if he's saying that, it means Njoku probably will get fined, even though I think it's totally worth it. Even though he's earned the right to celebrate.
Here's the thing, absolutely. And here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand when they say, well, Flacco only had 13 yards in the second half. All of a sudden, Browns only threw the ball 8 times in the second half. They were trying to get this game over with. They were trying to get the hell out of Dodge. They were running the ball probably more in that second half than they have in 3 quarters for the last 6-7 weeks. Okay, they were trying to get that clock down. They didn't want that game going that 5-6 hour extravaganza that we've been getting used to with the Browns. They get throw the ball. So Flacco's lack of numbers, Njoku's lack of numbers.
Look, the good outweighs the bad with Joe Flacco, but he still doesn't have that 300-yard game with no turnovers in the season. I mean, Gardner Minshew had 1 game with 0 interceptions, but he fumbled the ball twice against the Colts or Titans.
No, but he did set an NFL record. So,
he did.
You know,
and the Browns, Stefanski's the first coach since Stefanski's the only all right. I'll let you go first because I do have a lot more to say about this game, but I'm trying to keep it brief though.
Yeah. With Flacco, he is now the oldest player in NFL history, passing Peyton Manning and Tom Brady to have, because he was tied with them. Brady did it twice. Peyton Manning did it once. 300 yards in consecutive games. He now has 4.
Yes, he's the only quarterback in NFL history with 4 consecutive games of 300 yards, or maybe the only Browns quarterback with 4 consecutive 300-yard games. I think that's...
He's the only player in NFL history. He's the only Browns player with 3 consecutive games of 300 yards. But he's the only player in NFL history at his age. He turns 39.
There's other players that have gone. There's other guys who've gone 4 games with 300 yards, but I think he's the oldest player to do it.
Yeah, but not at that age. Yeah, at that age, he set the record for that age. Passing Tom Brady, who did it in 2017, I think it was, and then again in 2021. And I think in 2021 he was like 44, and he did it 3 times in both states.
All right, so what are the liabilities with the Jets? Besides the quarterback play, I'd argue the biggest liability is probably the left tackle. I mean, Mekhi Becton has allowed a league-high 12 sacks in 2023, but in Becton's defense, Dwan Brown has missed half the season on IR. And the Jets really did a poor job adding depth at offensive tackle. It's something we emphasized before the draft, and they really didn't follow through with that. So
they didn't, and to emphasize how bad Becton was, Myles Garrett was getting to the quarterback every 1.8 seconds. The ball was being thrown about 1.8, 1.9 seconds the entire game. That should show you how bad he was in that game, because not only that, but he was also the one that gave up the sack to Zadarius Smith. So, I mean, he gave up at least 2 sacks in that game.
Yeah, Brian Bayless texted me that Myles Garrett looked like Supersonic after Sonic the Hedgehog collected all the Chaos Emeralds. Is that a testament to how good Garrett is, or a testament to how shitty Becton played? I mean...
I think it's a combination of the two, because Garrett's constantly gotten to the quarterback or in the backfield at about 2.2 seconds. So it's, so it could be a testament to Garrett, but it also has to, when you're going down to under 2 seconds, come on. It's like, even as big a Miles fan as I am, I'm going to say, okay, what is happening at that left tackle position? Because that, that is troubling. If it was 2.1, I'd say, okay, Garrett's doing Garrett's thing. When you get to 1.8, 1.9, you look at Mekhi Becton and say, dude, what the hell what's going on here? I mean, I know we rag on James Hudson a little bit. I'm a little higher on you, but he hasn't even been that bad. 1.8 seconds? That is horrendous. That is horrendous to allow that. Now, I give him a little bit of a slight because it is Miles, but at the same time, he was also allowing it with Zadarius Smith. So, I mean, if Zadarius Smith getting Miles numbers and Myles Garrett getting Superman numbers against him, come on, Mekhi. What the hell's going on with you?
Well, Dwan Brown was the left tackle at the beginning of the season. Becton was the right tackle. Dwan Brown's been on IR for 8 games now, half the season. And during that half the season, they've had to move Becton. They moved Becton over to left tackle, and they moved Elijah Vera Tucker from right guard to right tackle. Vera Tucker suffered a 2nd consecutive season-ending injury at right tackle. So, that's really crippled the Jets' offensive line as a whole.
I will give the Jets a little bit of leeway as well, because I had a stat that they've had like 13 combinations on their offensive line this year, 13 and 14, which is almost as insane as what the Browns have been doing at quarterback. Those type of combinations, those type of having to move and shake and move things around like that, it's insane. It is insane. So I will give the Jets a little bit of leeway on that. But the fact that the thing that I don't really give Becton and Mekhi Becton pass on is that he has been one of the pieces that's been there the entire week. I think he might be the only one that's been moved around all over the place, but he's been there. So it's not like he wasn't a starter to begin with, like the other guy. So I can't give him the same pass that I would say if Miles or Zadarius were doing it against their right tackle, who is, I think, a third stringer at this point. I can't give him that same leeway. But I can't give him enough leeway because the coach is not there with his left guard. So I'll give him a little bit of leeway on that, but as far as, giving him leeway, the way I would the other backup, still, man, it's not like he was against Miles Garrett the whole game. The Darius Smith was playing over there, too. He was just as bad. So I gotta wonder if they're not going to be looking for a replacement at right tackle this offseason, because there is one big something I think we should get into here, if not later today, next week, or the coming week, is what the Browns coaching and general managers have meant to other coaches that are going to lose their job. Because the Browns have 26% of their salary cap on IR as of this morning. Okay?
I thought it was hilarious. There's one last Browns thing I want to show you or play. It's the thing I sent to you this morning on Facebook. Awful announcing. Ken Carman of 92.3 The Fan prank called Andrew Filiponi on 93.7 The Fan. It was amazing. We are going to play that, and then we will pivot. I promise. This is the first time we're going to ever. We're going to play a prank call on the podcast, guys.
I want to give some background here. Tony is or at least was a regular on 92.3 The Fan on their NFC or the AFC North segment on Friday. He and Ken Carman do not get along. They are adding to the stories constantly, and Filiponi has hung up and just left the show and not come back on for like 2 weeks, even Pittsburgh without a voice.
Yeah, like when Ken Carman, can I play the prank call, please, and then we'll get the reaction?
Yes.
Here is Jim in Ohio. Hello, Jim.
Guys, thanks for the vine. I got a statement, and then I have a question for you if you'll give me a little bit of time here. One, on Sunday, I just expect to laugh my ass off in the Steelers-Seahawks game. I don't know about you guys. I just expect.
Hold on. My bad, Joey. My bad. See, what happened is I can't play the clip on my phone and the podcast, so I'm going to sign into the podcast on the iPad and play the clip. Are you here, Joey? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I muted it. So
I muted
it. So
all right.
Everything is
Okay.
fine.
All right. All right. I'm going to play the clip now. Okay, I'll just load the clip on Twitter if the clip's just gonna. But yes, this is it. This was. Dang it! This is like. Really? Okay. This is. I had the audio working, and then it just sort of disconnected me from TalkShoe. So then I had to. But yes, it's a hilarious. It's a hilarious exchange. It feels like Cartman and Kyle Broflovsky going at each other's throats, and that's probably what you meant when you described both guys.
Well, except for Kyle and Carman are friends, and these two really despise each other. So, that's,
All right.
That's the two.
From Jeff. Here is Jim in Ohio. Hello, Jim.
Guys, thanks for the vine. I got a statement, and then I have a question for you if you'll give me a little bit of time here. One, on Sunday, I just expect to laugh my ass off in the Steelers-Seahawks game. I don't know about you guys. I just expect to be sitting there the entire time. The second thing is, hold on, thank you very much. The second thing, Tony, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you picked out a good place to watch the playoffs yet?
No, why?
Oh, I'm just reading your tweet that you sent to Greg Newsom back in, November? Yeah, that's what I'm reading, baby. That's what I'm reading, baby. Turn it up. Loud and proud, Tony.
What's your name, Jim? You sound like a crappy store brand version of Ken Carman.
Buddy, this is the crappy drug store brand version of Ken Carman. We're still celebrating out here, baby boys. 54, 55, 54. You can find Sylvie on the old lake shore. Now, old and brown are going back to full. Tony, here we go again. Tony.
Yeah.
Tony. What's it like? What's it like?
You gonna play that devious creep in 2024?
Hey, Tony, what's it like? What's it like to kiss our orange and brown ass, Tony? Tell me. Tell me how
How
it
many
is.
of the guys that did this song are dead?
Enjoy your Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I'd say something else, but you guys can kick me off the show. I don't want to do that. Plus, I got a Levert singing in the background about the Cleveland Browns. I'm in a mood.
Kids, Jim in Youngstown. Don't.
Yeah, so that was the exchange. I thought it was pretty hilarious. And look, I'll give Filiponi credit for being as nice about that as possible, but what are your thoughts on that exchange? I thought it was pretty hilarious.
Well, I mean, he has said similar things on 92.3 as a guest. So, Ken calls in and says that stuff as a caller. I can't be upset. And I think he believes that it's like, okay, I think might come up. I've never had a problem with Tony as I think my big thing with Tony is that he is a homeowner. And I think that's the thing that really gets those two.
He is a homer. He's biased towards Yinzers, and I can tell you this firsthand as a Pittsburgh resident. And he was also in one of my best friend's March Madness tournaments. Like, he actually participated in it. One of my friends from high school, they have a March Madness pool. I used to compete in it. And, like, I know Andrew Filiponi. One of Andrew Filiponi's, one of my friends that does, like, toilet work for plunging and stuff, got to plunge Andrew Filiponi's house and invited him to a March Madness bracket, which he actually accepted on Yahoo. So that's how I know Filiponi's in one of my friend's March Madness brackets that I participated in, which is pretty cool. But, like, that's not the point. The point is Filiponi's biased towards the Pittsburgh sports teams. It's blatantly obvious to the point where he can't even have a good laugh about it. Like, do my Patriots suck this year? Yes. We're awful. I'm kind of pissed that we beat the Steelers and screwed ourselves in terms of draft position, but hey, I can just rub it off. I can just act like it's no big deal. I think that's why Joey's grown to like me a little bit more over the years, because when the Patriots were winning all the time with Brady, I was kind of a douche sometimes, especially when we won the Super Bowl.
Like, all the time?
All the time during the Brady era.
That I was literally opening the show saying, Chris, here's the floor, here's your way. Okay? That was how bad it got. Okay?
It's still more bearable than half of the stuff Andrew Filiponi says. I'm sorry, but it's like...
I can't argue that. can't argue that. But the thing I think that is hurting that gets Tony and Carman against each other is that they are both homers, but huge homers.
There's three Pittsburgh sports personalities I respect. Bob Pompiani, I think he's the godfather of Pittsburgh sports content. I mean, even though I dislike the Steelers, he can talk about any topic in an objective and positive manner, and I respect the hell out of Pompiani for that. Because I used to go to Fan Blitz with my best friend Tom, who was a huge Steeler fan at the time, and I actually got to have a few interactions with Bob Pompiani in person before I created Draft Utopia. Now, I like Nick Farbaugh. He's a Steeler insider that follows me on Twitter, and Amanda Godsey, who does some work for a Pittsburgh newspaper in Johnstown, who's gone in the press boxes at the Steelers game. Those would be my top three for Pittsburgh sports personalities. Rudy Reyes, who I've gone on to his show in California. He lives in California. I've gone on to his show. He's a big Steeler fan. I would put him at 4, but since he doesn't live in the Pittsburgh area, I'm not sure who to pick for that 4th member. I mean, Rich Walsh is respectable, but he's like the Andy Dalton of sports anchors. I mean, it's hard to take him seriously. Andrew Filiponi's just like, he's too much of a homer. I know he went to college at Syracuse around the same time that there was another Syracuse graduate, Nick Wright. So Nick Wright and Andrew Filiponi were in the same Syracuse graduating class for broadcasting and journalism. Nick Wright of FS1 and Andrew Filiponi. They were in the same graduation class at Syracuse for broadcasting. Isn't that crazy, Joey?
Well, it is, but the thing is, I like Nick Wright. But you can kind of tell that they are from the same school because they're both loud. So you can kind of tell where they both learned to be, that type of personality, because the personality is the same for the most part. But I have to say, I think that Nick Wright does a much better job of being objective than Phil Tony.
Yeah, and when he's wrong about something, he's not afraid. He will take any roast he gets, and then he'll just move on and just act like it's no big deal.
Well, half the time he laughs at the roast.
Exactly.
Yeah, half the time he laughs at
He's
the
basically
roast.
Andrew Filiponi with a sense of humor. That's basically Nick Wright.
And I can respect that. I mean, even he was talking about how long can the Browns keep it up, and then I think 2 weeks ago, somebody was on and was roasting him about, you wrote the Browns off like 6 weeks ago and was roasting on that. He just started laughing about it. He was like, I messed that one up, and he was laughing about it. He was joking. It's like, okay, I can skip this guy. Because I was already a fan of him for his NBA work. So when he makes, but at the same time, if he's wrong, he'll sit there and laugh. And you roast him, his thought process seems to be, roast me now, because now you're on my radar and I'm going to get you later. And I've seen it over the last few years where this has happened, whether mostly with NBA, because he mostly does NBA content, that somebody will get him, he'll laugh about it, then he'll come up later, he'll have him on the show, and he'll be like, remember when you did this? And most of his guests, they'll laugh it off too because they respect him, because he can take it. And I think that's huge. If you can get it, you need to be able to take it. And Nick Wright does, and I respect it. But I might not always agree with his opinion, little bit quiet sometimes, but right or wrong, he'll admit when he's wrong. He will take he'll laugh about it, but he'll be unapologetic at the same time. So, to me, that's incredibly important. And he does such a great job of that I think that's what sets him aside from a lot of the other journalists. Because, he doesn't know much about football as far as commentating, he'll comment on it. He's big in basketball. Obviously, he's doing segments on that. I think he was doing pregame shows there. I don't think it was last year, but the year before in the NBA. But if he's wrong, he'd be like, hey, I was wrong. And then sometimes he might double down on it. It's like, I was wrong, but. And then it's like, and then he'll go on and then somebody will be like, no, you were just wrong. He'll laugh about it. And he'll make an English skill. I love that about Nick Wright. With Tony just reads for it. He is like I've listened in times when he has been like a 13-year-old at a Call of Duty lobby. He will just rage quit and that'll be it. So, so I give Nick Wright props. He has always been, he's loud. He's tough to get used to. I know the first few times I've watched him for different things, FS1, I think he was on ESPN a couple years back, and all this NBA coverage. He was hard to get used to. But as you listen to him, you grow to respect him. And so definitely like what he brings and respect him for all that. So, but still a loudmouth. I would love to see him and Adam the Bull get into it because that would be absolutely hilarious. Must be TV. Yeah, but that's not here nor there. Even if I'd love to see those two get into it about the Cats.
Okay, the only question is what topic do we pivot to next? Do we pivot? Let's talk about the bowl game. We will bring up the MLB mock draft. I've actually been typing. The reason I'm on my phone is I'm looking at Fangraphs. Fangraphs gives me the depth charts for every MLB team. It also tells me where a player is in their development. Are they in AA? Are they in AAA? Are they in single A? Are they in A+ ball? Are they in rookie ball after they get drafted? And with Spot Track, I can look up the contracts for every player. So I've been doing a ton of analytical work for the teams in the top 6 of the MLB draft. So not only do I have an outlook on where the team is this year, I have a long-term outlook on where the team is going to be whenever the player they draft arrives in the majors. So I've been doing all of that this morning. That's why I've only got the first 6 picks up on the site for the MLB draft, because I'm trying to get that down, because I feel like if I get that down, it's easier to keep track of these MLB teams on a game-by-game basis. Because I feel like baseball is the hardest sport to cover since it has the most games in the season, 162. Plus, you have the playoffs if your team qualifies. But
I never thought that it was hard to cover from a game-by-game basis. I thought it was really hard to cover, though, from you have 3 minor leagues.
Yeah. I actually wrote code for all the AAA and AA teams. When I recoded the site, I actually managed to knock that out, which is somehow I can't even believe I did that back in the day. Yeah. But before we get to the MLB, before we get to that, let's talk about the Cotton Bowl, because a lot outside of Marvin Harrison Jr., who sat out, and Kyle McCord, who transferred, most of Ohio State's core players played. Emeka Egbuka, who was a first to second round pick, played. Cade Stover played. The 2 edge rushers, JT Tuimoloau, who got a quarterback pressure on Joe Alt, and Olu Fashanu played. Jack Sawyer played. Tommy Eichenberg was out with an injury. Denzel Burke played. Chris Abrams-Drain played. We had a third-round grade on Abrams-Drain. He was my top third-round corner, and he played. In fact, he actually caused one of Ohio State's freshman receivers to suffer a knee injury. So had Marvin Harrison Jr. not opted out of the bowl game and chose to play in the bowl game, maybe he gets injured instead of that freshman. So he made the correct decision by skipping the bowl game. But as a team, Ohio State starting quarterback Devin Brown got injured.
Maybe there was no injury there, too.
Maybe there's no injury. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe the injury never happens. I don't know. I'm not a magician. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not a psychic either. So I don't know what would happen. Maybe Chris Abrams-Drain gets burned and roasted by Marvin Harrison Jr. We don't really know what would theoretically happen in that scenario. But Devin Brown got injured on like the first play of the game. He was the backup to Kyle McCord all year. So Ohio State ends up starting a true freshman. And Ohio State went 0 for 7, 0 for 8 on third down conversions. I think in the first 3 quarters, they only got a field goal. And then Missouri's running back, Corey Schrader, got the go-ahead touchdown, the game-winning touchdown. And then Luther Bird III got the game-sealing touchdown. Both of those Missouri touchdowns were in the fourth quarter. Missouri beat Ohio State 14-3. And what was even more impressive is Missouri seniors played. Every Ohio State senior outside of Marvin Harrison Jr., even the guys like Tui Maloau and Egbuka who could go in day one, played. Donovan Jackson played. They played because they wanted to go out with a bowl win. They wanted to make up for the Michigan loss, and they actually cared about the team, which you have to respect. Nobody got injured for Ohio State that was a draft-eligible prospect in this year's draft. And Missouri showed a lot of heart and did an incredible job rallying their team in the fourth quarter. And their defense played well, too. Both defenses played exceptionally well.
I have a hard time respecting people for sitting out bowl games. To this day, you always, and maybe that's the old school way of thinking, because everybody sits out now, they gotta have their rest.
Like, the only quarterback that went in the first round that sat out of his bowl game was Kenny Pickett. Richardson didn't make a bowl game. Anthony Richardson didn't make a bowl game, but he went in the first round of the draft. Will Levis did skip his bowl game, and he skipped the Senior Bowl and the Shrine Bowl, and basically trained for the Combine and the Pro Day. He fell to the second round. So just looking at the first round QBs, I think Kenny Pickett's the only first round QB that skipped his bowl game. And this year you're going to have Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Drake May, all skipping their bowl games. You have J.J. McCarthy playing in the playoff, the chance to boost his stock. You have Penix and Quinn Ewers with a chance to boost their stock. And maybe Jalen Milroe, QB, has a chance to establish himself as QB1 in the 2025 draft. So
you always want to compete against the best.
You do.
want to show that you're not durable, you're not able to do things. You have to sit out every now and then. Oh my God, you might want to rest in the playoff and all this. Like back in the day, nobody rested, and there are fewer injuries. But everybody says you got to rest. Can't risk injury. Well, guess what? What's that say about you as an athlete and a competitor? Is one, you're not going to compete against the highest level. Two, you're soft. This is football. You don't want to be soft. I mean, that's horrific. It gives a negative view towards you. I know it's a very old school way of looking at things, but it's a fact. To this day, it is a fact. But it's how narrow-minded people are. In a lot of ways, it comes from the agents. Because the agents have convinced people that this is the way to go because they want to protect their investment. Because they get paid more if somebody, if the worst comes to worst. This is a major bowl game is somebody who's going to be the number one overall pick. Just whatever. That agent loses out on millions. Does that agent want to lose out on millions for? No. This entire generation of being soft and not playing in bowl games, it all comes from the agents.
It does come from the agents. We found out when I got news that when Pape Marboy opted out of the MLS draft to sign with Europe. Apparently, his agent wanted too much money, and that scared off the European teams. So not only did he go unsigned, he went undrafted as a result, and now he has to play in the USL. Could have been the number 1 pick if he had just stayed in the MLS draft, but his agent ends up keeping him from getting drafted because he tells him to turn down the MLS for Europe, and then he demands too much money from the European teams, and the European teams don't want to sign the guy. So, as a number 1 pick, a top number 1 player on my big board goes undrafted because he wanted to go to Europe and his agent screwed him. That really pisses me off. I know it's soccer, but I got that news from my Clemson insider. So agents need to just do what's best for their clients.
But it's a good example. It's a good example because that's what's happened in these bowl games. It's what's happened with everybody says the same thing happens in the NBA. They're like, oh, we got to sit for these games so we're ready for the playoffs. Well, guess what? Guess what happens after the playoffs? Free agency. Guess what? Agents say, don't get injured. Why? Because agents get, even the low-level agents get 10% of whatever contract is signed. That's the base fee. Has been for decades. So if a player gets injured before signing a contract, guess what? That agent loses out on millions of dollars. Why are these people sitting out? It's like they use this thing getting ready for the combine and all that crap. That's just marketing. That's just what you say to the media. They are getting screwed out of rating, out of experience, out of everything, out of exposure, all because the agents want the money. That's all it is. It's all agent driven. And these young kids go along with it. But the inactivity, a lot of times, it'll kill the muscles. Because this is your last time to play in a game for a lot of these guys before the draft happens. So your muscles, it's a simple thing. There is athletes and they're in great shape, and then there's playing shape. Once that last game is played, you're not going to be in playing shape until training camp. Guess what? That's when the majority of the injuries happen, for good reason.
And look, most of these bowl games have been less fun to watch with all the draft prospects opting out. The fact that both Ohio State and Missouri Missouri's draft-eligible players chose to play in their bowl games, it's like, okay, this game's like the Alabama-Kansas State New Year's Day bowl game we got because Harrison Jr. is an outlier. He's an exceptional receiver. I can understand him sitting out. But the fact that the rest of the team, minus McCord, chose to play, despite being seniors, even Travion Henderson played, that says a lot about Ohio State as a team. They wanted to win for Ryan Day. I respect the hell out of that. It says a lot about Missouri, too. They wanted to play and prove they could beat.
And here's the thing. I hate to say it, but unless he plays in one of these bowl games, Marvin Harrison Jr. is probably going to pull a hamstring or something at some point.
Unless he gets injured at the combine or the pro day, he's going to go he's going to go in the top 2 or 3 picks. I think if Chicago takes Caleb Williams at 1, he's going to Arizona at 2. And there's also the possibility that Chicago takes Marvin Harrison Jr. at 1 as well. Like, we literally don't know. There's also...
The thing is, once they get back and play football, they're not going to be in football shape. And you're looking at potentially being 3 or 4 weeks behind everybody else, depending on when your last game played was and when your bowl game comes up. Guess what? That 3 or 4 weeks could be the difference between a pulled hamstring, torn MCL, torn ACL. And let me tell you about torn MCL. They suck. I've had enough for 26 years.
Yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr. did get injured in the bowl game against Georgia, but he was able to stay healthy this year, so I don't think there's any durability concerns with him at the moment.
Yeah, but it's all about being in football shape. You don't have to have durability concerns. We've seen people with zero durability concerns go down in the preseason coming out of their rookie year simply because they don't know how to train to be in football shape at the time because they are younger. And even veterans go down. So, there's a reason we see so many rookies go down early. Now, it may not happen to Harrison Jr. because look at who his dad is. You really think his dad's not going to have him in football shape by the time he gets to training camp. His dad's going to have him in shape. Okay? His dad's going to lead him through. But what about the guys that don't have that? They're going to come in thinking they're in great shape, they're ready to go, pull a hamstring, blow out an ACL. So I guess there is a tier to that a little bit because if you're a second generation, your kid, your father's been a professional athlete. He knows how to keep him in that shape year round, where a younger player isn't going to be in football shape because they don't know how to stay in football shape in their first year or so. So I guess in a way there are the outliers there, when you have family that has been professional athletes. So I will give a little bit of a pass that because there is a higher chance Harrison is going to be just fine because, his dad knows how to train to be an NFL player. There's a good chance Harrison comes in there he plays 6 games.
Yeah. We are going to talk about I just finished pick 7 in the MLB draft I'm working on. I don't think I need to go over. I was only going to go over the first 6 picks, but I'm going through this and I'm just trying to get as many picks as updated as possible. Should I stop at 7 or should I try to get number 8 on while we continue this discussion?
I'd say stop at 7 since we're already in the middle of the podcast. So, there's, no guarantee you'll even get done with it. So let's just focus on what we have at
the moment. Okay. I was trying to get another pick or two done during Joey's rant. That's why all the typing in the background.
That's fine. Because, when I go on rants like that, it's like, it's
good.
Personal experience, things I've seen, things I've been
and the reason I'm encouraging it because it gives me more time to type what I want to say for some of the picks because I'm doing a 39 write-ups, and if I have 7 done, that makes things a lot easier. So, but yeah, we'll get into the first 7 picks.
I encourage that individuality on my podcast is because I'm busy typing. I don't want no individuality and no rant. This is a no fun podcast unless I'm typing.
No, it's fun. Joey brings a lot of enthusiasm and energy, and he'll come up with a fun excuse for roasting me, which is justifiable here. So before I'm going to load the MLB mock draft, and we're going to start with the Cleveland Guardians. I actually not only do I have the mock draft write-up type for the Guardians, I actually managed to get progress updates on all of Cleveland's previous first-round pitchers, where they are in their development. AAA, AA, where are they with their development? And who the new manager is, what the starters are, who the bullpen guys are. So, I'm going to start this off. Cleveland has the number 1 pick. The Pirates won the first draft lottery. The Guardians won the second lottery. Pirates moved up from 3 to 1. The Guardians moved up from 10 to 1, having a 1.8% probability. The last time a team moved up from 10 to 1 in the MLB in the draft lottery, the Chicago Bulls ended up with Derrick Rose back in 2007. which was promising at first until that Derrick Rose injury. But the Guardians, there's a few guys in this class that really check off every box. It just depends on who you like the most. Oregon State second baseman Travis Pizzana is posting better numbers than his predecessor, Nick Madrigal. Northeastern center fielder Mike Sirota has had 2 excellent seasons with the Northeastern Huskies. He could end up being the highest drafted Northeastern player in history. There are 3 Northeastern players to go in the first round. 2 are drafted 14th overall. 1 in the MLB in 1970, 1 in the NHL in 2011. The highest drafted player out of Northeastern is Carlos Pena, the 10th pick in 1998. Mike Sirota could end up going ahead of Carlos Pena, which is significant. West Virginia second baseman J.J. Weatherholt.
I do want to remind people, 2 days ago, the Guardians did make a trade for a very promising left fielder.
It's the Yankees' backup, I believe.
Didn't make a lot of impact.
I believe it's the Yankees' backup.
Yeah, he didn't make a lot of impact last year, with the Yankees, but
they traded a reliever who's 1 year older than him, who's peaked to get him, which I consider a wash. That's a trade where both teams add depth, but neither one really benefits in the short term.
Well, I think the Guardians benefited because
I think the Guardians benefited more.
Especially their batting like that last year. So it's like
and this is a great first baseman draft, Joey. This is an excellent first baseman draft, Joey. Let me put it this way. Usually when we do these MLB mock drafts, we either have we have a center fielder run, a pitcher run, or a shortstop run. This year we have a first baseman run.
Yeah.
We have I've got 2 first basemen going 1 and 2, but there's Georgia's Charlie Condon, who could end up sneaking into the top 5. I have him at 7. We'll get to that later. And there's LSU third baseman Tommy White, who's projected to move to first base in the MLB. So you're looking at a draft with 4 first basemen in the top 10. And I freaking love it because the last few MLB drafts have had a shortage of first basemen. So the fact that we get one where as many as 4 could go in the top 10 is amazing. And we could have first basemen go number 1 and 2. And Jack,
so yeah, and I'm partial to first base because I did play first base. I played first and third, so I'm partial.
I played first base and center fielder in Little League.
I am incredibly happy about that.
So the other guys on the board: West Virginia second baseman J.J. Weatherholt. He's from Mars, Pennsylvania, which is a town in Pittsburgh, north of Cranberry, where my mom lives. So he's a Ravens fan. Like when MLB interviewed him on his podcast in his room in Mars Township, he had a Ravens poster. He lives in Pittsburgh. Is that worse than being a Patriots fan or just as bad? We'll say it's just as bad because he works his tail off as a baseball player.
I actually worry about his safety a little bit.
He's only 5'10", 190. I'm not sure I would take him at number 1. If you live in Pittsburgh, you're a Ravens fan, you're 5'10", 190, and you're not hitting 20 home runs, and there's other guys in the draft that are hitting 20 home runs, I'm probably going to take one of the 20 home run guys, especially since they're both first basemen. And first base is the Cleveland Guardians' biggest need, in my opinion, right now. Like a impact player at first baseman. So we got 2 impact first basemen.
Well, 5'10", 190 at first base.
That's short. He's a second baseman. Weatherholt's a second baseman, but he's moving to shortstop.
Okay.
His coaches are going to move him to shortstop. The 2 first basemen are both big guys.
Well, that's not bad. If you're looking at, does he hit for a high percentage?
He actually might have better plate discipline than the 2 power hitters. But the 2 guys in the running to go number 1, in my opinion, we have Jack Caglianone. He was the first baseman and pitcher on the Florida Gators. He's college baseball's version of Shohei Ohtani. And Wake Forest first baseman Nick Kurtz. And Nick Kurtz is going to be special. This guy, he had 24 home runs at Wake Forest. And he reminds me of Mark McGwire when he hit that 70 home run season in 98. Like his batting swing, his stance, it's Mark McGwire-esque. And he's also a two-sport athlete. He played baseball and basketball in high school. He was both a power forward and center on his basketball team before committing to Wake Forest exclusively for baseball. He's also the best first baseman in terms of defense that I've seen since, you have to go way back. You have to go all the way back to Keith Hernandez to find a kid that defends like this. So you got a guy who hits home runs like Mark McGwire, and he defends like Keith Hernandez, and he can execute double plays like Eric Hosmer. That's Nick Kurtz. That's the guy I'm taking at number 1.
So basically, he is Fred McGriff and Fred McGriff Trump. I don't know how many people actually remember Fred McGriff when he was in his prime. But Fred McGriff was an excellent defender. Hit with power, hit for average. I saw Fred McGriff back when he first signed with the Braves. He was just before that. But he stretched. A man his size doing a split to get an errant throw to kick the guy out. It was impressive. It's still that one play as a defensive first base is still sticks out in my mind because it was so impressive.
Here are the numbers for Nick Kurtz, and you can see why I compared him to both McGwire offensively and Hernandez defensively. As a freshman, 338 batting average, 53 starts, 65 runs, 69 hits, 14 doubles, 1 triple, 15 home runs, 56 RBIs, 637 slugging percentage, 48 walks, 5 hits by pitch, 38 strikeouts, 2 stolen bases, a 992 fielding percentage. He improved on that with a 353 batting average, started 56 games, 76 runs, having 11 more runs, 67 hits, 10 doubles, less doubles and hits, 0 triples, 24 home runs, 9 more home runs, 65 RBIs, 9 more RBIs, improved his slugging percentage from 637 to 784, 63 walks, 9 hits by pitch, 50 strikeouts, 5 stolen bases, and his fielding percentage improved from 992 to 998. So, as a sophomore, if he can improve on that for a third year in a row like Dylan Cruz did at LSU, he is the number 1 pick. No offense to the Florida first baseman that can also play pitcher, or the West Virginia batter who reminds me of Zach Jalov, the second baseman on the Athletics, who's already a top 15 second baseman at the age of 21, which is great. But Nick Kurtz is the guy I'm picking. This isn't even close because the Guardians need that first baseman.
Yeah.
And this is the guy, I think. This is, I mean, it's pretty.
Here, to me, I have 2 first basemen that I will always compare, and I will say you're either Mark Grace or Fred McGriff, who are my 2 favorite first basemen of all time. Both could hit, both could play great defense, so on and so forth. But there are 2 different types of first basemen. Grace could hit with power, but he's more a percentage RBI guy. He just got a bat on the ball every time he was up there for the most part.
And Wake Forest was the number 1 seed, 52-10 in the regular season, and they got to the semifinals where they beat LSU in the first game but lost the series to LSU in the semifinals, and they're getting a ton of players from the portal. Wake Forest is my pick to win the 2024 College World Series, by the way. They have as many as 5 first-round picks in this draft. So they are my pick for the...
I want to make a point real quick that I just thought about when talking to the audience, and we compare these guys, especially these guys from this generation to yesteryear's generation. You have to remember, back then, they didn't have the high batting percentage. It was, if you were batting 300, you were one of the best in the league. And I think it's going back to that after a 25-year thing of power, and high percentage. So when we're comparing to yesteryear, you have to.
And this is what I think is so special about Kurtz. I mean, he could be a transcendent player. I mean, he hits home runs like Mark McGwire, and he defends like Keith Hernandez. You want to get a transcendent player on the Guardians the way LeBron transcended the Cavs, the way Myles Garrett transcended the Browns. You got to draft this guy, Nick Kurtz. That's no offense to the other guys, because I'm not saying Kurtz will have that type of impact, but it's like.
No, but I think you would compare, if you're looking at a Clinton, but I compare it more to Miles Garrett and LeBron James, because LeBron James embodied what this generation is without embodying what the past generation was. I think Miles Garrett embodied more about what the Reggie White and those guys were, but for a new age, and also encompasses some of that. So I think the Miles Garrett comparison is more in line with what you're going for than the LeBron James comparison.
Yes, but my point is at this point last year, Dylan Cruz had 2 dominant seasons at LSU. He was the front runner to go first overall. He ends up going second overall behind his teammate Paul Skeens, but Paul Skeens ends up starting out at another college, and then he transferred to LSU his last 2 years, and he dominated at LSU. And the Pirates needed pitching more than batting, so I have no issue with Skeens going 1 and Cruz going 2. Especially if the Pirates weren't going to pay Cruz what he wanted. So, but Cleveland, on the other hand, has pitching. They have, you look at the Guardians with Nick Kurtz at first base. Your lineup features Nick Kurtz at first base, Andres Gimenez at second base, Brian Rocchio at shortstop, Jose Ramirez at third base, Bo Naylor at catcher, and his brother Josh Naylor as designated hitter. That's a really strong infield. You have Stephen Kwan at left field, Miles Straw at center, Raymond Laureano from the Dominican Republic at right fielder, but you also have some good bench players that the Guardians spent money on. Austin Hedges, he was the starting catcher on the Rangers team that won the World Series. He's going to mentor Bo Naylor. Vilijan de Los Santos was a third baseman who hit 20 home runs for the Diamondbacks in the minor leagues. He's up as a infielder for depth. He can play the first base as well as third base. So you got that extra corner outfielder for depth on your bench. You have Estevan Florial, the guy Joey mentioned. He was a backup outfielder on the Yankees. He was the number 4 outfielder on the depth chart, but he's mainly the backup left, center, and right outfielder. So and basically the Guardians traded a bullpen arm that was a year older that underperformed to the Yankees for Florial, which I feel like it benefits the Guardians more than the Yankees, but I'm not sure it benefits either team in the long run. But then
I would say that hits more toward the Guardian, because this guy was one of the top prospects in the draft, and at one point was the top prospect. He has so much potential that just hasn't come to fruition yet. But in the Guardians, he's going to be playing every day, because the Guardians outfield was just ass. So he's going to be able to develop much faster in the position he's going to be in. Plus, when you've been in the Yankees organization, you're already set to those standards of a Yankees player. So I think the Guardians long-term win that trade. I think it'll start to show a little bit this year. But if you can couple that with Hurt at first base, now you've got potential for some power, which you have not had in a couple of years.
Yeah, and you have Jose Ramirez inked to a long-term contract as well. Jose Ramirez, who's been the face of the Guardians along with Frankie Lindor on their 2016 World Series team. I mean, Ramirez chose to stay in Cleveland like Miles Garrett, whereas Lindor decided he wasn't going to re-sign with the Guardians, so he gets traded to the Mets in that blockbuster trade. So what ends up happening is now you get another star infielder to pair with Jose Ramirez, with Nick Kurtz. And you got Gimenez, you've got Rocchio, a young shortstop. You've got the Naylor twins. So you have this identity. And I want to get to the pitching, because you have Shane Bieber, number 1. Tristan McKenzie's your number 2.
Remember,
Tanner Bibby is 3rd.
was not the problem with the Guardians.
Logan Allen was number 4. Gavin Williams, your 2021 first-round pick's number 5. I know that Bieber was the only pitcher with an ERA of under 4 last year, but these guys dominated in 2022 when the Guardians won the division. And now that Sonny Gray is no longer on the Minnesota Twins and he's on the St. Louis Cardinals, now the Twins only have one good starting pitcher. So could the Guardians, I think it's either going to be the Guardians or the Royals. I don't like what the White Sox have in terms of their depth, but we'll get to them. Again, I've only studied 7 of the 30 MLB teams.
The ERA was misleading. The ERA was misleading because if you can't score runs, now the managers are trying to switch things around for matchups and things that they normally wouldn't, because instead of leaving a guy in for 2 or 3 extra batters to get out of a situation, even if he's having a good game, now you have to strategize differently. Because, like I said, the Guardians' problem last year was not pitching. It was the backs, where they were averaging like 220 overall, with their home run numbers were abysmal. So the pitching was not.
And even if Cleveland loses some guys to free agency, they have a ton of depth in their farm system. Like, you have Klaus as your closer still. Sam Hentges, your setup pitcher from the Scott Barlow, who is the setup pitcher on the Padres, is now the setup pitcher on the Guardians. Sam Hentges, the setup pitcher on the Guardians, is going to move to middle reliever. Karinchak, who had a ERA of 4 at middle reliever, only bullpen pitcher with an ERA of 4, moves to long reliever. And Ben Lively, the Reds' long reliever, also on the Guardians. So that's the bullpen as well as the starting pitching. You also have Daniel Espino, who's actually pitched well enough to get promoted to the major leagues, but he can't stay healthy. He was my top high school pitcher in the 2019 MLB draft. Finally made the majors last year, but durability is going to be a key with him. If he can stay healthy, I think he'll get an opportunity this year. Ethan Hankins, my top high school pitcher in the 2018 MLB draft. He's still in Double-A 5 years later. Tanner Burns, the Guardians' 2020 first-round pick out of Auburn, he's had an ERA of under 4 in each season. And he had a strong Double-A season in 2023. He's on the brink of being promoted to Triple-A. With a good spring training, he will get promoted to Triple-A. He will get promoted from the Akron Rubber Ducks to the Columbus Clippers. And Justin
Chris,
Campbell.
I want to make one thing very clear, because Tio, the manager for the Guardians for the last decade, it was said health problems. Yes, he did have health problems, but it is widely thought, due to comments that we've heard just sprinkled in and out, that the Guardians management basically forced his retirement, forced him out.
Well, I like the guy they hired. The guy they hired, it actually looks good. Like, here's the thing about Steven Vogt, the guy they hired. He was a catcher for 6 different MLB teams with 7 different stints. Drafted by the Rays, he was on the Athletics for 4-5 years as a starting catcher, 2 All-Star appearances, ALDS in 2013, Catfish Hunter Award in 2014. Goes to the Brewers, gets injured on the Brewers, suffers a season-ending injury on the Brewers his first year there. So instead of trying to be the catcher, he decides to join the coaching staff as a player, coaching the team, helping the team out. Brewers win the NL Central and dethrone the Cubs in the division. Next year, he goes to the San Francisco Giants, his favorite team as a kid. He doesn't get to play there, but he gets to learn under Buster Posey. Then he goes to the Diamondbacks for a year, and he gets and he mentors Joey Bart, their 2018 first-round pick. Then he goes to the Diamondbacks. Then he gets traded to the Braves at the 2021 trade deadline, where he would be the Gwinnett Braves AAA catcher. He still got a World Series ring despite not being on the Braves roster because he was part of the Braves minor league team in AAA. Then he returns to Oakland for his final MLB season, where he hit a home run in his last at-bat. So what does he do after retiring? He's a catcher, but the only coaching opportunity he got was the bullpen coach with the Seattle Mariners. Now, I looked up the ERAs for every Mariners bullpen pitcher in 2023. Every closer, the setup pitcher, all 4 middle relievers on the Mariners had an ERA of under 4, with the only relief pitcher on the Mariners having an ERA of over 4 being one long reliever with an ERA of over 4. Seattle missed the playoffs, but they went 88-74 and had the best MLB record among teams that missed the playoffs. So the Guardians go for a former catcher that did really well as a bullpen coach. And they still have Sandy Alomar Jr. there. And I've heard rumors that Alomar Jr. may get promoted from like batting coach, hitting coach, bench coach to like assistant manager. So you have 2 former catchers in Vogt and Sandy Alomar Jr. on the Guardians now. And, I think the Guardians bullpen is going to get a lot better. If what Vogt did with the Mariners happens in Cleveland, the bullpen for the Guardians is going to be a lot better next year. I do think there's an outside chance the Guardians reclaim the AL Central, but I think a more realistic scenario is their stadium renovations are done. Nick Kurtz is in the MLB. They keep the talent they have, and they're in position to win the AL Central by 2026, assuming their number 1 draft pick. Whoever they pick works their way through the minors quickly, earns a promotion, and does well, because I think it's Nick Kurtz. I think Nick Kurtz is the guy you have to pick.
And I'm fine with that. What my point was, right now, you got rid of one of the best managers and worked out one of the best managers in Major League Baseball. This is your decision. This is you.
The Guardians chose to Francona chose to retire due to his health problems as well. He chose to retire. It was a mutual decision.
That was what was published, but there is speculation that because of the way the handling of the situation was, and that the explanations that Francona got were unsatisfactory, they were trying to usher him out, bring somebody new in, and that's the speculation that's going around right now in Cleveland, that they wanted something new, they wanted to save the franchise, and Frankie was going to always be a manager until he died. And they wanted no part of that. And they knew they couldn't get rid of him unless he stepped down. So they forced the issue. That's what some of the things I've heard going around Cleveland.
But Vaught did a nice job as the bullpen coach. And you pair him with another catcher like Sandy Alomar Jr., I think this could end up being a good hire. It may not be a good hire, but you have the number 1 pick.
But there is a chance.
There is a chance it works out.
I'm not going to say it. Yeah, I'm not going to say it was a bad hire. I'm just saying that this may be something that they're going to have to look at when it comes to the front office. This is the front office that said we can move on now.
It was a mutual decision, though. I know there's speculation, but it was a mutual decision. Francona wanted to retire. He chose to retire. And the team also probably felt like they wanted to move on, but they let Francona announce his retirement and go out on his terms.
But I can guarantee you, from what everybody knows about Francona, he would have died a manager whether he wanted to retire or not, simply because baseball has been his life. And I think they may have given Francona an excuse. So that's what made it mutual. But at the same time, just because you give somebody an excuse to do something that maybe deep down they wanted to, but they never would have done before, it doesn't excuse the fact of how you went about it.
And I would argue that Stephen Vaught, the new manager, has more talent, far more talent in his minor league pool than Francona had when he first got to Cleveland. Because all Francona had at the time, was an emerging ace in Corey Kluber. Lindor was still in the minor leagues, and I don't think Jose Ramirez was on the roster yet. I could be wrong on that, though. So, because that team really didn't take off until 2015, 2016. And then 2017.
I think what the people in Cleveland have a problem with is the approach that management took to getting rid of Tito and what came to that mutual decision. And I think that's what's going to put management under a microscope. And if it doesn't work, they may have a management situation. They have a management issue where there may be some turnover there in the front office. But if it works, then this is all forgotten.
Yeah, and I know some people would have objections to making a bullpen coach manager without giving him the opportunity to be the pitching coach and coach the starting pitchers, but this is a former catcher, so it could end up working out. So, we'll see. Could also be a disaster like Dave Rogers with the Cubs after he replaced Joe Madden. We could be looking at that exact scenario as well, because Dave Rogers was a catcher under Joe Madden. Cubs fired Joe Madden and they promote Dave Rogers to manager. Dave Rogers got fired last offseason. Okay, number 2, Reds. They ended up going 82-80, but they end up winning the number 2 pick in the MLB draft lottery with a 0.9% probability. And I gave the Reds a replacement to their iconic first baseman, Joey Votto. They did sign Jeimer Candelario to a 3-year contract after Candelario hit 22 home runs and 70 RBIs with the Nationals and Cubs. But Candelario is 30 years old. 22 home runs was his career year. He's a stopgap. I'm convinced they will draft a first baseman if one's available at 2. I went ahead and gave them Jack Caglione because Jack Caglione, 6'5", 210. He can play first baseman, designated hitter, and pitcher. He also known as Jeffrey Caglione. He reminds me of Votto, but he also has that ability to pitch like Shohei Ohtani. And he didn't have a very good batting average as a freshman, 288, but he had 19 runs, 30 hits, 7 home runs, and a 979 fielding percentage as a freshman. Last year, he took off. 323 batting average, 71 starts after 27, 74 runs after having 19, 91 hits. He tripled his hits from 30 to 91. 14 doubles. He doubled his doubles from 6 to 14. He doubled his triples from 0 to 2. 33 home runs after having 7. He quadrupled his home run total, nearly 5 times it. 90 RBIs after having 27. 17 walks after having 5. 16 hits by pitch. 58 strikeouts, 4 stolen bases, 979 fielding percentage. I think you could make an argument for Caglione at 1 over Nick Kurtz, but I think Nick Kurtz is more consistent. He struck out fewer times, and I just think the combination of Keith Hernandez defensively and Mark McGwire offensively wins out over a two-way player that can bat and pitch like Shohei Ohtani, especially when that pitcher has a 4.24 ERA. I still am a big fan of Caglione. I basically told people last spring that Caglione's going to be the number 1 pick in the 2024 MLB draft, and he's now number 5 in a lot of mocks. But I would still take him at 2. You could make an argument for the West Virginia second baseman, but the Reds have some good. The Reds have Matt McClain, the UCLA shortstop, at second base. They have Ellie De La Cruz at shortstop. They have Novelli Martin at third base. Jonathan India is their designated hitter. The Reds have a good core of batters, even with the departure of their longtime first baseman and leader, Joey Votto, who's been with that team for years. Like, after Griffey left the Reds, I think Joey Votto became the leader of the Reds. I don't know when that happened, what year it happened, but it's been that way for about a decade now. At least a decade, maybe longer. And you got to get that replacement to Votto, and I think Caglione's a better fit. You can make an argument that the West Virginia second baseman's a number 2 batter in the draft, but I think Caglione's the better fit for the Reds. Spencer Steer's your left fielder, Friedel's your center fielder, Will Benson's your right fielder. Honestly, this group of outfielders doesn't excite me, but the good news is all 3 outfielders are under pre-arbitration until 2026, which means you may not have to lose any of these guys until free agency until 2030. So you can draft other outfielders to replace them if they underperform, but you can also keep these guys on your team while your draft picks develop, which is a huge advantage the Reds have.
And here's the thing with me and the Reds. The Reds, to me, are one of the most frustrating teams in Major League Baseball in the last few years because we think they have one promising year, we think they're really going to break through, and then they falter. They have a good year. We think this is the year. They falter for the next couple of years. You know, it's a vicious cycle with them that where you think they're right on the cusp.
Yeah.
You think they got it going for them, and then they just fall flat on their face.
Yeah.
And it really frustrates me.
Because analytically, this is a playoff team. Analytically, they have the batting talent. They have the pitching. Hunter Green, Graham Ashcraft, Andrew Abbott went 4-0 with a 1.21 ERA leading up to the 2023 MLB draft. You added Nick Martinez from the Padres, who had a 3.43 ERA, and you moved Nick Lodolo, who was the number 2 pitcher to Hunter Green, down to the number 5 pitcher. I was not a fan of Lodolo coming out of TCU. He gave up 4 runs in a game I posted film on my YouTube channel against Baylor. I was not a Lodolo fan coming out of that MLB draft, but the Reds took him. He was the consensus number 1 college pitcher in that draft. But the Reds only have 1 reliever in their bullpen with an ERA of above 4. And the Reds can move that middle reliever to long reliever, which should improve his ERA and give him less opportunities with better relievers on the roster. And look, the Reds have a good manager in David.
They got so much young talent. So much young great young talent. You just said it analytically from looking at
They have
their
David
roster,
Bell as
you
manager,
said,
but David Bell has got to get this team to the playoffs or he's probably gone because David Bell's been with the Reds 5
he
years.
does.
5 years he's been with the Reds. He's posted 3 winning seasons and 1 playoff appearance in 2020 during the COVID year where they put 16 MLB teams in the playoffs where the Reds got swept. That's his resume as a manager. I've got to see him get the Reds to the playoffs and win a game. You don't have to win a series, but you have to win at least 1 out of 3 games. That's my expectation. If you do that, you can keep your job. If you don't, you got to bring somebody else in because it's year 6. You've had 3 winning seasons, 1 playoff appearance, and with this much talent, I'm expecting a little more by now in year 6.
Agreed. It's like there is no reason that the Reds should let this much talent go to waste. Because let's face it, you can keep somebody in the minor league for 15 years if you want to, but once they come up to the majors, you've got 3 to 5 years on the average player, and then they're going somewhere else. The Reds are going to squander all this young talent.
Look, the Brewers lost their manager to the Cubs. Because what happened is the Brewers won the division, made the playoffs, but the Cubs basically lured the Brewers manager away to Chicago. And they got a lot of good pitchers, too. And Brandon Woodruff, one of the Brewers' 3 all-star pitchers, had Tommy John surgery. So, honestly, I think the NL Central this year is a 2-team race between the Reds and Cubs, Joey. Because I don't trust the Brewers without their manager who's now on the Cubs. The Cardinals only have 1 good pitcher. And even though the Pirates have drafted well for 4 years in a row, Paul Skeens, the number 1 pick from the 2023 MLB draft, isn't on the MLB yet. The Pirates do have 9 batters who are projected to hit 10 or more home runs. I think their offense is going to keep them in a lot of ball games, Joey. I do think the Pirates actually finished 3rd in this division, as crazy as that sounds. But they're not ready to take that leap yet, if that makes sense. I think this is basically a 2-team race between the Cubs and Brewers. And what's crazier, Joey, is that the St. Louis Cardinals are the Las Vegas favorite to win the NL Central next year because they've been the dominant team in that division for many years. So,
and here's the thing. This has the potential this year. Potential. Now, I love to use that word. The potential to be the best year overall for this division since the early 90s when you had the Cubs that were doing so well, when you had the Reds when they were doing so well, and you had the Pirates with, before Tony Gwynn went to the Padres and all that, and Barry Bonds and all those guys that were sitting in there. In that, I think they had, at one point, they had McGuire and Bonds on the same team. I think. I'm not 100% sure on that. And you have the chance right now to be the best that you've been in nearly 30 years.
And the Pirates have drafted the number 1 player on their board 3 years in a row. They took Termarr Johnson 4th overall in 2022, but he was the number 1 player on their big board. That's the guy they wanted to draft. That was a guy they had on the top of their big board, and they were able to get him at 4. Then they get Henry Davis, who's now in the MLB, their first-round pick from 2021. He showed a lot of promise. Nick Gonzalez, he was the best player on my big board when the Pirates picked at 7 in 2020. He's now in the majors, and he's playing well. A lot of these Pirate batters showed a lot of promise, and they even beat the Guardians when I saw them in person. So you get Paul Skeens, that LSU ace pitcher. You get a bunch of other good pitchers in your farm system that are in AA, AAA, guys that we had first-round grades on when scouting. I think the Pirates are going to begin to assert themselves in 2025, 2026. But this year, I think it's a 2-team race between the Reds and Cubs. And I think the Pirates can get 81 wins, but they're a year away from making a playoff push, Joey. That's just where I'm at with the Pirates right now. I think that's a fair assessment. If they can get 81 wins and improve their 78 win total, because they won 78 games with shitty pitching and amazing batting and young batters hitting their stride. So I think they can get 80 to 82 wins, but they're not ready to make that leap to the playoffs yet.
I will always say in baseball that I've always had the barometer of you are not playoff worthy unless you get at least 90 wins. and you are not.
But the problem is, in today's MLB, you can get in with 80 to 84 wins because the playoff field's been expanded to 6 teams per conference. Instead of having 4 teams, it used to be only 2 teams. In the 90s, only the 2 best teams got to play in the playoffs in each conference, and then you had the World Series. And then they expanded it to 4 after the MLB strike, and now it's and now I think they had the wild card the year before the strike happened, and then they for 1 year, and then but yeah. Looking at the Reds, there are expectations now. The Rockies, I think the Rockies are going to suck regardless of what they do. They do need a second baseman, and J.J. Weatherholt is the best he's the number 1 player on Jonathan Mayo's draft board. He is. Look, the reason I say that is because Jonathan, you look at Colorado, they need a second baseman, and their second baseman, Brendan Rodgers, is a UFA in 2026. You put Weatherholt in your farm system. Weatherholt's consistent. 5'10", 190. He's got a Ravens flag in his room from Mars, Pennsylvania, which is a Whitfield team in the Pittsburgh area. Goes to West Virginia, one of the biggest rivals of the Pitt Panthers. So not only did he turn down to go to West Virginia, he's a Ravens fan that lives in Pittsburgh. But hey, he is damn good. I mean, a few years ago, Cole Young, the shortstop from my high school, North Allegheny, was a preseason top 10 pick. He fell to 21. Weatherholt, 308 batting average, 53 starts, 51 runs, 64 hits, 17 doubles, 1 triple, 5 home runs, 39 RBIs, 476 slugging percentage, 26 walks, 11 hits by pitch, 43 strikeouts, 411 base percentage, 15 stolen bases, and a 920 fielding percentage as a freshman in 2022. Weatherholt had a 449 batting average, 54 starts, 67 runs, 101 hits, 24 doubles, 2 triples, 16 home runs, 60 RBIs, 787 slugging percentage, 26 walks, 11 hits by pitch, 22 strikeouts, 36 stolen bases, 973 fielding percentage as sophomore. Weatherholt doesn't hit with as much power as Kurtz and Caglione. In fact, sometimes he swings a little bit too low when hitting the baseball. Sometimes his swinging motion's a little bit lower than it should be. And I feel like from a mechanics standpoint, he's got to clean that up in the minors. But the potential to be an impact batter who consistently gets on base, who consistently steals bases is there. And I think you can make the argument that even though he's smaller than the other 2 6'5" first basemen, you can argue his plate discipline is better than Kurtz or Caglione. That's why he's still in the discussion to go number 1 overall. And he's transitioning from second base to shortstop. So if he can make that transition to shortstop and he actually makes MLB throws that you'd see from an MLB shortstop, he may be the number 1 pick instead. So even though I would rank Weatherholt at 3rd, because of his plate discipline and because he's transitioning from second base to shortstop, he's in the discussion to go number 1 to Cleveland. But I would take Kurtz at 1, Caglione at 2, and Weatherholt at 3 on my big board if I'm building a draft board for this year's MLB draft. And look, Colorado, they'll have Elias Diaz at catcher, Chris Bryant at first base, Weatherholt at second base, Tovar at shortstop, and Ryan McMahon at third base when Weatherholt arrives in 2026. You also have Nathan Jones, a backup left fielder on the Guardians, Brenton Doyle at center fielder, who the Rockies drafted, and Hunter Goodman at right fielder, who the Rockies drafted, and longtime veteran Charlie Blackmon, who played center fielder for many years, is now the designated hitter. So the Rockies do have a nice core of batters. The problem is their pitching. They have 5 starting pitchers with an ERA of 5, not 4. Every starter in their rotation has an ERA of 5. And the problem is there's not a pitcher worth drafting in the top 5, and you can't trade down in the MLB draft. So the Rockies are kind of stuck in this position where they have to take the best player on their board, even if it's not a pitcher. So that's why the Reds and Guardians are going to get out of their rebuilds quicker than the Rockies, and the Rockies are just going to continue to suck. I don't know how to say it without sounding like an ass, so I'm just going to say it and hope that the Rockies make me look like an idiot. But the Rockies are the only Colorado sports team that isn't owned by Stan Kroenke. outside of the Broncos, which are owned by one of the Walmart guys. So Kroenke owns the Avalanche, the Nuggets, and the Rapids. He doesn't own the Rockies. I Googled it. Kroenke does not own an MLB team.
Yeah, but yeah, the thing with me, though, is in that the pitching, you know me, Chris, pitching for me in baseball is probably more important than outside of power hitting.
Yeah.
Even not even power hitting.
And the Rockies' best pitching prospect in their minor leagues is Gabriel Hughes. I had a late first-round grade on Gabriel Hughes, and the Rockies took him at 10. They took a late first-round pitcher out of Gonzaga, 10th overall, which is one of the biggest reaches in the 2022 draft. But that's your best pitching prospect. And if Gabriel Hughes doesn't pan out, your pitching's going to continue to suck. I'm sorry, Colorado. It is what it is. It's like, I'm doing my best here to be positive. I can't.
So I want to clarify that about the hitting. My big thing is more than power hitting. I want a placement hitter. I want somebody who's going to drive percentage and home run.
And Weatherholt is probably the most consistent hitter. He's not a power hitter, but you could argue he's the most consistent hitter in the draft. That's why Jonathan Mayo probably has him at number 1. Even though I like the tape of the other power hitters more, this guy can steal bases consistently. So you can understand the thought process of him at 1. But I would still take Kurtz at 1.
Can you hit 300, get doubles? Can you get triples? Because I would rather have 5 guys in my lineup that consistently get that doubles and triples, hit with that type of power, than I would 2 guys who...
Weatherholt only had 1 triple and 1 double. So 1 triple and 2 triples.
That would concern me more.
Yeah,
right
and he's
there.
5'10", 190. The other batters are 6'5", and they consistently generate more home runs. That's why I have Weatherholt at 3. I know he's the consensus number 1 player. I can respect Jonathan Mayo's work, but I don't agree with him at this point. I think the other 2 guys are better right now. But if I'm wrong in the spring, I will look back on this and I'll reevaluate the tape then. But right now, Weatherholt's 3 for me, Joey, and I think he's a clear... Because my player comp for Weatherholt was Zach Geloff, the second baseman on the Athletics, who's a top 15 second baseman in the MLB, despite only being 21 years old, coming out of Virginia as a second-round pick, who's already in the majors. But it's like, you don't draft a top 15 second baseman in the MLB with the 3rd pick in the draft. You want to get, if you're picking in that top 2, top 3, you want to get an impact player. You want to try to get a star with upside to develop into a superstar when you're picking as early as 2 or 3 or number 1 like the Guardians. That's why I got Weatherholt at 3.
You're going to be, for me, if you're going to be a player that gets is 5'10", 190, I want doubles, I want triples, and I want plate distance. If you don't even have enough power to get more than a single, then you're not going to be used to me as a player outside of a pinch runner or somebody that goes in for a pitcher, in the middle late times because you just want
He had 43 strikeouts as a freshman. He cut that down to 22. He improved his hit total from 64 to 101. His stolen bases went up from 15 to 36. So I can tell Weatherholt has plate discipline. But is this a peak year with him at second base? Is he going to do worse transitioning to shortstop? That's what I've got to see before I can put him in the discussion to go number 1. It's not that he can't be number 1. It's that he's number 3 right now.
Yes, but for me, you don't take a potential leadoff batter who is just going to get walks and get singles in the top 5. You just don't do it.
There's 2 more batters in this draft, and I'm curious if you take either guy ahead of Weatherholt, because the Rockies, they have Chris Bryant. They do have all these good batters. They have 5 starting pitchers with an ERA of 5. The good news for the Rockies is they have that late first-round pick, but you're essentially going to have to draft a pitcher if you take Weatherholt at 3. You have to. 5 starting pitchers with an ERA above 5 is inexcusable. That is a John Taffer bar rescue level disaster you have going on in Colorado. Like, your rotation is so bad that if you paid you have to pay John Taffer to fix it, like he does with all the bars on Bar Rescue on Paramount Network. I love that show, but it's like that's how bad the starting rotation is. There's 2 bullpen pitchers with ERAs of under 4. Closer Justin Williams, 3.72 ERA, 11 saves. Rockies' 12th round pick in 2015. And Nick Mears, he posted a 3.72 ERA after getting waived by the Texas Rangers prior to last season before signing with the Rockies. Those at middle reliever. Those are your only assets in the entire rotation. I'm sorry, but the Rockies cannot. It doesn't matter who the Rockies draft at 3. They're going to continue to suck because their pitching is that bad. Not just the starting rotation with 5 starters, the ERA of over 5, but the bullpen outside of those 2 relievers is bad. So you got to fix that. Maybe hire a good pitching coach. I don't know, but Coors Field, historically speaking, Coors Field's always been a batter-friendly park, you know, Joey? And the Rockies have had that batter-first mentality. They got to 1 World Series in 2007, but they got swept by the Red Sox. That's the year Cleveland should have won the World Series. We knocked out the Yankees. We were up 3-1 over the Red Sox. All we had to do was win Game 5, and we blew a 3-1 lead. The Red Sox. Like, that should have been Cleveland's year. Like, I'm serious, because that, if we had just taken care of business against Boston, I think that Red Sox Indians ALCS in 07 was the World Series, because I think either the Red Sox or the Indians would have beaten that Rockies team. I think both teams were better than the Rockies. I do. I know that's going to piss off some Rockies fans, but I think both teams, I think even the Yankees who lost to the Indians that year were better than the Rockies. Shit. I think any of those 3 AL teams would have beaten the Rockies. But that's not the point. Point is, the Rockies have always been a batter-heavy team because they have a batter-heavy park at Coors Field. And you got to fix the pitching if you want to be taken seriously. And when you're in a division with the Dodgers, the Giants, the Padres, and now the Diamondbacks who just made last year's World Series, and you got 5 pitchers with an ERA of 5 or higher, that's just inexcusable. That's like the Tampa Bay Devil Rays in the late 90s when they were first an expansion team bad. Like, you got to fix that. Any argument on your end, Joey, before I get to the Athletics?
Well, not really. Thing is, though, with the Rockies being a hitter's club, well, they have to be a hitter's club because they're in Denver. I mean, they can make an average power hitter of 10 home runs, and then somebody could get 25. Simply because they are in Colorado. So there's not really an argument to it, but there's just some context to it.
Yeah.
So they're always going to be a hitter's club. The big thing is, if your pitching is that bad, I'm not even looking at talent at that point. I'm looking at the coach. Because talent can be upgraded pretty much anywhere with a couple free agents. But if you're a coach and you're letting that happen, that really gets me.
Because it's like 5 starting pitchers with an ERA above 5. I don't think I've ever seen that, Joey, in my life. I've studied like MLB rosters. I don't think I ever saw a team that had 5 pitchers with an ERA of above 5 in their entire rotation from 1 to 5. It's like,
I haven't either, and it is so horrific to think that a pitching coaching staff.
Even if the Rockies take the best batter on the board at 3, I might have to give them a B+ or a B grade instead of an A grade just because the pitching's that dire. When I do my 2024 MLB draft, it's like, I'm not going to criticize a team for taking the best player on the board, but it's like the pitching for Colorado is just that bad. Like, I can't really.
My thought is with the pitching being that bad, my question is, would you give them an A simply for reaching for the best pitcher available? just because.
I mean, there's only one college pitcher. There's only one college pitcher with an ERA of under 3. I mocked him to the Royals at 6, but he was a number 3 pitcher in Wake Forest last year, got promoted to the number 2 role, and now with Rhett Lauder in the MLB, he will be the number 1 starter. So if he dominates without Rhett Lauder, maybe he enters the conversation to be the number 1 pick. But I'm going to get to the Athletics at 4. Athletics, they've got a pretty decent lineup of batters. They have Ryan Noda, a 21-year-old first baseman. Shea Langeliers, the Braves 2019 first-round pick. He was acquired by the Athletics in the Matt Olson trade. He's the catcher. Ryan Noda is a 21-year-old first baseman. Zach Gelof's a 21-year-old second baseman who is a 2021 second-round pick, already a top 15 second baseman. Abraham Toro went from posting a 185 batting average in 122 to a 484 batting average with the Brewers, and the Brewers basically just shipped him off to Oakland. And he's old. He's pretty young, so he's an okay veteran that you can add for the short term. And you also have Jacob Wilson, the 6th overall pick out of Grand Canyon. And for those wondering, Jacob Wilson is the son of former Pittsburgh Pirates shortstop Jack Wilson. So the Athletics drafted him over a pitcher. They took him over Rhett Lauder. We both loved Rhett Lauder last year coming out of Wake Forest. I think you had Lauder graded above Paul Skeens, who went number 1 in the draft. So the Athletics, who had just as bad as pitching as the Rockies, passed on Rhett Lauder and chose Jack Wilson's son, Jacob Wilson, out of Grand Canyon at 6. And I like Jacob Wilson. I like his tape a lot. But at the same time, if Lauder has the better career, that decision is going to come back to bite you in the ass. Just saying.
Yeah, the big thing with Oakland did surprise me offensively last year because I thought they were going to be.
They have Brent Rooker at designated hitter. They have Blade from the Marlins at left fielder, and they have Seth Brown as their right fielder. Really, the only area of improvement is at center fielder, and then you got the pitching you got to clean up as well. So since the 4th best player in this draft is a center fielder, I did go BPA over pitching. And I went with Northeast. Their best pitcher is Tim Boyle, 193 ERA and 3 MLB starts. He's a starting pitcher, but he only started 3 games. And I'm like, if his ERA is that low, why isn't he starting more? Did he get injured? Well, I mean, I'm kind of curious. He pitched 18 innings, 3 MLB starts. Did he play at the end of the year? I'm kind of curious because if he's that good in 3,
I don't remember. I know he was in the minors. I don't remember.
He was on the Reds.
Got brought up.
And the Athletics traded for him.
I heard of. Yeah, I thought he was in the minors before he made those 3 starts.
Yeah, he was. He's in the Reds farm system, but the Athletics traded for him at the deadline. I don't know if he was in the farm system and then got brought up, but he did. But the Athletics' best reliever is Mason Miller. He's a closer that the Athletics got in the 3rd round of the 2021 draft. So essentially, the Athletics hit on their 2nd and 3rd round picks in the 2021 MLB draft, which is awesome. Now you just got to develop Jacob Wilson, and you got to develop this batter if you take a batter over a pitcher. And I went with Northeastern Huskies center fielder Mike Sirota. He has the chance to be the 2nd Northeastern player drafted in the top 10, joining Carlos Pena, who went 10th overall in 98. You also had Alan Jackson, who was drafted 14th by the Pirates in 1970, and Jamie Oleksiak, 14th pick by the Dallas Stars in 2011. Why do I like Sirota? He had 6'3", 188, 326 batting average, 37 starts, 27 runs, 46 hits, 14 doubles, 0 triples, 4 home runs, 20 RBIs, 511 slugging percentage, 17 walks, 4 hits by pitch, 29 strikeouts, 411 on base percentage, 10 stolen bases, 987 fielding percentage as a true freshman. He improved on that as a sophomore, 344 batting average, 55 starts, 18 more starts, 73 runs instead of 73 runs after having 27, 74 hits after having 46 hits, 9 doubles, less doubles, but more triples. He had 4 triples, 18 home runs after having 4, 54 RBIs, 674 slugging percentage, 44 walks, 7 hits by pitch, 48 strikeouts, .470 on-base percentage, and 19 stolen bases after having 10. Also, Mike Sirota is the nephew of longtime MLB legend Whitey Ford. He's got the size of Byron Buxton and the batting stance and technique of Mike Trout, making his player comparison from an upside standpoint a hybrid of Buxton from a size standpoint and Trout from a batting technique baseball IQ standpoint. And the top two center fielders in fantasy baseball are Mike Trout and Byron Buxton. Sirota might be on Northeastern, which is a small school, but I think he's a dark horse to go number one if he has a good year, Joey, as crazy as that sounds, because if he dominates at Northeastern again, the Guardians might take him at number one, you know? The Reds could take him too. I'm just saying, I'm throwing it out there that I think he might be a dark horse to go number one with another dominant season if the other guys on top of the board struggle. I don't expect him to go number one, but I'm not ruling the possibility of him going that high out either. But I think at 4, for a team that needs a center fielder.
I'm good with the Astros, and they came up and they developed their guys really well, especially from a batting and fielding perspective. Not so much the pitching, which we have said still needs a lot of improvement. So, if you add an extra one to that lineup, that is amazing.
And he's Whitey Ford's nephew, so any objections about picking him because he goes to Northeastern instead of a bigger school need to be put to rest. He's Whitey Ford's nephew. So, that should count for something. I mean, what?
Well, yeah, Sean Stasiak was the son of Stan the Man Stasiak. We saw how well his career went. So, I mean, I wouldn't put that as the
ultimate reason to pick him. It's not the ultimate reason to pick him, but it is a qualifier. It is a resume booster, but it's not.
It is a qualifier, yeah.
And Sirota's that missing piece. You've got 8 quality bats. You can develop him in the minor leagues at center fielder while the Athletics are in the process of relocating to Las Vegas and putting the new stadium together for 2028. You can play the long game if you're the Athletics. You can play the long game and basically just go for value until your new stadium and the logistics line up. But Sirota's a guy who could be a top 5 center fielder. And after mentioning him, I'm just curious if you like him or the West Virginia second baseman I mentioned more.
At this spot, because you really do need a great leadoff hitter, but top 5 or top 6, I do not take the leadoff hitter if he cannot get doubles or triples consistently, because a single and then another single is not going to get you a rub. A single, but if you get a double and then a single, that's an RBI. That gets you a rub. So if you can't hit doubles consistently, I'm not taking the leadoff guy because there's no guarantee he's going to be a leadoff guy.
Yeah, the leadoff guy in West Virginia can hit 17 and 24 doubles. He's more consistent in terms of doubles than Sirota, but Sirota has more power and he's got a consistent batting average too. But hey, I think Sirota at 4 is appropriate. But hey, there's one more blue chip batter before we get to the top pitcher. So I think that if you get Sirota, you have that final piece to your batting lineup, and then you can basically just focus on the bullpen and the rotation after that. Because the Athletics do have 3 middle relievers who are decent, but they need that extra middle reliever. They need a long reliever, couple long relievers. They need a setup pitcher. They got a good closer, and they got 3 good middle relievers. It's a start, but you need starting pitchers, and you need some other pieces. And I think what the Athletics are going to do is they're going to play the long game, try to acquire as many stars in the draft as possible, and then get free agents once they relocate to Las Vegas. I think that's ultimately going to be their plan. Like, John Fisher's going to be super cheap right now, and then once they relocate to Vegas, he's going to start spending like Steinbrenner just to get more people to come to Las Vegas. He's going to become...
And the thing is, the Yankees haven't been good since Steinbrenner died.
Yeah.
So if he's spending like Steinbrenner, it may not be a bad thing.
Yeah.
Because signed them, he was able to do something that his kids and grandkids haven't been able to figure out yet. So, I mean, it may not be a bad thing.
Yeah, you're right. Next player, White Sox, Travis Bazzana, second baseman, Oregon State. The White Sox did get the Braves' backup second baseman, Nicky Lopez, but Nicky Lopez is a 2026 UFA. He is a stopgap. But he's the backup second baseman on the Braves, so he's got that leadership, that experience. It's going to help a young team like the White Sox out. But if he doesn't pan out as a starter, then Bazzana can come in and take his place. And Bazzana, 306 batting average, through 63 starts, 58 runs, 75 hits, 16 doubles, 4 triples, 6 home runs, 44 RBIs, 478 slugging percentage, 45 walks, 7 hits by pitch, 62 strikeouts, 425 on-base percentage, 14 stolen bases, and 984 fielding percentage as a freshman. Last year, had a 374 batting average, 60 starts, 78 runs, 20 more runs than the 58 he had, 78 hits, improved his hit total from 75 to 78. Oh, no, he improved his hits from 75 to 89. He improved his doubles from 16 to 20. 3 triples, had 1 less triple than his freshman year, but he had 11 home runs, nearly doubling his home run total from 6 to 11. 55 RBIs, 622 slugging percentage, 59 walks, 3 hits by pitch, 47 strikeouts, 500 base percentage, 36 stolen bases, 966 fielding percentage. Back in August, Travis Bazzana, MLB.com did an article on Bazzana back in August saying he could be the first Australian to be drafted number 1 overall in the MLB draft. And I noticed Bazzana's numbers. He went from the West Virginia player who's 5'10", 190 went from 17 doubles to 24 doubles. This guy went from 16 doubles to 20 doubles, but he's a little bit bigger at 6 foot 199, and he's just as consistent of a home run hitter. He has an on-base percentage of 500. So you can make an argument that his plate discipline is better, and he had 36 stolen bases after having 14. And he had a 966 fielding percentage after having a 984. So you'd have Andrew Vaughn at first base, Bazzana at second base, Colson Montgomery, your 2021 first-round pick that you got in the 20s at shortstop, and then Paul DeJong would be this while Paul DeJong would be the stopgap at shortstop, and Nicky Lopez would be the veteran stopgap at second base, while Montgomery and Bazzana develop. And Bazzana's player comparison is Chase Utley of the Philadelphia Phillies. That is the guy most MLB scouts have compared Bazzana to. I think that's a little bit of excessive of a comparison, but hey, that's the player comp Bazzana's received, Chase Utley, which is a pretty good comparison. And you have Luis Roberts at center fielder, Oscar Colas at right fielder. You have Dylan Cease, the ace pitcher on the White Sox, star pitcher, arguably a top 5 pitcher when healthy, but that's your only good starter. Your only good relievers are closer Gregory Santos and your setup pitcher Garrett Crochet. So if Cease pitches 7-8 innings, you have the setup pitcher and closer to win you games. But you don't have anybody to complement Cease, and your middle relievers and your long relievers are awful. That's why I think the White Sox are going to be stuck in a rebuild regardless of what they do. And they might just be better off trading away Cease and getting a bunch of assets that can help the team now. I know you don't want to trade a top 5 pitcher away, but you're essentially wasting his prime if you don't add more pieces around him to help the team be competitive. You know, that's the thing with the White Sox right now. But I went with Bazzana. And then number 6, the Royals. I think the Royals are the biggest threat to the Guardians. I think the AL Central is between the Royals and Guardians, with the Twins losing Sonny Gray. I mean, the Royals have 6 batters that hit 10 or more home runs in 2023. All 9 of the Royals' current batters are projected to hit 10 or more home runs in 2024. And Kansas City has 2 superstars in this batting lineup. Bobby Witt Jr., he had 30 home runs in 2023 after being the second pick in the 2019 MLB draft. He's officially now a star in the MLB, and I think you could argue he's a superstar, but because he hasn't been to the playoffs, you're going to hold some reservations on him, even though you're impressed with the guy. This year, he's projected to hit 30 home runs once again. And Salvador Perez, the only member of the Royals 2015 World Series team still on the Royals, hit 23 home runs. He's actually projected to hit 28 this year. And the Royals have 3 starting pitchers with ERAs of under 4. Cole Ragans, who was acquired from the Texas Rangers at the trade deadline at June prior to the trade deadline. Michael Wacha, the Padres pitcher, 3.22 ERA. His ERA is projected to go up to 4 because he's on the Royals. And Seth Lugo, who had a 3.57 ERA with the Padres, is now the Royals' number 3 starter. Brady Singer, who was the number 1 starter for the Royals, 2018 first-round pick coming out of Florida, was once my number 2 player in the 2018 MLB draft, has been demoted to the number 4 starter, but he might do better in that lesser role as that back-end starter rather than a frontline guy that's got to carry the rotation. He might actually do better in that role. So I like the Royals' rotation. The Royals' bullpen outside of the middle relievers is pretty awful at the moment. But so I gave the Royals the best pitcher, Josh Hartle. He had 102.1 innings, 11-2, 140 strikeouts, 2.81 ERA, 17 starts as a sophomore after a 5.30 ERA. He was a Sunday starter, number 3 guy at the beginning of the year. He gets promoted to number 2 behind Rhett Lauder. Now he's taking over for Rhett Lauder. What are his pitches? He has 8 different pitches: 90-mile-an-hour 4-seam, 92-mile-an-hour 2-seam, a 94 sinker, an 81 slider, an 89 cutter fastball, an 82 changeup, a 77 power curve, a 71 curveball. So he has 8 different pitches. He's got the most pitches I've seen from a pitcher in college since Jordan Wicks had 11 pitches. He went to the Cubs at 21. You were worried that those pitches would injure Wicks. He stayed healthy and had a good rookie year last year. So Hartle's the top pitcher in this draft. There's not a surefire number 1 pitcher who was a number 1 starter last year in college baseball that has an ERA of above 3 in college baseball. Not that guy. And if he is, so that's what makes this pitcher draft a little bit problematic at the top. But I think the Royals have to take Hartle here at 6. Because if the Royals actually get the best pitcher in the draft at 6, they can emerge as a rival or a challenger to the Guardians. Because right now the Twins have good batters, but they're going to go as far as their batters and their manager takes them. Now that Sonny Gray's on the Cardinals. So I think it's going to be a 2-horse race between the Royals and Guardians next year, but I'm not sure who's going to come out on top yet. Is that fair? And if the Twins batters dominate again, they got a chance.
I think the Guardians have better pitching, but the Royals have better hitting. So it may just come down to, who brings up the prospects.
I think the Royals have the better pitching in the short term, but the Guardians have the better pitching in the long term. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so, it may just come down to the farm system who gets brought up, because I don't think any of these rookies are going to be brought up immediately.
Yeah, because that's what the Royals did. The Royals drafted 4 pitchers in the 2018 MLB draft in the first 2 rounds, and they brought all those pitchers up right away, and it backfired. They sent 3 of those 4 pitchers down to the minors after promoting them to the majors too early. So, they got to continue to jump through hoops. But I do think it's the Royals and the Guardians this year, because the AL Central is the small market division. It's always up in the air depending on who's on the team now, who's the most aggressive in the offseason. That's the thing I've noticed. And the Twins have been aggressive in free agency, signing some batters, but they haven't been as aggressive with their pitching. So they're a team that can be hot one year, cold the next. All right, last team I'm going to promote is the Cardinals. They got Charlie Conway.
That's what really irritates me, though, about the minor league system is that they draft these guys so young that you're trying to project something, and then, I need to project my free agent signing strategy because this person might develop in this period rather than, because they draft them so young that you have to project your free agency stuff 2-3 years in advance, and then that might just go completely out the window by that time because that player didn't develop the way you thought that they would, or didn't develop at all. So that's the one big problem I have with Major League Baseball's developmental system, which makes this so much more both intriguing and irritating.
Yeah.
If you get what I'm saying.
Charlie Condon, the first baseman of Georgia, was the pick I made at 7. I think this is a debate between Arkansas pitcher Hagen Smith and Charlie Condon, the Georgia Bulldogs first baseman, because right now, Condon's the perfect successor to Paul Goldschmidt. The Cardinals have 8 batters that have hit 10 or more home runs, with their number 9 batter, Mason Wynn, at shortstop, 141 batting average, 2 home runs, being the weak link on the offense. But he showed promise as a rookie defensively. Like, he really played well defensively down the stretch, despite being a liability offensively. So if he improves offensively and continues to play well defensively, he can stay. And if he sucks again offensively, you got to upgrade at shortstop. But you replace Jordan Montgomery with Sonny Gray after trading Montgomery to the Texas Rangers. And the rest of the starting rotation is pretty bad. You have Ryan Helsley, a 5th-round pick from the 2015 MLB draft. He's your best reliever on a pretty inconsistent bullpen, who had 11 saves but a good ERA of under 4. And you also have John King, a middle reliever that you got from the Texas Rangers in the Jordan Montgomery trade. So those are your 2 best pitchers. You have 2 good relievers and 1 ace pitcher. And the rest of your 2 through 4 starters are just as bad as they were a year ago, even though the batting is just as good. But Vegas has decided to dismiss that and make the Cardinals the favorite to win the NL Central. And I would argue, Joey, that the Cardinals might be a wild card team if they put everything together, but I honestly think it's between your Cubs and the Reds. And then number 3 is a coin flip between the Cardinals and Pirates. And the Brewers won this division last year, but their manager left to go to the Cubs, and Woodruff is on having Tommy John surgery, so he's going to miss all of this season. So, the Brewers had 3 all-star pitchers, and Woodruff, their number 1 pitcher, going to have Tommy John surgery, and they just lost their manager to the Cubs. So, this is a division where anything could happen, to be honest. On paper, you expect the Reds or Cubs to take that leap. I get why Vegas is favoring the Cardinals. It's probably for historical reasons. Because in recent years, we've seen the NL Central rotate back and forth between the Brewers and the Cardinals since the Brewers supplanted the Cubs in 2018. That's just how it's been, Joey. It's either been the Brewers or the Cardinals every year since 2018. And the sad part is the Reds actually have the talent to win this division. So do the Cubs. But neither team has stepped up. And the Cardinals have 6 batters they drafted, and they have 3 batters they got in free agency. Paul Goldschmidt, they have Wilson Contreras, the catcher from the Cubs, who replaced Yadier Molina, and they also have another good batter as well that they got in free agency. So, the Cardinals are interesting, but Paul Goldschmidt's 36, and Charlie Condon, 6'6", 211. As a freshman redshirt, he had 386 batting average, 56 RBIs, 61 runs, 81 hits, 10 doubles, 1 triple, 25 home runs, 67 RBIs, and 800 slugging percentage, 33 walks, 9 hits by pitch, 45 strikeouts, a 484 on-base percentage, but 0 stolen bases as a freshman redshirt. I could have gone with the pitcher, but the Arkansas pitcher, I think, had a 3.43 ERA, and I was just more impressed with Condon. And I just think in this scenario, since the Cardinals don't have any first baseman in their farm system, they take the first baseman from Georgia. Maybe they go with the pitcher from Arkansas. But it was a coin flip for me, and that's really all the progress I've made in my mock. I'm going to stop there because we got to get to the NFL safety rankings. Spent 2.5 hours talking about the Browns and previewing my MLB mock. I will go. You can go to draftytopia.com/2024 MLB mock draft. I'm going to pivot to the safety rankings. Our audience has been patient. So, it's like. But yeah, what are your thoughts on that top 7 so far? Because I really did my best to try to get as much objective, positive information about every team that I could find through fan graphs. Because I'm a huge depth chart nerd when it comes to stuff like that, but it's harder and harder to get good information.
I don't think it was bad. I think, as always, it's just projection because we still got a long way to go. But at the same token, I don't think it was bad with the information that we have at the moment. I do question the second baseman shortstop being in there simply because he has shown no ability to do anything other than get walks and singles.
Which guy are you concerned about? Because I had 2 second basemen in the top 5. I had the guy from
When you had at number 3.
He's the guy who's number 1 on most draft boards right now. Most MLB.com has him at number 1 on the draft boards. I think he might pan out, but I think he has the highest bust rate as well. It's just a gut feeling, Joey. It's a gut feeling. And my gut is telling me this guy, buyer beware. And I'm usually right. My gut is usually right. So if my gut's saying the same thing that Joey's gut's saying, that should say a lot.
Yes, now, if he gains 15 pounds of muscle, 20 pounds of muscle, and is able to push the ball out more
and still maintain his speed, then I think you can make a case for him at 1. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because if all he can do is get walks and singles, that is not a top 5 pick. I am sorry. That's not even close. So you have to look at that from that standpoint.
And I'm going to be pissed if we take him over Nick Kurtz, because I honestly think Nick Kurtz is going to be a special first baseman in the bigs. But safety rankings, we're going to get onto them. We'll start with the U. Cameron Kitchens from Miami. If any safety goes in the first round, it's going to be Cameron Kitchens. I am going to watch some Cameron Kitchens film right now on the spot, and I'll actually give you some live commentary of what I see, because he's the only safety with a first round grade, and I'm kind of curious, is this safety class, because the cornerback class is a little bit disappointing. It's not what you're used to seeing. So it's like, I kind of want to get a better feel of what I'm getting if I invest with a and Cameron Kitchens did suffer a pretty serious injury against Texas A&M. Some people are saying it is a deal breaker. It is a career ender. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if he's going to test well medically or not, but he did choose to declare for the draft. And I think he played despite that injury later in the season. So, I'm just trying to get a better feel for what's out there as far as the game film on Cameron Kitchens. But he's the consensus number 1 safety in most mock drafts, so I am going to get a little bit more information. He bypassed the Pinstripe Bowl. But yeah, 6 foot 205. He was the strong safety on Miami. I'm just trying to get the actual information on Kitchens, because he's the top safety in the draft, but there's no Miami Hurricane game film. I could type in Miami Hurricanes full games and just scout number 5. That's probably a better idea. Instead of just typing in the player name, just type in the game I want to watch and then scout the jersey. That's what I've learned from experience as a scout, is that the more effective strategy is to just, if you want a full game of your college football team, you just type in the game you want and the year you want. That's what I've learned from scouting in recent years.
And I think the thing that a lot of people don't understand is that in the old days, it's like you didn't have a bunch of scout tape and everything.
Cameron Kitchens played 10 games. He did get injured against Texas A&M, but he did play 10 games.
Well, as Doc Rivers said, pointed out to everybody in an interview, back in the day, we didn't have the advanced Alt-22 analytics and all that stuff. We watched the actual game to do our scouting.
Yeah, you had to, back in the day, you had to watch VHS tapes of the games. You didn't have all this technology where you could just get the film on demand, all 22, YouTube film.
Yes, and so, I mean, it's much easier these days. You know, that's why I still prefer just watching the game. Every now and then I'll watch them on 22s or whatever, but I don't get into that whole thing. I'll just watch the game because that's what we always did. That's how we worked. We just watched what was happening. You know, so it's much easier these days to scout than it was back then. And so, I mean, when Chris says he's just going to watch the full game, I'm like, okay. You know, 'cause that's
Okay, so I finally found the stats, but they were under a tab. So the Miami Hurricanes put tabs on their site through jQuery, because in jQuery you learn how to create tabs through code. So apparently 59 total tackles, 40 solo tackles, 19 assisted tackles, 2.5 tackles for a loss, 1 sack. He had 10 deflections, 5 interceptions, 1 defensive touchdown. His best game came against Virginia. He did not have any deflections against Florida State, but this is the only full game I could find of Cameron Kinchens. So, and this is the game I watched to scout Leonard Taylor. So, like, you know, I'll rewatch the opening drive here because I know Miami held him to a 3 and out, but I just want to see what Kitchens is doing as far as his assignments go. I'm not going to do a live breakdown, but maybe just an opening drive breakdown of, okay, what's happening? How is he preparing for this series? Because 2nd and 9 here. I'm trying to find number 5, Cameron Kitchens. That he changed his number from 24 to 5. I don't see 5 on the field right now, but he's probably lined up in zone coverage or something. Yeah, and his teammate James Williams is pretty good too. James Williams is a player that if he declared, I think he would. James Williams is a player Wes told me about, the free safety. But yeah, James Williams just made a nice deflection. But Cameron Kinchens had pretty good production. I just wish there was a little bit more game film. But he is a consensus first-round grade on PFF. Okay, all right, 3rd down. I did find number 5, James Williams. He's lined up at free safety on this play, whereas Williams is lined up at strong safety. He's dropping back into zone coverage deep on 3rd and 9. And he's basically taking that deep lane that Travis wants to throw to away. And, you know, his cornerback tackles Johnny Wilson, and he high-fives his cornerback and commends him while taking that deep playability that that Keon Coleman loves away, you know? So he's versatile enough to play both safety roles. And I do like the fact that he's able to adjust on the fly. He sort of comes in like he's blitzing, but then he adjusts and changes the direction because he realizes the ball could be coming his way. So he backpedals after blitzing, knowing. But yeah, just looking at this, I'm basically fast forwarding. I think Kitchen's numbers are good, but at the same time, first round statistics doesn't always equate to first round tape. Mitchell Trubisky's a prime example of that. First round production, first round statistics, not first round tape. Kaiser showed flashes of first round tape in college, but he didn't have the production, which is why I was down on Kaiser. Felt like he'd be a boomer bust pick, but he ended up being my QB2 after Mahomes. But we both whiffed on Kaiser, but I whiffed less than Joey. But looking at the Cameron Kitchens here, I want to get a better feel for what Kitchens is. And if you want to watch this game on YouTube, type in Miami Hurricanes full game. You'll get the 2023. You'll get the Florida State Miami game. It's the first game that shows up on YouTube. I know the Texas A&M game showed up. I did watch them against Texas A&M, but I didn't scout Kinchens in that game. And I know North Carolina, I watched that game live on television. It was a shootout. I don't see Kinchens on the field. I don't know if he's dropping back. It's like I'd pound the table for Kinchens if he fell to round 2, but I need to see a little bit more to say, okay, now I see him back. It's 3rd and 1. I guess he's being used as a nickel corner here, That's interesting. He's lining up as a nickel corner instead of playing safety. Okay. Maybe he's a Brian Branch of this draft. No, I'm not going to push that. Branch was just, okay, he can press. He can block and he can press. But he doesn't get separation on the blitzes. And Florida State gets a rushing touchdown, and James Williams just couldn't tackle Trey Benson on that play. So Trey Benson gets a rushing touchdown, and James Williams, the other free safety that Wes told me about, couldn't wrap up the tackle. But Kinchins actually did a nice job in press coverage. The problem is Florida State called a running play, and it felt like Florida State's receiver neutralized Benson, but Benson did run out of bounds. So I think the drive will end up continuing. But, you know, from what I've told you about Kinchins so far, do you think this is a first-round player? I know he's 17 on the PFN simulator, so I'm giving him a first-round grade for now. I'm not saying he's not a first-round player, but he's definitely not a blue-chip player from what I've seen. And I need to see more to determine a verdict, whether he's a Pro Bowl player or whether he's an above-average starter. I do think there's starter potential, but I'm not sure if we're getting a starter, Pro Bowler, blue. I don't think he's a blue-chip player, but is he closer to the high-end starter range? Is he closer to the Pro Bowl range? That's what I got to see more of on film when scouting him. So, you know, like, and I will watch until Florida State scores because we do have other safeties to cover. I know Cameron Kinchins is the headliner, but there are some other good safeties in the second round of this class. I have 2 safeties with second-round grades. I think I might have 3 safeties with second-round grades. I do. I have 3 second-round grades on Minnesota's Tyler Nubin, Michigan's Ron Moore, and Utah's Cole Bishop. I had a first-round grade on Bishop after seeing him against Florida and some of these other teams for Utah. I'm a big fan of Cole Bishop, but he's a consensus third-round prospect, so I put him in the second round as a late second-round pick because I know Nubin's a top 50 player. He's been Dane Brugler's #1 safety throughout most of the process, and Rod Moore is a Michigan safety that Wes told me about. Wes thinks he could be the top safety after Kinchins, who's been the consensus first-round safety. And I haven't seen Kinchins make a terrible play, but I haven't seen him make a spectacular play either. Okay, he takes a good angle here and gets the first down. Florida State gets the first down on 3rd and 8, but Kinchins makes the tackle to prevent the touchdown. So that's a nice tackle by Kinchins to prevent the touchdown. And he only had 6 tackles in this entire game, but he didn't miss the tackle. He went for the knee, he went for the ankle, almost missed the tackle, but he was able to execute the tackle. So we'll give him credit there. So as far as technique, is there something he's got to work on or improve? Because I'm at the point where I'm like, okay, I've seen enough to say I can't definitively say if he's the 5th best defensive player in the draft. I can't, because you have some of the defensive tackles. We talked about how this quarterback class has a lot of question marks. And with Barrett Carter going back to Clemson, that really leaves Dallas Turner and Chop Robinson, the 2 edge rushers, and the top corner and the top safety in that competition for the 5th best defensive player in the class. I think we have a clear-cut idea on who the 4 best overall defenders are, but it's hard to determine who that number 5 guy is. But from what I've seen on Kinchins, yeah, Kinchins is the top safety. I wish there was more game film available. Offsides penalty on Miami. Kinchins is doing well here. But yes, Miami versus Florida State full game replay 2023 ACC football. It is on the ACC Digital Network's YouTube channel. So if you type in ACC Digital Network on YouTube, you'll find it. Because the ACC Digital Network re-airs all the college soccer games on the ACC Network. They also re-air all the college football games involving ACC programs. So here we got Kinchins lining up at strong safety on the 10-yard line. It's 2nd and 5. And nice zone coverage here. Throws to number 6 on Florida State. And Kinchins makes the tackle. Not the best coverage, but he anticipates the play and he makes the tackle. He doesn't miss the tackle, and he brings Bell, number 6, to the ground and knocks him on his ass, the slot receiver that plays next to Johnny Wilson, Keon Coleman. So from a tackling standpoint, I like Kinchins as a strong safety. But I need to see more from a run stuffer standpoint. I need to see more from a blitzer standpoint. So I guess we'll put him in the first round right now, but it's like I'm not wowed. I haven't seen him make a mistake that's a deal breaker. Oh, he just forced a fumble. Okay, that's cool. Florida State recovered the ball, but he did force a fumble. Okay, all right. That's something. You know what? So, and just looking at how difficult the two catalysts on Miami's defense are Leonard Taylor III, a defensive tackle that I have a late first on, and Kinchins. Like, those are the two catalysts to this defense. I mean, and he's calling the plays in the secondary, which is a good positive. Because Kinchins, he's communicating, he's pointing. And you know what? Kinchins basically, he tried to make a tackle, but the offensive lineman pancaked him and knocked him on his ass on the Trey Benson rushing touchdown. So I think you can make an argument that if he goes in the first round, he's a back-end first-round player. There's a lot to like, but there's also a lot to be desired. And I don't think it's his fault. Miami had 3 guys trying to tackle Trey Benson. He comes in, he tries to break up the play, but the left tackle, Robert Scott Jr., anticipates that, so he pancakes Kinchins on the rushing touchdown. Good play by Robert Scott Jr. Good play by Benson, better play by Robert Scott Jr. on the 10-play, 55-yard drive on Florida State's second drive. So looking at Miami, Florida, what games are on? You have the condensed game, you have the full game, and I'm just looking to see what other full games are on. You have Miami, Ohio versus Miami, Florida from week 1. And you have, and you have Clemson, Miami. That's pretty much it. There's basically 3 games. Oh, there's Louisville, Miami. So there's 4 games. There's Virginia, Miami. There's 5 games. Kinchin's best game was against Virginia. That is the game film I found. You want me to pop that in before I make a further evaluation, or should we just go from there and just break down the safety class? Because it's not, I probably should have spent more time preparing like I did with the corners, but I've talked about this safety group for months. I do think it's a good class to the top, but at the same time, it's not, I think he's a high-end starter that could develop into a Pro Bowler, but I don't think he's a blue chip player. And I got to see him in his best game as well as one of his worst games to get a better read on him. Florida State was the best team in the ACC, so it's not like he played horribly in that game. And he had 5 interceptions, 10 deflections. He had a good season. From a production standpoint, he had first-round tape, but I got to see what he does in his best game and what he does in his worst game, you know? And that's on me for not scouting him before the podcast. That's entirely on me. But looking at Kinchins, there are some things I like, but there's also some things I need to see improvement in. And Kinchins, he's calling the plays. He's praising his teammate. This is against Virginia. They have Tony Muskett starting at quarterback. They lost their other QB to the transfer portal, Brennan Armstrong Jr., so Tony Muskett comes in as a senior, 64% completion percentage, 6 touchdowns, 3 picks. Kinchin's lining up at free safety. He's fast. He anticipates the run, but his teammate tackles him before he can get to him. But he anticipates the play, and you like to see that. You like to see that type of football IQ on display, that type of dedication. I think the speed is there. I think the football IQ is there. The coverage is there, but it's not there as consistently as you'd like it to be. And he's also got to improve as a blocker. I think he can wrap up tackles effectively, though. I haven't seen him miss a tackle, but I do think he needs to get stronger. And the coverage isn't bad, but it's not spectacular either. And when you have a first-round prospect, you want spectacular coverage. Okay, on this play, he lines up in zone coverage and he does a superb job backpedaling and moving his hips properly. That's good. That's good. That's what you want to see from Kitchens if he's the number one safety in the draft. That's what you want to see from him. You know, it's like I can see the thought process in taking this guy in the back end of round one. I do think he's better in press coverage than scouts will give him credit for. But if you call a running play, you can neutralize him as well. I think the pro with him is he can play zone and press coverage for a safety, which is pretty rare, but he's also going to struggle against blocks and running plays. So even though there's a lot of strengths in his game, there's also just as many limitations. I don't think he's as versatile as Andre Cisco, but I think he's better in press coverage than Cisco was. So Kitchens is an interesting prospect in that respect. On this play, he's lining up at Sam linebacker. Or is Miami anticipating the run or calling a blitz? He drops back in zone coverage, and he basically plays zone coverage and lets his teammate get the coverage sack. So Maoga gets the sack, the freshman Maoga. He was a true freshman, a five-star recruit in high school, edge rusher. He gets the sack here, and it's a good coverage sack by Kitchens, who lines up as that third linebacker on that play. So you can line him up as a coverage linebacker or a safety. I mean, there's some guys, Divine Diablo is a good example. He played safety at Virginia Tech, but he's an outside linebacker in the NFL. So I'm getting some Divine Diablo guys with Kitchens, but I also think Kitchens has a much higher ceiling than Diablo did coming out of Virginia Tech. Similar to this kind of ceiling Cisco had coming out of Syracuse. Because the versatility is similar, and I think he's more like with Cisco, he would take the wrong angles, he would miss tackles. I think Kitchens is just as versatile as Cisco, but he's much better from a technique standpoint, from what I've seen so far. He just needs to get stronger. So yeah, I would put him in the first to second round, but he's a back-end first-round guy for me after watching 2 games of tape. I mean, I don't know if you've seen enough on Cisco, but I've seen enough to where, okay, I'm starting to form an impression of what this player could be. And the U has developed great safeties. I don't think he's in that same tier as Ed Reed and Sean Taylor, but I do think he has the talent and the skill set to be the number one safety in this draft. And if I'm an NFL team and I need a safety, I'm not opposed to spending a first-round pick on him. I mean, I've been more impressed with him than any of the corners in the draft, if I'm being honest.
The big thing there is the versatility.
Anticipates the run, prevents the first down. Musket scrambles, he anticipates that and tackles him to prevent the first down. So, honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards Kitchens over any corner in this draft, but I'm not ready to go over the goal line and pound the table for Kitchens either. I'm curious enough to want to watch more film on him. I like the player enough to watch more film on him, but at the same time, I'm not eager enough to jump the gun and take him over any corner. And I think that's the right thought process to have when there's as much uncertainty on defense as this class. After the top 4 guys, which we've said, you got the 3 blue chip guys, Verse, Leatu Latu, Zerzan Newton, and you've got Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Kitchens is a guy that I think is closer to a Pro Bowl grade than any of the corners in the draft, but at the same time, I don't think he's a blue chip safety either. I wouldn't put him in the same tier of safeties that Miami's produced, such as guys like Sean Taylor and Ed Reed. Those guys were exceptional at the U. I don't think he's in that territory, and even though he's great in coverage, he is a liability when run blocking. He even though he's great in press coverage on passing plays as a nickel corner, he's also a liability when it comes to run blocking. But he doesn't miss tackles. He's a sounder tackler than Andre Cisco. So for me, it's like, I do think his ceiling's higher than Cisco. He's just as versatile, but is he a guy who's in the first round or the second round? I do think he's the top safety in the draft, but if he's in that second round range, then you're having discussions on whether Tyler Nubin, Minnesota, Dane Brugler's top safety, Ron Moore, the Michigan safety, who was Wes's top safety after Kinchins, or Cole Bishop, the Utah safeties in that top group. Because I was really impressed with Bishop in the first few games of the season. But when Utah lost 35-6 to Utah, it's like that game pretty much killed Cole Bishop's chances of being a first-round pick. Because at least with Kinchins, they lost to Florida State 27-20 on the road to a superior ball club with a backup quarterback, which is more than you can say about Kinchins compared to Cole Bishop. You know? It's like, so I think Kinchins is the top safety in the draft, but at the same time, it's like, I'm not sure if I would put him in the first or second round yet. And I've watched 2 games of him. I've seen enough to gather at least a sample. But what are your impressions from Kinchins from what I've described?
He's not a bad player. I like what I saw when I watched him, but I'm also not a huge proponent of his. But I think he's a good player. I don't think he's a tremendous player. And I think it goes to, as you said, the safety class maybe not being what it was. That's what it has been in the last couple of years.
Because at the beginning of the year, there was a lot of hype. Even I'm guilty of creating the hype. Because I said this might be the best safety draft since 2020. But I look at the class now, I think there's one safety who has the upside to develop into one safety who's a high-end starter who may have the upside to develop into a Pro Bowler. I'm not ready to say he has that yet because I want to see a little bit more full game film before I make that commitment to Kinchins. But I'm more impressed with him in coverage than I am any of the corners in this draft. So, and that goes from a man, zone, and press perspective. But at the same token, he is a liability against the run. He's going to struggle on running plays. And if coaches know that, they can game plan around that. But he's good at tackling the quarterback. When he's got a good football IQ, and when he anticipates a quarterback scramble, he will make the big tackle to prevent the first down. So I've seen enough to say, you know what? If you like him more than any corner in the draft, take him in the back end of round 1. But at the same token, don't be surprised if he disappoints you either. Now, would I take him over?
I also want to wait on the combine test for his injuries too, so that'll be a big factor as well.
Exactly. Because I do like his play calling. I do like the fact that he can play man, zone, and press at a high level, kind of like Kyle Hamilton. But I think he looks faster than Kyle Hamilton. Hamilton had that bad 40 time, which caused him to drop to 14. Like, Hamilton was a top 5 player in that draft. Like, you remember that 2022 draft, you had Stingley. I think the preseason top 3 guys were Hutchinson, Thibodeau, Sauce Gardner, and Derek Stingley and Kyle Hamilton. The top 4 preseason guys were Hutchinson, Thibodeau, Stingley, and Hamilton. And then Sauce Gardner and Walker entered the conversation and really complicated things as the draft process went on. But Kinchins makes a good tackle to prevent the first down. I would give Kinchins, if Kinchins can finish this full game without missing a tackle, I would actually put him in round 1. Because I think he might be the only safety that has that Pro Bowl. He might be the only safety that has that Pro Bowl upside, but he's not there right now. But I do think he's the only day 1. I think there's 4 day 1 starters at safety, but Kinchins is the only guy where I'm like, okay, I really like what I see. I want to buy in, but he's not in the Kyle Hamilton tier either. So for me, he's probably a back end of the first round guy. I know Daxton Hill checked off every box leading up to the 2022 draft. He got picked in the late first round. So after that big year at Michigan, I think Cameron Kitchens is the best safety in this draft, but I would argue he's slightly worse than Daxton Hill, which would be a second round grade in most draft years, Joey, I think. But I still don't dislike him enough to say he's not the number 1 safety. For me right now, he's the number 1 safety. But I think it's a coin flip decision. Like, I think you could argue for him in round 1. I also think you could argue for him in round 2 because I think he's the best safety in this draft, but he's not as complete as Jackson Hill or Kyle Hamilton was coming out of college in the 2022 draft. And those guys fell a lot further than I thought they would. You know, like, so if those guys fell, that may cause Hamilton to fall. That may cause this safety from the U, Kinchins, to fall to round 2. And you look at some of the 2020 draft safeties that are in contract years. Delpit got extended. I think Antoine Winfield's been the best safety from that draft. It's funny because I had Delpit as the number 1 safety, but he really didn't break out until this year. You had Winfield as number 1 safety. He hasn't been extended yet, but you can make the argument that Winfield's a better player right now than Kinchins, even though Kinchins may have more longevity. And he does have the speed. He does have the athletic traits you want, and he can play any type of coverage. It's just he's a liability against the run. He doesn't miss his tackles, but if you neutralize him with a blocker, he's going to have trouble winning blocks against receivers and linemen. That's really the only thing Kinchins has to clean up. And if he had that part of his game nailed down, I'd have zero objections to taking him in the first round, Joey. That's really where I'm at with Kinchins. So that's why I say if you fix that part of his game, I think the upside to be a Pro Bowler is there, but it's not there right now. So if you take him, you got to take him in the back end of round 1, and you got to be prepared for disappointment. You're going to have some growing pains those first 2 years with Kinchins, but he's a guy who could break out in year 3 or in year 2 like Hamilton's done with the Ravens this year if you fix his weaknesses his rookie season. He's a guy who could break out in year 2 like Hamilton's done with the Ravens. So that's kind of my verdict on Kinchins. I think he's the only star safety in this draft, but I think there's 3 other safeties that are day 1 starters, and those are the second round guys. Tyler Newman, Minnesota, Rod Moore, Michigan, and Cole Bishop, Utah. And I had Bishop in the first round for the longest time because Bishop had those 10 tackle games where he was making big plays in coverage early in the season against Florida, against the weaker teams, but then Utah loses their first game on the road to Oregon State, but Bishop played well in that game. But the Oregon game was a disaster. Oregon won that game 35-6. I'm sure there were some missed tackles, some blown assignments by Cole Bishop. If I have the tape on Rumble, we can go back and look at that leading up to the draft process, Joey. So that's why I have Bishop in round 2 right now, because he's a consensus 3rd round pick, but he was a guy I had a first round grade on very early in the process. He was actually my safety 2. Now I have him at safety 4, but I still think he's talented enough to go in the 2nd round. I like him more than Julian Blackmon, which should say something, but at the same time, I can understand the thought process of taking him in round 1. And if you don't like the corners, I can also understand the thought process of taking Cole Bishop in round 3. But outside of Kinchins, who's your favorite safety among the 3 I mentioned? Because I think these 3 are the only day 1 starters. And I think the rest of these safeties are guys you're going to have to coach up and be patient with. I like James Williams as a coverage safety, but he cannot wrap up tackles on running plays. That's why he has a 3rd round grade. He's got the upside to develop into a starter, but he might be a guy you have to develop for a year off the bench or start out as that number 3 safety. Or you may have to start him out in a backup free safety role like the Browns with Ronnie Hickman. That's kind of what I see with James Williams right now. And he's my only 3rd round safety. So that should say a lot about this safety class.
It's just not a great safety class.
I mean, you've got one guy who could be a star. You've got 3 other safeties who could be day 1 starters that could develop into high-end starters, but they're not stars. And you got James Williams, a project safety that could develop into a starter. And then you've got a bunch of 4th round safeties. Basically, every safety in rounds 4 through 15 is listed as a backup or starter. You know, that's just where we're at right now. Number 4 safety. I will look up the code for my safety rankings on my laptop that I'm typing with. To try to save us some time. I know I'm going a little bit slower than usual, but I'm trying to cover all my bases. I know the 4th round safeties show up on the news ticker, and none of these guys impressed me. You have Jaden Hicks of Washington State. I have a 4th on him. Bo Braid out of Maryland. I have a 4th on him. I think with a good Senior Bowl and a good combine, he could sneak into day 2 because it feels like it's wide open. And I have a 4th on Kalen Bullock. Kalen Bullock was a preseason 3rd round safety, but he had trouble wrapping up tackles against San Jose State. He's fast, but he looked very suspect as a tackler against San Jose State. I think he's just as big of a liability as Williams when it comes to tackling. But because he's fast, because he has that game speed you can't teach, Bullock might get pushed into the 3rd round. Because it's a very weak safety class outside of the top 4 guys. You have 1-star safety in Kitchens. You have Newbin, who's the only safety in Dane Brugler's top 50. You have Rod Moore, Wes's number 2 safety behind Kitchens. And then you have Cole Bishop, who is my number 2 safety behind Kitchens, as well as CJ Cuevas' number 2 safety behind Kitchens at the beginning of the year. And outside of those 4, I don't see a day 1 starter at the safety position. I like James Williams. I think he could develop into a starting safety. I think he's the perfect, if you're looking for a Ronnie Hickman safety that's fast, that's explosive, that you could start out as a number 3 safety and develop into a starter, I think Williams is your man. And then I look at the rest of these safeties, I think they're all backups. Every safety after James Williams, Jaden Hicks, Washington State, Bo Braid, Maryland, Kalen Bullock, USC, and Hudson Clark at Arkansas. I have 4th round grades on all of them. I've got a 5th on Thomas Harper out of Notre Dame. I've got a 5th on Malachi Moore. I've got a 6th out of Alabama. I've got a 6th on Tyke Smith, the Georgia safety. I've got a 7th on Jalen Carleys. I've got a 7th on Kenny Logan Jr. He was a 2-year starter at strong safety for Kansas State. And I've got a 7th on Jack Howell. I know you like Jack Howell. You've told me about him for months, but I don't know if he's going to declare or go back. That's why I have him in round 7. If he declares, I'll probably move him up. But right now, it's a mystery. We don't know. He hasn't announced his decision yet, and he does have 1 more year of eligibility. So that's why I kind of put him in that category, Joey, you know? Is that fair? And when I type in Jack Howell on Twitter, it says to search for something else. Maybe I typed the first name wrong. Howell, Colorado State. You know, it's Jack Howell. That's his full name. You know, because that's the thing. Jack Howell, we talked about him in the preseason. He was number 4 in the top 50 Mountain West rankings. So he's good enough to play at the next level, but I don't know if he's in this year's draft or next year's draft. It says he's in the 2024 draft, according to NFL Draft Buzz. He's a junior, but I'm not sure if he's a true junior or a junior redshirt. Okay, team captain, sophomore in 2022, freshman in 2021, so he's a true junior this year. And we have not heard anything from Howell on whether he's going to declare or not. I do like the guy. You told me about him. I was impressed with his tape, but it's like we don't know what's going to happen with we don't know what's going to happen. You know? And with Torrey Horton choosing to come back to Colorado State for 1 more year after 2 1,000-yard seasons as a junior redshirt, that might influence Howell to come back. I know the tight end, Dallin Holker, and Kamara, the edge rusher, are both seniors at Colorado State, but with Torrey Horton, Colorado State's best player, they're one guy who may sneak into day 2 coming back to Colorado State. That might influence Howell to come back, you know? So that's why I have Howell as a number 15 safety. I think if he declares, He actually has a shot to bump all the way up to number 6. But we don't know what he's going to do yet. That's why he's at 15. I had to put somebody at 15, and that was the best safety available. Because I do like Howell, but it's like, he's a true junior. We don't know if he's going to declare or come back. And that mystery is why he comes in at 15. It's the uncertainty. I tried Twitter searching Jack Howell's name to get intel on the player to see what fans were saying about him, and it said turn off safety search results. So nobody's talking about Howell. Basically, we're the only people in the country talking about this guy. You know, and it sucks because you told me about him. I do like him, but you know. If Torrey Horton had declared for this draft as a junior redshirt, I think you could make the case for Howell declaring. But with him, Colorado State's best player, a player who had an outside shot to go in the 3rd round coming back, that changes things. Now Howell might come back too. So, you know.
Yeah, I think he needs to. I do. I think he needs to come back. If he does, I think he's one of those players that can be crying for next year. But I wouldn't, if I was in his position, come out because, well, I like him. I don't think he's quite ready yet.
And here's the thing. When a player does not tweet about what they're going to do, that's usually an indicator they're returning to college, Joey. That's not always the case, but it's often the case. Majority of times, that's the case. You know, like, he has not said anything since Colorado State's season ended. He could still be mulling things over, but he hasn't he's been very quiet on social media. And that's not a bad thing if he's committed to the football team. In fact, it's a commendable thing if he is committed to Colorado State and wants to go back for one more year. So, like, but usually... So, yeah. You know, he retweets stuff his teammates posts, but, like, other than that, when he's on social media, he doesn't really tweet a lot. He likes to let his play and action speak for himself. So, like, that's the thing I can really respect. And if Howell does go back, I'll have to put somebody else in the safety class. But it's like, one of these 4th-round safeties, Hicks, Bo Braid, Kalen Bullock, who struggled to wrap up tackles in the season opener at San Jose State, Hudson Clark, one of these safeties that's going to the Senior Bowl is going to have to wow me. Because if they don't, this is going to be a really depressing safety class. Like, and that's what sucks. Because I don't remember us scouting a safety class where after the first 2 rounds, you're looking at backups the rest of the draft. So I think for that reason, we are going to see teams be more aggressive with the veteran safeties, especially the young guys from the 2020 draft, the Xavier McKinney, the Giants safety, Kyle Duggar, the Patriots safety, Winfield, the Buccaneers safety. It's amazing none of these guys have gotten paid yet, Joey. The Browns paid Delpit. They don't have to worry about safety, and they got Hickman now. So the Browns are actually deeper at safety than most of these teams. And these other teams are like, we're going to prioritize our quarterbacks. We're going to prioritize our veterans like Mike Evans. And we'll wait to keep our safety extended because it's a good draft class. It doesn't look as good of a draft class as we hyped it up to be back in September. So now it's like...
There's speculation that Whitfield may end up leaving the Buccaneers, which I feel is absolutely preposterous that Buccaneers would allow that. But here we go.
The Buccaneers only have $22 million. Unfortunately, that's not enough to pay Baker Mayfield, Mike Evans, and Winfield. One of those 3 is not going to be on Tampa next year. If you pay Evans and Winfield, you sacrifice Baker Mayfield. And if Baker gets the playoffs, you can't sacrifice him. Especially...
Yeah. I mean, and right now, if
Yeah, it's just I'm not excited about this. I'm just not excited about this safety class. I'm not excited about the cornerback class. I do like the edge rushers, the defensive linemen, but other than that, there's not really a position I'm super stoked about with this draft on defense, which kind of sucks. But sometimes that's the hand you're dealt. When scouting players, sometimes that's the hand you're dealt. Like with the MLB mock draft I'm working on, there's only 3 college pitchers in the country with ERAs of under 4 right now that have consensus first round grades. So that's going to make this a really hard draft cycle for MLB teams because you have so many batters that are MLB ready, college batters, you even have a few high school batters that are 5-tool guys. But a lot of these MLB teams need pitching more so than batting. And they're not going to have that luxury of reloading through the draft. They're going to have to spend. They're going to have to get creative. They're just going to have to win enough games to get a good player at the deadline if they want to make a playoff push, especially if they're a smaller market team. I mean, the Dodgers gave Shohei Ohtani $750 million. They spent $1.1 billion on 2 players in free agency. You know, the Dodgers have just it's nuts. It's chaos. It's out of control. So while I'm trying to be objective about the safety class, and I do think Williams can develop into a starter, but he may need a year on the bench. And then these other 4th round safeties, I didn't see any big plays from them in their pre-draft years. Heard nothing about them. And it just feels like they're getting pushed up because there's nobody else there. You know, Trey Dean III was a junior. He declared for the draft. Brandon Hill was a junior at Pitt. He declared for the draft. You know, I think Ronnie Hickman was Ronnie Hickman a junior or senior? Because if he was a junior and he declared for the draft, he would probably be a day 2 pick in this class. As sad as that is, that's just where we're at with the safety class right now. But I'm pretty tired of talking about this safety class. You know, I am going to look at. Should we talk about the college football playoff games? Those are Monday. I feel like that's a better topic, to be completely honest. That's just a more engaging, it's a more fun topic. And then we can talk about the NFL games and in the podcast. But let's preview the 2 playoff games. We have Alabama versus Michigan. Jalen Milroe versus J.J. McCarthy. But I think the Michigan running game is the difference in this matchup. Alabama, Dallas Turner, he's great at pass rushing. He's great in coverage. And Alabama's got 2 lockdown corners in McKinstry and Terry and Arnold. McCarthy played only a handful of teams with 2. I think TCU and Georgia were the only 2 teams with multiple lockdown corners that McCarthy faced in the playoff. Ohio State had a Denzel Burke, but they really didn't have that number 2 guy for Burke, which is, I think, partially why McCarthy was able to beat Ohio State, make the big plays when it mattered, and ball out, Joey. Maybe you disagree with me on that assessment with the Buckeyes, but I really feel like they didn't have a number 2 corner next to a Burke. And that was probably the difference. As good as Ohio State's defensive line was this year, that was probably the difference in the series. But yeah, McCarthy, he's going to be playing Alabama. They have Malachi Moore at free safety. They have Caden Stearns as well. So, you know, the Caden Stearns, the freshman safety at Alabama, that's everybody super high on. So just looking at Alabama, and you also have Chris Brains Raswell, the Alabama edge rusher who took over for Will Anderson Jr. So Alabama does have the defensive personnel to limit J.J. McCarthy. I don't know if they have the defensive personnel to stop Michigan's running game entirely, though. I mean, after beating number 1 Georgia, I should not dismiss Nick Saban. I should not count out Nick Saban. I mean, Nick Saban beating Georgia, I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts on the playoff are. Because I'm hoping you show the same enthusiasm for this as you did with the Browns game, but I also know that's not a realistic expectation to have.
Well, I'm hoping to, but I don't know if I'm going to be working on the playoff games. I know I'm working on the first, and I know I'm working on the 31st.
The playoff games are on the 1st, but they don't start until 5 p.m. Eastern. The first one's at 5, and the second one's at like 8 or 8:30.
And it's hard to tell whether I'll be able to get back by then, but
I think the games are only on ESPN. They may only be on ESPN. I'll check my TV provider right now to find out if they're only on ESPN, because they really should be on Alabama versus Michigan. I'm checking.
My hope is that Michigan ends up winning, because I'm not too concerned about J.J. McCarthy, because he had several games he did not play well. And Michigan still ends up winning. So if Michigan can keep that overall high intensity level, I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, and I feel like you're not opposed to watching next Monday's national championship, but a lot of it's contingent on Michigan winning because they're a new team, kind of like when LSU had Burrow. You want to see that new team. You want to see that variety, like you watch the first few college football playoffs because A, you had the free time, and B, there were new teams. Like the first year the playoff happened, you had Alabama versus Ohio State, my team versus Kerns, and then you had undefeated Oregon and undefeated Florida State with the 2 Heisman winners. It was an exciting first year for the playoff. Second year of the playoff, you had Alabama and Clemson with Deshaun Watson. Alabama wins, but still it's something new. Then you had the rematch where Clemson won. It became a rivalry. That was cool. For that third year, that was cool that happened because that was really when we started getting into the draft for the podcast. Then the fourth year, you had Alabama, Georgia, and at that point, you started to lose interest after Baker Mayfield lost because Alabama's in the title for a third year in a row. You just want to see something new. But you put up with it because it's 2018. And then you had Clemson, Alabama, where you're like, oh boy, if Alabama wins this, I'm done with the title game. Trevor Lawrence wallops Alabama. Then it's Burrow versus Lawrence, and Burrow dethrones Lawrence. And then 2021, when it was Alabama, Ohio State after COVID, you knew Alabama was going to win. So you're like, fuck it. Fuck this game. It's Mac Jones versus Justin Fields. I just don't have the time, the patience, or the appeal. And then it was Alabama, Georgia. You didn't care for that game either. And then last year was Georgia, TCU, and you knew Georgia was going to cream TCU, so you just didn't care for. Now you might care, but I feel like a lot of it's contingent on Michigan winning. Because you have Michigan, you have Texas, you have Washington. If Alabama wins, I think your interest is going to fade a little bit.
If Texas gets there against, say, Michigan or something like that, then yeah, my interest is going to be extremely high.
Because Washington's playing Texas. Texas or Washington's going to get to play for the national title. Texas or Washington's going to get to play for a national title. I know you're not as high on Washington because they're a West Coast team, but they've had a hell of a year. They beat Bo Nix twice in 2 nail-biters. So,
It's just, as long as it's not those dynasty teams that...
If Alabama gets there, there's only one dynasty team. There's only one monopoly team. If Alabama gets there, there's only one monopoly team in the field of 4. You have Michigan, you have Texas, you have Washington, and you have Alabama, who arguably shouldn't be in the playoff. The selection committee really screwed Florida State, but there's a clause in the selection committee that says they can take a team out of the playoff if a signature player gets injured. It's in the BCS, it's in the selection committee guidelines and qualifications for the college football playoff. So on their website, it says they can remove a team for a playoff due to unforeseen events, circumstances, or injuries. so that they can use that as justification for taking Florida State out of the playoff. Florida State went 13-0. They won their conference. And I know a lot of people, including Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, are pissed off that they're not in the playoff against Michigan. And frankly, those fans they kind of have a point. At the same time, I think you can also say Alabama's the fourth best team. We don't want to see a blowout in the playoff, so we're just going to put Alabama in, even though they have one loss to Texas and Florida State's an undefeated conference champion who beat LSU by a bigger margin than Alabama when Travis was healthy. So I can see both sides of the coin. So, I could see both sides of the argument. And that's largely why Alabama got in. And that's why a lot of people are glad the 4-team playoff is going away. Because I do think the 12-team playoff will be better for the sport. But at the same time, if it's out, I don't think you're going to tune in unless it's Michigan versus one of the other winners. Because then it'll be two new teams playing for a title. And there will be that substance there. You'll probably tune in for Alabama-Michigan because it's a 5 p.m. game. But if Alabama wins, I'm guessing you won't tune in for the second game at 8 because of your schedule, how you need sleep, and because of the fact that Alabama's in another title. But I do think one of two things is going to happen. I think either Nick Saban wins it all and retires, or Harbaugh will win a title and go back to the NFL. I think one of those coaches is going to leave college football for good after this year. It's just a hunch. I could be wrong on that. I do too. Because Harbaugh got to a Super Bowl, which is more than you can say about Nick Saban. Love Nick Saban as a college coach, but kind of fizzled out in Miami when he got his opportunity to be an NFL coach. And I can kind of see why writers at the Miami Herald hate his guts for leaving the NFL?
Well, he had a lot of problems with the NFL office. It had nothing to do with his ability to coach. It was that he and the NFL and the commissioner's office were butting heads like every other day. And he was finally like, well, just screw it. I'm done with this. So it was more about that than it was his ability to coach. Like, he did not get along with the commissioner's office. And it was like every other day there was a headline about those Saban and the
and he came into the NFL I think he came into the NFL in 04-05 during Paul Tagliabue's final year, and then he was in his second year as head coach in Roger Goodell's first year. So I'm not sure if the problems arose when Goodell took over for Tagliabue.
Get through 1 year. He got through 13 games, had a winning season, and at that point, and resigned.
No, he had 2 seasons with the Dolphins, and then he resigned.
Did he?
Yeah, he was.
I thought it was just 1.
No, he had 2. He had the 9-7 season his first year, and then he had a second year, and I think he resigned near the end of the second year to go to Alabama. But I'm not sure if the arguments were with Tagliabue or Goodell. Because Tagliabue's final year as commissioner was in Nick Saban's first year as NFL head coach, and Goodell's first year as commissioner was in Saban's final year with the Dolphins. So I'm not sure if he's butting heads with Tagliabue or Goodell. You don't have to have an answer. I just think it'd be nice to have some clarity on that.
If I remember correctly, it was smaller disagreements with Tagliabue, but when Goodell got in there, yeah, it went from dress code, with Tagliabue to, all out,
Because Roger Goodell was like Tagliabue's deputy commissioner and vice president for like 20 years. People forget that. That's why he's the guy now. And he's still the guy nearly 20 years later, 17 years. He might be in year 18, but regardless, he's still the guy for that reason.
Yeah.
So
let's say,
but
in the back situation, oil and water, and that's pretty much it.
I mean, Deontay Lawson is listed as a junior, on the PFN simulator, but he was a true sophomore. I think Lawson does need another year, but hey, if Lawson can shut down Corum and Donnie Edwards, I think he can make an argument for declaring for the draft. Looking at Alabama, they do have Jermaine Burton. That's like their only good receiver. They have Latham at right tackle, who I do like. I mean, Latham's a first-round prospect. They do have a freshman left tackle in Caitlin Proctor. And they do have a sophomore guard. I think it's Tyler Booker. That could be a 2025 first. So there is some talent in Alabama. And I like how Jalen Monroe's turned things around. You know what Bill O'Brien told Jalen Monroe? That you should not play quarterback, that you should switch to another position, whether it's wide receiver or cornerback, due to your athleticism. That's basically what Bill O'Brien had the nerve to say to Jalen Monroe when he was the offensive coordinator at Alabama. And you just don't treat your quarterbacks like that. If they want to play quarterback, you encourage them to play quarterback. You know, like that just rubs me the wrong way. It irritates the fuck out of me. I'm sorry, Joey, but it's like you were the offensive coordinator at Alabama, one of the best college football programs in the country. You had Bryce Young as a starter, who was a pocket quarterback. You had Jalen Monroe as a backup. I've got some fans in scouting college football like Marcus Spear, Ken LeBlanc, Daniel Kelly that think Milroe's actually better than Bryce Young. And as a dual threat, I can't really argue with that. Now, as a pocket QB, as a decision maker, as a mental processor, Young has the advantage. But as a dual threat, Milroe definitely is more of a dual threat. But I guess since O'Brien couldn't mold him into what he wants from a pocket quarterback, he's basically saying switch to another position where we can exploit your speed, exploit your athleticism. And, you know, I guess Milroe took that personally, and he's glad Bill O'Brien's no longer the coordinator there. Because he basically posted on Twitter that Bill O'Brien told him he shouldn't play quarterback. And, you know, I can kind of sympathize and relate to Milroe. I guess I can't because I'm not a football player, but it's like, you know, I'm a Patriots fan, and that does irritate me with O'Brien. Like, you got anything you want to add to that before I get to Michigan? Because I am going to preview some players on Michigan, then we'll talk about Texas. Because
you got that.
Looking at Michigan, we've already mentioned the running backs. I think they're going to be the key in this game because you look at Michigan, they've got a lot of talent. McCarthy's the QB. You've got the running backs. And I think the running backs, because Alabama's run defense doesn't look as dominant. I think the pass defense is just as good as any other pass defense Saban's coached in previous years. But I also think Alabama's run defense is weaker than it's been in previous years as well. Just like Alabama's receiver room has been weaker than it's what you're used to seeing. You have the receiver room of Roman Wilson, Cornelius Johnson for Michigan. I do think Michigan has a good offensive line. Ladarius Henderson, senior left tackle from Arizona State. You have Trevor Keegan, who took a Shrine Game invite at left guard. Drake Nugent, the center West told me about, hasn't given up a sack. Zach Sinner, top 5 right guard in this draft. You have Miles Hinton, a senior right tackle. Very experienced, disciplined offensive line. Colston Loveland. Loveland's growing on me, but I still like Stover more as a prospect. But Loveland, I'm ready to admit that Wes is right when he said Loveland's a top 100 player in 2025, but I got to see more before I pencil him in the first round. You know, I think that's fair. Defensively, Michigan has Junior Colston and Michael Barrett at linebacker. 2 guys that can play weak side or middle linebacker. They can play on the outside or inside. 2 interchangeable linebackers. You have the Mike Sainz-Bristol and Will Johnson at corner. Rod Moore is your free safety. And you have Chris Jenkins Jr., the son of Chris Jenkins, is the only returning starter on the defensive line, along with Jalen Harrell at defensive end, who had 3.5 sacks for Michigan last year after Aiden Hutchinson left the team. So you have two defensive linemen, 2 linebackers, and some nice players on the secondary for Michigan, Joey. And I think that's probably the difference in this game. And I think that will ultimately be what leads Harbaugh to victory. I'm going to go Michigan 23, Alabama 19. I've got the Wolverines by 4.
Also, don't take away Michigan's defensive backfield. They've got a really good.
I mentioned them already. Will Johnson at corner, Rod Moore at free safety, Mike Sainristil at the other corner. I mentioned the Michigan defensive backs. They're good. That's going to be the difference. I think both teams have really good secondaries.
I just want to re-emphasize it because, like you said, that may be the difference. You get a turnover or two.
Both teams have strong secondaries. The turnover battle is going to decide this, but I think Michigan's front 7 is better than Alabama's front 7. And when I say front 7, I'm talking about the interior. I think Alabama has the better edge rushers, but I think Michigan has the better linebackers on the inside, as well as the better interior player, best interior player on the defensive line, Jenkins. So for that reason, I think Michigan's going to win the game on the ground. But if Milroe can win the turnover battle against McCarthy, Alabama can steal this game. That's kind of the key for Alabama. Milroe's basically got to play out of his mind, and he's got to win the turnover battle, Joey. He's got to win the turnover battle against McCarthy because Alabama's running back, I believe, is Jace McClellan, a senior at Alabama. I could be Jace McClellan, a senior running back at Alabama. That's Alabama's starting running back. Because I think Corum and Edwards are both going to get more rushing yards than McClellan. And Alabama really doesn't have that dominant defensive tackle or that inside linebacker. They have Deontay Lawson, but he's a 3rd to 4th round prospect on most draft sites. Now, if he comes out and dominates against Corum, okay, we'll give him his respect. But right now, they played Georgia with Kendall Milton. Georgia was a team that underachieved at the beginning of the year, and they blew out weaker opponents down the stretch. And it's a good win, but it's not a superb win. You beat Georgia and Michigan in back-to-back games. Now you've got our attention. So, that's the thing right now. So I will go Michigan 23, Alabama 19. And I think if both quarterbacks avoid the turnovers, that's the score. Because I think both secondaries are going to limit each quarterback under 300 passing yards. But I think Michigan's running game is better than Alabama. I think Michigan's run defense in the front 7 is better than Alabama's. So ultimately, that's why I like the Wolverines in this contest. Now, it could be a shootout like the Michigan-TCU game, but I think both teams are going to be fundamentally sound defensively. And this feels like it's going to be a defensive chess match between Harbaugh and Saban. It really does. So that's why I'm going Wolverines 23, Crimson Tide 19. And yeah, I have Will Reichard making 4 field goals in this game. Reichard is a top 5 kicker in this draft, and we will mention the kickers on next week's podcast. Michigan also has a kicker in the top 5. Tommy Doman. Yeah, I think the kickers. Let me look at the kicker rankings. So I already typed the kicker rankings for next week. I think both teams have a kicker. Yeah. Harrison Mevis is my number 1 kicker. Joshua Carty, the Stanford kicker, is my number 1 kicker. Mevis is 2. There's 2 kickers that can make 60-yard field goals in this draft. Carty made a 67-yard field goal in high school, but he's declaring for the draft as an underclassman. But Carty and Mevis can both make 60-yard kicks. Reichard is number 3 on my kicker rankings. I have Diego Guardo from South Alabama at number 4, and I have James Turner, the Michigan Tech kicker, taking over for Jake Moody at number 5. So this is going to be a kicker game. I think Reichard and Turner are both going to be huge at kicker for these teams because both Michigan and Alabama have senior kickers. And Reichard's already accepted his invite to Mobile, so it's like, I think this is going to be a kicker's duel between Reichard and Turner. I think both guys are going to make 3 field goals. That's my bold prediction for this game, Joey, is that both kickers make 3 field goals. Reichard makes 4, but Michigan prevails 23-19. And both quarterbacks, and that's if both quarterbacks avoid turnovers, but because I think both secondaries both defensive backfields, Joey, are too talented to allow either quarterback to throw for 300 yards. So it is going to be a game of inches and a game of decision-making between Jalen Milroe and McCarthy. That's going to be the real chess match on display. And in order for Milroe to beat McCarthy, he's got to get more yards than McCarthy, and he's got to win the turnover battle. It's that simple. Because both these pass defenses are strong. But Michigan's got better inside linebackers than Alabama. I think Harbaugh wants it more after getting humiliated in the playoffs. And I think if Alabama wins, I think McCarthy will come back. If Michigan loses a third year in a row, I think McCarthy will come back and they'll try to run it back one more year until they get the title. But the thing is, Harbaugh's contract is up. They're willing to give him a 10-year deal, but they want him to not go to the NFL and commit to Michigan. And Harbaugh's not going to do that. It's going to be on Harbaugh's terms because Harbaugh got to a Super Bowl, which is more than you can say about Saban. So I like the Wolverines 23-19. Let's move on to Texas versus Washington. These teams met in the Alamo Bowl last year. They did. You Google the 2022 Alamo Bowl. It was Quinn Ewers as a freshman redshirt versus Michael Penix Jr. So this is a rematch of last year's Alamo Bowl in New Orleans at the Sugar Bowl. Michigan and Alabama are playing in the Rose Bowl. I like Michigan 23-19 in the Rose Bowl. You know, I think the Washington-Texas game, though, is going to be a track meet. Like, honestly, I think that game could be – I do. I know Washington has a good defense, and that's probably going to be the difference in this game. But I'm going to go Washington 42, Texas 35. I think this game is going to be a track meet between Michael Penix and Quinn Ewers. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 49-42. But I think that's pushing it with the guys on Washington's defense like Mukabu, the Washington corner, Braylon Trice. With all the talent on Washington's defense, Zion Tupuola-Falotu. With all the talent on Washington's defense, to say they're going to allow 42 points to Texas, I think that's stretching it a little. So I'm going to go 42-35 Texas, but I think it's going to be a track meet in New Orleans. I do. This game kind of reminds me of the Sugar Bowl where Justin Fields beat Trevor Lawrence 42-24. Because both these teams have a lot of star power on offense. Jordan Whittington, Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy. You have Rome Odunze for Washington. And then you have some other guys on the Washington Huskies that are really good players on the Huskies. Yeah, I mean, I do think it's going to be a track meet game because Washington's got Jalen McMillan and Polk. Both teams have 3 NFL receivers, Joey. So I do think it's going to be a track meet between Texas and Washington. If they were playing in the Rose Bowl, maybe we'd get more of a defensive game, but they're playing indoors in New Orleans. So I believe that. And they played the Alamo Bowl in San Antonio last year in the Alamo Dome. They're playing New Orleans this year. So I think we're going to get another track meet. I think it was 31-24 Washington last year. I think we get more offense. I do. As crazy as that sounds, Joey, I think we're going to get more offense. And I like Washington by a touchdown. 42-35 Huskies. I think we get a shootout. A game for the ages offensively. A game where Joey's like, damn it, I wish I didn't go to bed at 8. I wish I had stayed up and watched this game. And then he finds out what happened during his work break at Walmart the next day. When coworkers are talking about how this was the best college football playoff game in years. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this game ended up being like USC Texas. I really wouldn't. With all the scoring on both offenses, I really wouldn't be surprised. Steve Sarkisian, I think, began at Washington. Then he went to Alabama. Then he went to Texas. and then you got Washington in the playoffs, and you got these teams that played each other in last year's bowl game who return a lot of talent on offense. And Texas has some talent on defense, too. They've got the 2 defensive tackles we like. They've got Jalen Ford at middle linebacker. I think Texas is going to do a better job stopping the run, but I think Washington's the better defense against the pass. But I think it's going to be a track meet with the offensive personnel both teams have. Washington's got Devin Culp tight end. Jatavian Sanders is the tight end on Texas. I honestly think this game is going to be a track meet. But whoever wins Alabama-Michigan is going to have the defensive personnel to beat the winner of this game in the title. That's just my 2 cents, Joey. Well, what are your thoughts on this game? And thoughts on the playoff overall? After hearing everything, hearing all the arguments for both sides. Because the game in the Rose Bowl feels like a defensive game, whereas the game in the Sugar Bowl feels like a track meet. And then the championships at NRG Stadium. Both quarterbacks are from both Ewers and Milroe are from Texas. They played high school football in Texas. So regardless of how it plays out, and Washington beat Michigan to win the 91 title. A lot of people forget that, but may have been 92 or 93, but Washington beat Michigan to win the title, and now it's payback for the Wolverines, I think. So I do have Michigan beating Washington, but I will not be surprised if it's Michigan-Texas. I would not no outcome would really surprise me at this point, Joey, because we're used to seeing Saban win. I think Harbaugh's due to get over the hump, and I think the winner of that's going to beat the winner of the Washington-Texas game. But there's going to be a ton of offense in that Washington-Texas game. I really believe that. So I want your quick thoughts on this.
I think the Washington-Texas game will probably come down to the Texas defensive line. If they can get after Penix and they can cause a little bit of disruption in that passing game, then I think Texas could very easily come out here with the win.
And avenge their Alamo Bowl loss from a year ago. But both quarterbacks had 4 touchdowns in the Alamo Bowl last year. Penix had no turnovers. Ewers had an interception in that game. That's mainly why I've had Ewers. That's mainly why I've had Penix ahead of Ewers throughout the entire draft process. And Wes was not high on Penix initially, but he came around to him after rewatching the bowl game. And even though Texas beat Alabama in week 2, there's a lot of people, I think, in Jason Bannell's fantasy group that are not high on Ewers as a prospect and think he's a second rounder. And there's also speculation Ewers might come back to Texas. There's some speculation that Worthy might come back. Adonai Mitchell's going to declare. Worthington's going to leave. But they are going to at least play in the playoff game. And I do think it's going to be a high-scoring game unless these defenses can show up and cause turnovers. Like you said, Joey. Washington's got the personnel to force interceptions, but Texas has the personnel to disrupt Penix on the interior. They've got the middle linebacker to stop the running game, and they can just have Jalen Ford spy on Penix. I know we don't talk about the middle linebacker quarterback chess matchups anymore, but Texas is a top 2 linebacker in Jalen Ford who can actually spy on Penix and prevent him from scrambling. And I don't think they did that very well in the first game in the Alamo Bowl. I'm sure they'll make the proper adjustments and try to do that. But who are you taking? I feel like you're leaning towards Texas. You're rooting for Texas as a fan, and you're leaning toward them to win slightly because they lost last year's bowl game to Washington. But honestly, that feels like more of a pick-em game than Alabama because both offenses are potent in their own right.
I'm definitely leaning toward Texas. I really do think that they have an opportunity here to make a statement, and I think they got the players to make it happen.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if we got an Alabama-Texas rematch after Texas won in week 2. Battle of the old SEC powerhouse versus the new SEC powerhouse. Michigan versus Texas, I could see that. I can also see I could also see because Michigan played Texas in the Rose Bowl before they played USC for the national title in the 03-04 season. You also have Washington, Texas. You have Washington, Michigan, 91 national title where Washington beat Michigan. You also have Alabama. Washington's last playoff game was against Alabama as a 4 seed where they lost with Browning as the quarterback, I believe. And I think Browning was only like a freshman or sophomore at the time. But, you look at Texas and you're thinking, okay, Texas lost Jonathan Brooks, their running back, to a season-ending injury. Washington's running back is healthy. I think that's the difference in this game, but I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. I honestly wouldn't be shocked if both teams scored in the 50s, but predicting that is unrealistic, Joey. With the defensive talent on both teams and with the adjustments both coaching staffs are going to make, to say both teams are going to score 50 points isn't just unrealistic, it's asinine to an extent as well. So, yeah. But I think as long as Alabama's not in the title, I feel like you're going to tune into the title no matter what happens. Because Texas has never won the college football playoff, neither has Washington, and neither has Michigan. I mean, Texas hasn't won a championship in 20 years. They beat USC in 05-06. This is 23-24. So, okay, 19 years. We're on year 18. We're approaching year 19. Maybe we're on year 19. So we're closing in on 20 years. But, yeah, that's just our thoughts on the matchups. Everybody took the Browns in Week 17. So, we'll get to our NFL predictions, and then we'll wrap up this podcast. Sorry if you guys wanted to tune in on Spotify and Anchor. I just couldn't get it to work on Anchor, and I basically kept doing the podcast on TalkShoe and Restream. So if you wanted to listen to us on Anchor, I'm sorry. I just couldn't make it happen. I couldn't play the clip of the prank call from the Browns unless I put Joey on the iPad and then played the clip. And I basically just rolled with that for the rest of the show. So, All right, so everybody took the Browns here. Tonight's game in about less than 7 hours, 6 out, maybe, yeah. The games start at 7:30, but kickoff's usually not till 7:37 or 7:38. Sometimes 7:39. So yeah, that's about 7 hours away from kickoff between the Lions and the Cowboys. Everybody took the Browns. Everybody's 1-0 on the year. I will give you an update on the predictions when we get to Dolphins-Ravens, which is the first Sunday game, because the NBC said we're going to keep Packers-Vikings on Sunday night because it's New Year's Eve. Yeah, it's New Year's Eve. We really don't give a shit. So we're going to keep that game, not flex out of it. But yeah, Lions-Cowboys. I am taking the Cowboys. The Cowboys are unbeaten at home. The Lions have the 27th best pass defense in the NFL. And look, the Lions are healthy. They're great at running the ball. But this is a game in Dallas. And the Lions defense, outside of Aiden Hutchinson, Lions defense hasn't played with the same intensity it played with a season ago. I think part of that is Aleem McNeil's absence. Ever since Aleem McNeil got injured on Thanksgiving, the Lions just haven't been as effective as a run defense. Their linebackers will make a big play, like Anzalone, Jack Campbell, Derek Barnes, Jalen Reeves-Maybin. It doesn't matter who the Lions and Aaron Glenn plug in at linebacker. The linebackers will step up. But the defensive line's a liability at defensive tackle without Aleem McNeil, because you have Isaiah Buggs and Benito Jones starting in relief of McNeil, and then you have Onzaworki and Broderick Martin. And Aleem McNeil's the leader of that defensive tackle room, whereas Hutchinson's the leader of the edge rusher room and the defensive end room. McNeil's the leader of the defensive tackle room. So without McNeil, I think Detroit is just as suspect on run defense as Dallas. Also, I mean, Jerry Jacobs, he got injured in week 15 or week 16. He was out. I think he came back last week. But you have Brian Branch. Will Harris is now the dime corner because of the season-ending injury to Emmanuel Mosley. And the Lions gave Mosley a one-year deal thinking he could come in and push Sutton for the number one cornerback job because Jerry Jacobs is a guy we like coming out of Arkansas, but he never really broke out until this year. You know, like, we talked about him coming out of Arkansas, but he really didn't play at a high level until this year as an NFL player. He's always had potential to be great, but this was really the first year he performed at a high level at the NFL game consistently. And CJ Gardner-Johnson could come back, but he's not going to come back this week. But he is practicing with the team again after being injured in week 2. And it was supposed to be like an ACL injury that kept him out for the year. He's practicing in a limited capacity. I do think the Lions could get Gardner-Johnson and McNeil back for the playoffs, Joey. But right now, I think they're probably going to rest both of those guys because, you know, McNeil's eligible to come off IR after this game. And it's like, you know, both guys haven't been activated off IR. They are eligible to be activated, but neither guy's been activated. And I feel like if the Lions are in a position to get the 1 seed, they'll play those guys. And if they lose this game and they get the 3 seed, I think they're probably just going to rest those guys for the playoff game. That's probably what they'll do. But the Lions cut a good kicker, Riley Patterson, and replaced him with a shittier kicker in Michael Bagley. Riley Patterson was making 96% of his extra points and 83.1% of his field goal attempts. That's not a kicker you cut. I'm sorry, Detroit. I know he struggled in Jacksonville, but he was doing a lot better in Detroit. That's not a kicker you turn your back on. I don't know what I don't agree with the decision, Joey. As far as the Cowboys go, Tyron Smith's returning after getting injured against Buffalo and missing the Dolphins game last week. Tyron Smith is back. The Cowboys are at home. They are the healthier team. Taylor Decker didn't practice on Wednesday after being a full practice. I think Dak has more weapons. I mean, Dallas has a top 10 pass defense. Detroit has a bottom 5 pass defense. I think that's the difference. Dallas is one of the best teams in the league at home. They blew out the Eagles at home, and frankly, I believe the Eagles are a better team than the Lions. But hey, Joey is taking the upset. Aubrey has been perfect on field goals all year. I have Dallas winning 42-20 as Mike McCarthy pops Dan Campbell like a zit. Even though I love what Dan Campbell's done with the Lions, I think the Cowboys run it up on the Lions and pop Detroit like a zit. Also, the officiating advantage does favor Dallas, Joey, which Brad Allen got a sign this game. The Lions are 0-4 all time in games officiated by Brad Allen, but Brad Allen has not officiated a Lions game since 2018. The Lions now are a totally different team compared to 2018, not just in terms of identity with their quarterback, but with their coach, with the culture they're building. They're a completely different team. But at the end of the day, I just think Dallas is pissed off. They want it more. Only Oren and Joey took the Cowboys. I'm going to text Wes to see if he likes the Cowboys or Lions tonight. You know, I'm texting Wes because, like, what Wes does is he'll wait till the day of the game to give me his picks, depending on how much free time he has. So I try to take an educated guess on what he's going to do, and then if I'm wrong, I adjust the site accordingly. So Wes could change his pick to the Lions, but most of our staff, and if Taylor Decker's healthy and Tyron Smith's out, that's probably going to cause some staff members to flip to Detroit. Because that's something Tanya and Lisa are both monitoring. But it looks like both Tyron Smith and Decker are going to play. But that is something to keep an eye on. This maybe a defensive game. I know I predicted 42-20 in the blowout, but if both left tackles are less than 100% and Aiden Hutchinson and Micah Parsons are on their A game, this could be a game where both pass rushers go off and just constantly get to the quarterback, which is something you got to keep in mind unless you double team those guys. And if you double team those guys, you open things up for the rest of the defense. I do like Mozzie Smith, but he began the year as a rotational defensive tackle. After Jonathan Hankins got injured, he became the full-time starter. And ever since Hankins got injured against the Eagles in the second half, the Cowboys have been weaker as far as their run defense goes. I mean, Hankins was really the steady hand on their defensive line. He's missed the last 3 games. I think that's the reason the Cowboys' run defense has been more suspect than usual the last 3 weeks, because they were blowing out the Eagles, and he got injured in the third quarter, that blowout. Jonathan Hankins, a defensive tackle in the Cowboys.
Here's the thing. You know, people are talking about Micah Fitzpatrick as potential defensive player of the year candidate. The reason I don't put him
Micah
in that
Parsons.
category as
Minka
a
Fitzpatrick's on the Steelers.
or a-
But here's the thing with, you said Minka Fitzpatrick. That's the safety on the Steelers.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons is the edge rusher.
Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons is the only edge rusher to have 3 seasons with 12.5 sacks or more. The only other edge rusher to do that in his first 3 years was Reggie White. So Micah Parsons is closer to Reggie White than Garrett is. But he's not as experienced.
He is not in the same size as Garrett or Watt, because those two are far better against the run. Parsons is easily a top 3 pass rusher, maybe top 5 if you're really arguing it.
I would argue he's a top 2 pass rusher.
We're seeing it.
I would argue he's a better,
Yes.
because, you know, Garrett and Watt and Parsons, they're all in that S tier as far as pass rushing goes. I know some people have A tier, B tier, C tier. They're all in that S tier as far as pass rushing goes.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Myles Garrett didn't have 12 or more sacks in his first 3 NFL seasons. Parsons did. That's why I'm giving Parsons the benefit of the doubt. But
So, when it comes to stuff like that and historical figures, I also look at the supporting cast. And let's face it, until this year, there was no supporting cast for Garrett. It was a mess. So
I mean, Parsons had a veteran in DeMarcus Lawrence that could take pressure off of him. And he started his career as a right outside linebacker. He started as a right outside linebacker, but they moved him to edge in year 3 because he was making so many plays as a pass rusher that they were like, fuck it, we'll take him and we'll put him at edge regardless of his size because we know he can get to the quarterback.
Yeah, so with edge rushers, because it is a lot of ways so dependent on who's on the other side of you, I try to keep it season by season. And those other 2 guys are far better right now as run defenders. And I think when the Cowboys lost their big run defender, I think it exposed Parsons a little bit. And I think the Lions can take advantage of this. And I think if they get their running game going, I think they can take advantage of the fact that Parsons, while being a good pass defender, a very good pass rusher, he's not going to be able to slow down the run. And I think the Lions can take advantage of that. So that's why
if Decker's out, I don't think they can take advantage of that. So that's the thing. If Decker's ruled inactive at the last minute, I don't think they can take advantage of that. Because the backup to Taylor Decker is Matt Nelson. He's not great in pass protection. He's okay as a run blocker, but that's the thing.
Yeah, that's what makes this game so intriguing. I think these 2 teams are very evenly matched right now, and it may come down to who can take advantage of what weakness to.
And right now, Joey and Orrin are the only people picking the Lions to win straight up. But Wes could flip because he's a huge Michigan fan and Aiden Hutchinson fan. Wes could flip to Detroit. I know the offensive tackle. I know Tanya and Lisa are studying the injury reports with Tyron Smith and Taylor Decker to like a midterm to make sure they know which team has the advantage, but they're leaning Dallas right now. Jason's picking Dallas. Curb's picking Dallas because he's a Cowboys fan. Brian's taking Dallas regardless of the injury reports. And Dallas is undefeated at home. So I get it. I get both sides of the equation here. But yeah, Dolphins and Ravens.
It's a great game. It's going to be a great game either way.
42-20 Cowboys. I think the Cowboys offense is just going to expose the Lions pass defense, and I think the Cowboys are also going to win the officiating matchup. Brad Allen, the Lions are 0-4 under Brad Allen, but like I said earlier, Brad Allen has not called a Lions game since 2018. This Lions team is a completely different team compared to the last time Brad Allen called a Lions game in 2018. And you also have that Lions-Cowboys wild card game.
Right now, because you're the one that convinced me that the Brown game was going to be a low-scoring game, and which ultimately led me to think I'm going to do push-ups every time the Browns score, which ended up with me doing 75 push-ups Thursday night. So I'm a little upset simply because of how my arms feel of your scores.
Well, that's fair enough, but it's just worth pointing out that the Lions have the bottom 5 pass defense. So if Dak's on, like if he's throwing for 300 yards, no turnovers, the Cowboys are going to win. It's that simple. If he's that in the zone and he gets the officiating help, like you saw the Thursday night game, Seattle and Dallas were both penalized 10 or more times in that matchup. I would not be surprised if Brad Allen pulled some shady stuff like that in this game. Because that's the thing. It's like, I feel like if all these people that are saying the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl are right, I feel like the officials are going to have to help them like they did with the Chiefs last year. I just feel like that's what it's going to come down to right now. Because the Cowboys have lost so many key players on defense to injuries. Hankins, Diggs, Leigh Vander Esch, DeMarvion Overshown. They've lost so many key guys to injuries, Joey, that I think if the Cowboys are, in fact, the team that's supposed to win the Super Bowl this year, the team with the silver helmet in the silver state of Nevada, if they're the team of destiny, I feel like it's going to be as corrupt as the Chiefs' path to the Super Bowl last year. I hope I'm wrong. As an NFL fan, I hope I'm wrong. But I honestly think that may end up being how it goes down. So we'll see.
And we'll see. I think the Cowboys are going to face an uphill challenge because I do think there are more upset. I think, the AFC is so put together in talent. I think the NFC has more upset potential.
Now, I look at the depth charts. I like the Cowboys' offensive depth chart. Their offense is amazing, but it's like at the same time, there are some weaknesses on defense. And basically, unless you have 0 injuries on the offensive line, like the Eagles, when Eagles had some injuries on the offensive line, they still beat the Cowboys at home, but Dallas outplayed them in both games. The Lions and 49, Lions had a completely healthy offensive line when they played the Niners. Burford got injured since then, but then he came in off the bench. And then the Lions have a healthy offensive line too. I'm not dismissing the Rams, but Note Boom got benched for Alaric Jackson. I don't think their offensive line's as good. They got their ass kicked by Dallas in week 7. I know they have momentum right now, but depth charts trump momentum. You have to study the depth charts. And if you don't want to study the depth charts, you can use momentum as plausible deniability to keep things simple.
Well, I've used momentum for years, and it's done me really well in the playoffs.
It has. So we'll see what happens. Well, my system works too. I mean, I'm 11th in the country. I've jumped Kerm. I'm now in 2nd, but I'm still losing to Lisa by 11 games. Lisa and I both went 11-5 in week 16. Emmy Bannell, who won Jason Bannell's Yahoo pool last year, is now number 2 in the country. So basically, Jason Bannell's mom and Lisa have the top 2 records. Then you have Doug Burrell of Gridiron Experts. Different Doug. Last year you had Doug Farrar of Gridiron Experts. This year you have Doug Burrell. Different Doug tied with Sue Stoltenberg, the Packers fan in Jason's Yahoo pool, for third place. So we technically do. Last time a woman finished in the top 5 for NFL picks, it was Mina Kimes back in 2020. That was the year I got my first NFL Pick'em trophy. I mean, I could go in my office and get the trophy, but I feel like that would be a dick move. That would be disrespectful to Mina Kimes after Amazon showered Carissa Thompson with a gold trophy for going 13-3 on the Thursday night games. Just the Thursday night games. Not all the NFL games, just the games Amazon Prime promotes. But hey, I'm all for it. I'm all for the competition. Congrats on that, Carissa. But, you know, this has been a year where women have dominated NFL predictions, and we have to accept that this year. We have to accept that change is coming. I'm 11th in the country, still have the best record in the site outside of Lisa. Kerm is 13th. He went 9-7 in week 16. He's still only a game behind me. I'm 151-90. He's 150-91. So what happened, I'll still be ahead of Kerm regardless of what happens tonight. Bannell's also taking the Cowboys. If Wes flips to Detroit, he could catch up. Brian is now 6th on Draft Utopia, but he's 28th. Wes is 24th in the country, 5th on the site. Jason's 16th. He's tied with his wife, but I'm not going to dive into that. I feel like I'd ruffle some feathers if I did that, so I'm going to refrain from commenting further. Tracy and Tanya, they're both Commanders fans. They're both tied for 7th on Draft Utopia. They're both tied for 32nd. And Joey is a game back at 140 and 100, 141 and 100 if you take the Browns Thursday night win into account. But everybody had the Browns. That was literally a free space on a bingo card. Jesse was in last for most of the season, but he's moved 4 games ahead of Oren. He's actually 1 game back of Joey. If the Cowboys win, Jesse will be tied with Joey for 9th on Draft Utopia heading into Sunday. So Jesse's got an opportunity to tie Joey. We'll see what happens. But if the Lions win, Oren gains another game on Jesse.
I've had a rough 3 weeks, so I mean,
you were in the top 10 at one point in the country. To be fair to Joey, he was in the top 10 in the country at one point before all the injuries kept piling. Joey was in the top 10. So we have to acknowledge that. I don't know if the injuries threw you off or if it's just the way these games have finished. It could be a combination of both.
Jason looked at the Athletics that it said. He said this NFL, I think he was talking about the NFL season. He said it's like a game of whose line is it anyway, where, you know, where it's ridiculous and the points don't matter. It's like anything can happen. Things that we thought we knew, we don't.
Dolphins did lose Jalen Phillips to a season-ending injury, but they still have Andrew Van Ginkel. They still have Ogba. They signed Pierre-Paul for depth as that 4th edge rusher. I feel like I think Chubb's the Ravens' best. I think Chubb is the Dolphins' best edge rusher. So I really don't think that Phillips' injuries affected Miami. I mean, Jalen Waddle did get injured for Miami.
A dude named Dingle is a starter. So that just emphasizes
Van Ginkel, no Google. There's no Google on the Dolphins. It's Van Ginkel. I know. Ginkel. It's Ginkel. Ginkel. Because you keep saying Gingle. If you said Google. No. It's not Giggle. It's Ginkel.
My bad.
No, that's fair. He's been a reliable backup for many years. But, yeah, because before the Dolphins traded for Bradley Chubb, it was Jalen Phillips and Andrew Van Ginkel. Then people forgot about Van Ginkel for a while, and he's been basically a depth guy for a while. Now he's starting again. And I do think he's good enough to start somewhere else if he leaves in free agency. I mean, he's shown he can be a reliable complementary pass rusher. I don't think he can be your main edge, but I think he can be a complementary edge in the right 34 scheme. You have Howard, you have Ramsey, you have Kader Kohu, you have Eli Apple as your dime, and you have Cam Smith as your number 5 corner. You can deploy dime personnel, quarter personnel if you think the Ravens are going to pass it. But the thing is, they're not going to do that, because if you do that, then Lamar Jackson can just take off and run. That's what makes this Ravens team so dangerous offensively. The Ravens, they went into San Francisco and they beat the Niners 33-17. You know, a guy bet $5 on NFL on FanDuel, and he basically parlayed 16 different players to score a touchdown. All 16 players scored a touchdown. He won $494,000 with a $5 bet. So I think we're going to see gamblers pivot away from the point spread and pivot towards guessing who's going to score touchdowns. Because while that's not a perfect science, you make more money by doing that if you pick more players. And if you're too emotional...
But you also, if you do it on your favorite teams or teams that are, so if you live in, like I live in Jacksonville, it's like I'm seeing this bags every week. It's like you tiptoe on the trend, and then you don't even have to think. You can just bet on your own team.
Exactly.
And voila. And then you make money. But,
exactly. Jake Ellenbogen made a parlay bet. Yeah, Jake Ellenbogen did make a parlay bet for the Panthers-Rams game. I'm going to pull that up because I thought it was a cool parlay bet. I am going to pull it up because he made a pretty cool parlay bet. I'm going to read that on the podcast. Okay, he made a parlay bet, a $10 parlay bet. Bryce Young, 2 passing touchdowns. Bryce Young, 225 passing yards. Bryce Young, 25 rushing yards. Carolina Panthers cover the spread. They're 7-point underdogs. So if the Jaguars win by 6 or less, Jake takes that $10 bet and he turns it into $1,021.03. See, we're going to start seeing the degenerate gamblers, the gamblers pivot away from point spreads and pivot towards their favorite players because you can bet less money, have fun, and it's easier to make a bigger profit that way. So the sports books in Las Vegas that do the point spreads and shit, they're going to have to adapt because it's at the point where I know back in the early 2000s, Walter Football did the over-under the money lines, and then other sports sites copied that. Now everybody does it. It's commonplace with gambling legalized nearly everywhere. But now we're starting to see people pivot towards the fantasy aspect of the gambling in order to make more payouts. So the sports books are going to have to pivot towards stopping that in the future if they want to. And they just can't because it takes the excitement out of the game. Because that's where we're going.
I think that they're going to completely go against the money line bets because there are still so many people that take the money line. They're not taking the over-under as much, but they're taking the money line.
Exactly.
And I think, that's going to stay. I think the over-unders are where they're going to have to start working with because it's like this season. Like Carman's trying to do the over-under because
I told people to bet the under on games all year because I keep studying these depth charts and say, hey, these teams are pretty even. Fuck it, I'll take the home team. That's pretty much been the thought process for half the games. By going through the quarterbacks, the offensive linemen, the receivers on both teams, the corners. And I know that's so many details to process that the casual fan is like, Chris, we appreciate your insight, but it'd be spectacular if you shut the fuck up. Like, if Tom Grossi said that to me, Joey would probably give Tom a thumbs up and nod his head in agreement. But at the same time, he'd be respectful of that.
Somebody else, I'd probably get up and Tom Grossi, but if he's saying to you, I'd be like, you go, dude.
That's just where we're at. That's just how much information I'll process. It's at the point where it's admirable, but it's also borderline annoying. It's a combination.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, all the parlay bets are normally done by people who are betting on their favorite team. Where nationally, it's still the over/under, it's still the money line, but locally, it's more of the parlay. So
the Dolphins do have some injuries on the offensive line. I mean, back in week 14, they placed center Connor Williams on injured reserve. Robert Hunt's been out at right guard for most of the year. Robert Hunt, very good right guard, very durable. He's been injured most this year. And Austin Jackson, who they extended recently, has missed the last 2 weeks. Austin Jackson, Dolphins right tackle, he took a team-friendly deal where he's making, I think it's a 3-year, $36 million deal where he's only making $12 million a year. So it's not like one of these deals where he's getting 15 to 20 million. And that's a fair deal for Austin Jackson. So it's like, okay, now that you've paid him, all right, you're going to have some stability on offense. But ultimately, now that you've got a lot of these core guys paid, it's going to be seen as a failure if the Dolphins don't get to a Super Bowl or an AFC title. I mean, Madubuike, Michael Pierce, you have Travis Jones for depth at nose tackle, and Clowney's playing 5 technique. Yeah, because Kyle Van Noy and Owa are the outside linebackers, but they have Clowney as a third edge rusher, but he's lining up at 34 left end as that third edge rusher on the interior. So the Ravens are playing this defense where they have 3 edges with 1 on the interior, 2 on the outside, and then they have Queen and Smith in the middle, and Brandon Stevens has supplanted Marlon Humphrey as the number 1 corner. He kept Deebo Samuel in check. He kept Ridley in check. Stevens is a player I did not like coming out of SMU, but he has played out of his mind the last few weeks. And if that continues, I'm just not sure if there's a team in the NFL that can beat the Ravens right now. Arthur Mallett, the former Steelers, playing well at nickel corner. And you got other guys like Darby and Rock Ya-Sin for depth at corner.
Recording paused.
I know we paused Talk Shoe. Hopefully, but yeah, we're still live on Restream. Justin Tucker's the league's best kicker. You have Stout. I went Ravens 23, Dolphins 17. I think 2 people have the Dolphins, Joey and Tracy. Tracy and Joey both have the Dolphins beating the Ravens. But there's 3 teams in the running for home field. The Ravens.
I took the Dolphins is because the only reason I picked the Dolphins is I believe it's going to be an upset. But because the Ravens lost their big play running back.
But it didn't matter. They scored 33 points on the Niners on the road. That's a statement win.
That was. It was an amazing win, an amazing job. And as of right now, I think Lamar Jackson is the league MVP.
If he beats the Dolphins, he's going to win MVP.
It's been amazing.
It is.
But I think that the Dolphins can put up a lot of points this week just off big plays.
Jalen Waddle's out of the game.
It's going to be difficult.
Jalen Waddle's out. It's like Tyreek Hill's injured, and you pick the Jets to beat Miami, and they shut out the Jets. And now you're saying that the Dolphins don't need Waddle to beat the Ravens. I'm trying to make it make sense. It doesn't.
It's an upset, Chris.
It's an upset. I'm supposed to just have fun and roll with it, but it's like.
I'm trying to justify that upset.
Okay. But there's 3 teams in the home field race. Let me get to this quickly. The Browns, in order for the Browns to get home field, they need the Ravens to lose to Miami and Pittsburgh at home. I don't see the Ravens losing 2 in a row at home. The Dolphins, if the Dolphins win out, they will be the 1 seed. They beat Baltimore this week, and they beat Buffalo in Miami next week. They will be the 1 seed. In fact, if Buffalo wins this game, because Buffalo's 11-4, but no, Buffalo's 10-6 and Miami's 12-4, I believe. Yes, so there's 17 games in a season. So Buffalo is 9-6 right now, and Miami's 11-4. So if the Dolphins win this, they lock up the AFC East, and they have home field heading into Week 18. But there is one other team, the Browns, that can play spoiler. Now, in order for that to happen, the Ravens have to lose out. The Browns have to win against the Bengals, and the Dolphins have to. Because right now the Browns are 11-5. The Dolphins are 11-4, and the Ravens are 12-3. So basically, if the Browns get home field, they need the Dolphins to beat the Ravens, they need the Steelers to beat the Ravens, and they need the Bills and Josh Allen to beat Miami on the road. It's not improbable, but I would put it at like 10 to 13% probability. If I were setting up the betting odds,
It's not like
I would probably put the Ravens at like 72%. I would put the Dolphins at 15%, and I'd put the Browns at 13%.
you have a lot more faith in that scenario than I do. I do not believe the Browns are going to play their starters next against the Bengals.
The Bengals, they will only rest their starters.
They're going to have anything to play for.
If the Ravens lose to Miami, they're going to have to play their starters because they can win the division. That's an extra home game.
That's true.
So
That's true.
if the Ravens win, they're going to rest their starters.
Simply because I usually pick 2 upsets a week. So I picked the upset in this game simply because it looked like the best chance for an upset. But if we're looking at it realistically, the Ravens are probably going to end up winning this game. That's not even my field.
But as an NFL fan, you want the 1 seed to be decided in Week 18. As an NFL fan, you want the 1 seed to be decided on the final week of the season. Whereas if it's decided before then, teams can rest their players and it saturates the quality of matchups in Week 18. Especially with some fantasy leagues like Kerm's League having the championship in Week 18. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's like I would love for it to be a 3-team race between the Browns, the Ravens, and the Dolphins going into Week 18. And, and whatever scenario wins. I would love that. If you're throwing percentages at it, though, I think, for a 3-team race on that, I'd probably give it a 5% chance at that.
You give the Ravens an 85% chance, Miami 10, and the Browns 5. So
yeah,
that's kind of where I'm getting at.
It's not that yet.
Yeah.
And the only reason I give the Browns 5 is because everything that the Browns have done this year.
All right, Wes is picking Detroit. Wes, I just got the text from Wes. He's officially picking the Lions. So Wes has flipped to Detroit. I'll send him the rest of the games after the podcast, but this is why you don't assume anything. So Wes is picking the Lions, and that's big because I think – let me double-check something here. Before I finalize the Lions and Wes's picks, I want to see the standings on Draft Utopia. I have it in a Pages document on my iPad. Okay, so Wes is 2 games ahead of Brian Bayless, but 3 games behind Bannell. The Lions winning puts Wes 2 games within Bannell for 4th place. But you see, it's like I do my best. I'd like to be number 1 again, but it's not realistic. I'm trailing Lisa by 11 games. Just having 3 years in the top 10 nationally for NFL predictions is good enough for me right now because I'm 11th right now among everyone in the country. So it's like I want to
for the next 2 weeks and finish number 1.
Here's the thing, Joey. I've never done this, but like if you go 16-0, I will buy a $20 gift card to your favorite restaurant. We came close to it happening last year, but Graham Gano missed the field goal. We had Brian, Wes, Carman, myself. We were all at 0 losses heading into the afternoon games. But Graham Gano missed the freaking field goal. Brian's a Giants fan. The Giants and Commanders tie. He finishes the week with 0 losses, but Graham Gano, the kicker on his favorite team, screws him out of a perfect week. It's like, that's the only 0 loss week that's happened in this entire history of running the company. What does that say? It is literally impossible to have a perfect week. The year I had the number 1 record in the country in 2021, I had 3 or 4 weeks where I went 13-1, where I was one game away from a perfect week. Tony Mario's had a few 1-loss weeks on the picks he emails me. It's like, it's impossible. It's happened one time where somebody's had 0 losses. And that person did not have 14 wins and 0 losses. They had 13 wins, 1 tie, and a loss. It is hard to run the table. Almost impossible. So, upsets happen. It's football.
Recording started.
All right. But yeah. Looking at the Dolphins, I will send Wes the rest of the picks after the show and adjust them accordingly. Bills and Patriots. Penn State right tackle Caden Wallace is going to the Shrine Bowl. Xavier Thomas, Shrine Bowl. Watson, Mississippi State linebackers heading to Mobile. Jordan Whittington's going to Mobile, the Texas slot receiver. And Charles Turner III, the LSU center that Mitch told me about, has accepted invite to Mobile. That's good. It's good to know that Mobile is on top of things with the centers. New England and Buffalo, this is going to be the Bills. The Bills are going to win this game. It's going to be ugly. I have the Bills winning 38-0. I did this last week. I basically said the Giants are going to lose 42-0, and they end up covering the spread against the Eagles. It's almost like the sports books see that I've got the Eagles beating the Giants 42-0. They're like, this mother effer thinks the Eagles are going to shut out the Giants. We have to make the Giants play semi-competitive so that we can rip people off and steal their money. Yeah, that's what the sports books see when they pull up Draft Utopia. I have the Bills winning 38-0. They are 12-point favorites. Bills are the second lock of the week. It's in Buffalo. I am starting Dak Prescott over Josh Allen in fantasy in Kerm's league because the Lions have the 27th pass defense. And Belichick actually has a good defense. I mean, the Patriots did bring in Marco Wilson to replace Jack Jones. Cardinals cut Marco Wilson, and the Patriots signed him. But yeah, the Bills, I love the Bills at home. It's the Patriots. I mean, is there even a discussion to be had over this?
Josh Allen, over the last 5 weeks, I was going over who is the best.
And I'm fairly certain Josh Allen has 4 consecutive seasons. See, Josh, I used the keeper on Allen over Mahomes, and a lot of people in fantasy criticized that decision. But I knew the Chiefs' offensive line might suck this year, and the Bills had the same line. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to keep Allen.
Well, we've been calling that the Chiefs were going to be on their downturn since before the playoffs last year. So it doesn't surprise me.
I mean, I said the Chiefs would win the Super Bowl over the Eagles. You sort of downplayed the fact that the Chiefs might win, but you were cool about it. And it's like, we're on to this season. Who cares about what happened last year? We're on to this season. It's like Falcons and Bears. Heineke's back. Onyemeta is back at nose tackle. Caleb McGarry is back. So basically, Atlanta's got all their guys back outside of Grady Jarrett, who tore his ACL earlier in the year before Kentavious Street replaced him. And the Falcons also brought in the Ohio State linebacker they drafted for depth against Carolina, and he got his first sack. Zach Harrison, former Buckeye, in last year's draft. He was the backup pass rusher on Ohio State a season ago, but he got his first career sack. Justin Fields, I feel like the Bears are going to win this game. It's an elimination game for both teams, but I think the Bears are the better quarterback. They have home field. But we do have 4 people picking the Falcons. Banel, Oren, Jason, and Brian all have Atlanta winning because the Bears are basically, even if the Bears win, if the Rams beat the Giants, that eliminates the Bears. Whereas if Atlanta wins, it's like, okay, we may have a compelling Week 18 Saints-Falcons game for the division, but at the same time, if Tampa Bay wins at home, both these teams could be eliminated this weekend, But majority of our staff has the Bears winning 7-4 Chicago. But Atlanta's got their defense back at full health outside of Grady Jarrett, their best defensive lineman. And they do have Caleb McGarry, because that was the issue with the Falcons against the Panthers. They didn't have Lidstrom at right guard. They didn't have McGarry. They got Lidstrom back against the Colts, but didn't have McGarry. Now they're going to get McGarry back officially against Chicago this week. So even though I'm not sold on the consistency of Desmond Ridder or Taylor Heineke, Atlanta might win this game. And it's, what's crazy, Joey? If the Buccaneers lost their last 2 games to New Orleans and Carolina, Atlanta loses this game, but they beat the Saints in Week 18. Atlanta wins the division at 8-9. Yeah. An 8-9 team gets to play the Cowboys in the wild card round. Again.
And the sad part is that this division is better this year than it was last year.
Yeah, agreed. But I think it'd be.
I think that's the real bad part about it.
Yeah, because if the Buccaneers were to lose the last 2 games, it'd be such a WTF way to end the season, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be just the ultimate? And then the Falcon. Then we actually have to watch. Then we have to watch an Arthur Smith playoff game. I think you put that game on Peacock, but it would probably go on Fox, or it'd be the Nickelodeon Slime game on CBS, because they're not putting a Cowboys game on Peacock. They should, because it's Arthur Smith and he sucks, but it's like Cowboys are too popular to be put on a streaming service. They're not. The league's not going to do that. Because what they're going to do for the wild card is one game's going to be the Nickelodeon game on CBS. NBC is going to get 2 games. CBS is probably going to get 2 games. The Nickelodeon Slime game and a regular wild card. Fox is going to get 1 game, and ABC is going to get 1 game. That's probably how it will go down. Yeah. And my guess is they will not put the Cowboys on streaming service. Even though I'd love to see the Cowboys on Peacock due to Arthur Smith's incompetence, the league is not going to put a team as popular as the Cowboys on Peacock. Let's just be real.
Yeah.
My guess is the Jaguars-Browns game will be the game that gets put on Peacock. Or if it's the Browns-Texans, that'll probably be the Peacock game. Which you don't have a problem with, but it's like, that's kind of... But yeah, let's move on. We both have the Bears winning. I think it's going to be a defensive game. The Texans are getting Stroud back, according to Ian Rappaport. You did take the Titans earlier in the week. Titans are also getting Will Levis back, but it is official. Stroud is coming back this week. The Titans are also getting some key guys back from injuries. They are getting Jeffrey Simmons back from an injury. They're getting some other key guys back. I do have the Texans winning a defensive game 24-16. Everybody else on the site is the Texans except you. Do you want to change your pick now that Stroud's playing, or do you want the Titans still?
No, because, as somebody with a lot of concussion history, the first week's always the hardest. We not only see that with the people like myself, we also see it with stars and current players. First week's always the hardest. Now you got a rookie. I don't think he's ever had a concussion. So I do believe that the Texans lose this game. I think Stroud gets better as the week.
And hey, Texans, look on the flip side. You're 1-0 against the Oilers. You're 0-1 against the Titans if you lose to the Titans, but you're 1-0 against the Oilers because the Titans wore their Oilers jerseys. If you really want to fire up the Texans fans, wear your Oilers jerseys to Houston. That would really piss off the Texans if they wore the Oilers jerseys in Houston. Like, that would really just, it's like, that would be even more disrespectful, I think, than wearing the Oiler jerseys against the Texans at home, is if they wore the Oiler jerseys on the road. In Houston.
Yeah, I think the only way the Texans win this is if those receivers do a very good job of making up for P.J. Stroud
and they don't have Tank Dell. They have Nico Collins. They have Robert Woods. They have Mechie. They have Noah Brown. They have a variety of guys. But they don't have their speedy threat in Tank Dell. He's out for the year. So is that going to limit this offense? We'll see. Will Anderson, he missed the Browns game. He's out for this game. And Will Levis, this is a revenge game for Levis. He got injured in overtime against the Texans in a game where the Titans were leading, but DeMeco Ryans just fought like hell. I think the Jaguars are the most talented team in the AFC South, but I don't think they're the most disciplined team. I think both the Texans and Colts have the 2 best coaches in the division right now, Joey. You might disagree with me, but I mean, Shane Steichen is holding players. I think Shane Steichen's holding the most. I'd give Shane Steichen the accountability advantage. I would give I would give DeMeco Ryans the point for intensity, and I'd give Doug Peterson a point for winning a Super Bowl as a head coach. But it's like, I feel like his play calling's more predictable.
Well, I think Doug Peterson is a better coach. I believe that the offensive coordinator, I think Press Taylor is the bottom barrel of the division in offensive.
There are people in the social media, I think back in September, Tom Pelissero suggested Press Taylor be a head coach, and I'm like, no, you got to be kidding me. It's like,
No, there is a reason. Because Press Taylor, here's the timeline. Press Taylor started out the year.
you know, if he had beaten the Chiefs in week 2, this would be a different conversation. If you beat the Chiefs and cause them to drop to 0-2, this is a different conversation we're having. But you lost the Chiefs, and it's just been up and downhill from there. But without Kirk in the lineup, it just feels like they're doing the same old stuff. Try to throw it to Ridley because he's your best player. If you can't get Ridley, throw it to Kirk, force it there, run the ball. It just feels like the same predictive programming without Kirk in the lineup. That's all.
The second Press Taylor got play calling duties back, that's when it started going downhill again. So whoever's calling for him to be a head coach, it's like he's got 2 opportunities to call plays this season, and both on the Jets.
Honestly, I think he's worse than Ken Dorsey, but it's not going to get talked about because Jacksonville's a small market compared to a city like Buffalo. I low-key think Press Taylor is a worse coordinator than Ken Dorsey. He's better than Matt Canada, but he's worse than Ken Dorsey. You might disagree with me on that, but that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think he loses play calling duties again. Yeah, at some point when the Jags are going, and I think the Jags end up getting to the playoffs.
If Press Taylor's calling the plays and they lose to Carolina, Peterson will be calling the plays in Week 18. Period. And the Jaguars can still get in as a wild card, but I'll break that down a little bit later. The Raiders and Colts. I have the Colts winning this game. I know the Raiders, they had a statement win in Kansas City. Neither one of these teams is a star QB, and the Raiders have the momentum right now. I mean, Zamir White's had 2 really good games. I picked him up in fantasy when Jacobs got injured. I liked him coming out of Georgia. But Michael Pittman Jr. cleared concussion protocol, so he is playing. I think that's the difference. I like the Colts 23-19. The Colts are only favored by 3.5. 60% of the betting action's on the Colts. But this is the first game this year where the majority of our site has the underdog winning. Brian Bayless, Tracy, Kerm, Joey, Jesse, and Oren all took Raider Nation. Oren has recruited Raider Nation to turn on. Oren has recruited Raider Nation to piss off Jim Irsay for the New Year's Eve party this Sunday in Indianapolis. He's got his plans. Yep. Raider Nation. They're
my reason for picking the Raiders is strictly because I love what their intern head coach is doing.
And the Colts don't have a good number 2 corner, Dallas Flowers. The Raiders have Jack Jones. That was a curveball. That threw me off. Jack Jones was great as a rookie with the Patriots, but he also had some off-the-field issues that led to him being disciplined, and the Patriots were like, okay, you broke your curfew with J.C. Jackson. We're going to cut you. And then the Raiders took a chance on him, and it paid off as he gets a pick 6 against Mahomes. So it's like that kind of shrewdness. The Raiders get rewarded for that type of shrewdness. And the Patriots get punished for Bill Belichick's incompetence and tendency to discipline players who break curfew.
Yeah, I just love their head coach. Right now, I think he's doing a spectacular job. I think he has the team playing at a high level. They're maximizing the talent they have in a way they haven't before him. I just think he is so far above and beyond right now. I think he has to be retained after this year as the full-time head coach because he has his team playing at such a high level, especially defensively.
Yeah.
That it's going to be
I've got the Colts winning and the Texans winning, and then we have the Texans and Colts, because here's the thing. I'll get to the Jaguars in a second. We'll talk about the AFC South a little bit further, but the Raiders defense, Malcolm Kuntz dominated against Wanya Morris, so did Crosby, and the Raiders defense, it just looks like a complete defense right now. But yeah, you look at the Jaguars, they play the Panthers. I am taking Carolina with Trevor Lawrence out of the lineup. I have Bryce Young and the Panthers pulling another upset. They go into Duval. They win. The Panthers win. This is my upset, ladies and gentlemen. And this is risky as hell because it's like, if I'm wrong on this game, I'm tied with Kern for second. This is risky as hell what I'm doing. Because when Carolina played Atlanta at home, I had a thought process. When Carolina played Atlanta at home and their linemen were injured, the thought process was flawed, but it was edgy enough to the point where you could understand the thought process and go with it. Here, it's just like I'm going all in at the poker table. I could end up looking like an idiot.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you're doing here. It's like there's no thought process on this. The Jaguars should win this game. They should be able to score without much difficulty on, the Carolina defense, who's got like 4 players.
Actually, the players that are injured are cleared to play. I mean, Troy Hill's the only player that's questionable. J.C. Horn is going to play. Dante Jackson's going to play. So Jacksonville's getting a pretty healthy Carolina defense outside of Shaq Thompson at middle linebacker. Everybody on Carolina's defense is healthy. But they also gave up 33 points to Packers despite scoring 30 on Joe Barry. So that may say more about Barry than it does about the Packers. It just depends on what you think and what your thought process is. Is Bryce Young's 30-point game a testament to how bad of a defensive coordinator Joe Barry is? Or is Bryce Young finally starting to develop his confidence heading into year 2? That's really the big question.
Well, we'll find out because the Jag pass rush has been...
I like Carolina's pass rush too, but they did cut Justin Houston. So they did. They did cut Justin Houston. I did not update that on the site, but he was...
He's a presence.
And with Justin Houston cut...
You like Houston or not, no matter what age he is a presence. He's somebody that you have to look at. And that's one more guy that they don't have this year, or in this week.
Well, Yetur Gross-Matos is starting. I mean, he is starting again. He was a liability last year, and I felt like bringing in Houston made that defense more formidable as far as the pass rush goes. But everybody on the offense is healthy. Laviska Shenault's going to come back from injured reserve. I think Laviska Shenault scores the game-winning touchdown. This is his first game back on IR, and he was drafted by the Jaguars. That is my bold prediction, is that the Panthers win, and both Chark and Shenault score touchdowns. But wouldn't that upset you as a Jaguars fan if both Chark and Shenault, the two guys the Jaguars drafted, scored the touchdowns in a revenge game for Carolina? Because you don't... I do have, in all seriousness, I have a defensive game, but I have Carolina winning a defensive game 13-10. The over-under is 37.5, and an alarming 81% are betting on the Jaguars to win this game with CJ Beathard. I have zero confidence in CJ Beathard. None. I have more confidence in... I'm not going to say it because, A, I'm not sure what to say, and B, if I say it, I'm just going to look really bad. I just do not have any confidence in CJ Beathard. That's all I'm going to say. Even with this supporting cast. If he had Christian Kirk, maybe this would be a different story. But I don't trust Beathard. So I think the Panthers do enough to win.
A better team, I would agree with you, but it's terrible.
They beat the Falcons and the Texans at home. They haven't won a road game this year. I feel like they may win a road game just to screw the Bears out of the number 1 pick, or just to make the league wait another week to find out who gets the number 1 pick. Just to fuck with us, because a lot of mock drafters are ready to crown the Bears the number 1 team in the draft order, but the Panthers have to lose this game in order for that to happen. In fact, if the Bears lose either of their next 2 games, the Bears get the number 1 pick. But, it's not Chicago's not officially on the clock until Carolina loses 1 more game. If the Panthers win the next 2 and the Cardinals lose out, the Cardinals get the number 1 pick. They are the only team that can mathematically catch the Panthers based on strength of schedule. So it's basically down to the Cardinals and Bears.
That's not a healthy catch. Yeah, that's like catching a puffer fish and then eating it raw. That's not a good catch.
I feel like the Bears are going to take Caleb Williams and the Cardinals are going to get Marvin Harrison Jr. regardless of how the draft order plays out. It's not that I don't trust Stroud. It's the fact that Williams could have a higher ceiling. And the previous regime didn't draft Fields. The regime that came in before Ryan Poles drafted Fields. If Fields makes that Hail Mary or he doesn't throw a pick against the Browns, and he wins that game, I think his job is safe. But I also feel like he could end up losing the job, or they could end up trading him for another draft pick. But I'm taking the Panthers boldly. That is my upset for this week.
Well, I don't think the Panthers can, and I think that the Jags have a very good shot.
And here's my scenario, Joey. Let's break down mine first because it's the less likely of the 2 scenarios. The Jaguars lose and Texans and Colts win. That means the winner of that game between the Texans and Colts automatically wins the South in Indy. The winner of that game. It also means the Jaguars would have to go 9-8. Now, here's the thing. The Jaguars would have to beat the Titans on the road to go 9-8. The Jaguars own a tiebreaker over the Colts, even if they beat the Raiders and lose the Texans. But if the Browns rest their starters in Week 18, the Bengals can screw both the Jaguars and Colts out of that last wild card. Steelers are probably going to go 9-8 and beat Seattle, lose to Baltimore, or 8-9 and lose out. I don't see the Steelers winning more than 9 games, and I can see them losing out. The Patriots might beat the Jets to play spoiler. I had the Broncos going 9-8. I had the Broncos going 10-7 before they lost the Patriots on Christmas Eve. But now that Russell Wilson's been benched, that Broncos win over the Raiders in Week 18 in Las Vegas, that's an L. That's an L for Denver. So the Broncos are now 8-9. The Raiders, worst case scenario, they lose the Colts and go 8-9. Best case scenario, they win out. Now, if the Raiders win out and it's between the Raiders, Jaguars, and Colts, guess what happens? The freaking Jaguars get in over the Raiders and the Colts. The Raiders would jump the Colts, but they would lose the tiebreaker to Duval, the Jaguars. So if the Jaguars and Raiders are 9-8, it really doesn't matter. As soon as the Jaguars win that 9th game, that mathematically eliminates the Raiders, because the Raiders, I have the Jaguars going 5-1 in the AFC South, and I have the Raiders 4-2 in the AFC West. So the division tiebreaker gives Jacksonville the nod over the Raiders, I believe. But I'll double check the playoff predictor scenario here. To see what the tiebreakers say. Yeah, the division tiebreaker favors Jacksonville. As long as the Jaguars win 1 game, they are in the playoffs. The only team that can screw the Jaguars out of the playoffs in the unlikely scenario where the Panthers beat the Jaguars, the Texans and Colts both win, the only team that can play spoiler is in fact the Bengals, who have head-to-head wins over both the Colts and Jaguars. So that is literally the only team that can play spoiler. And if the Browns have the 5 seed and the Ravens beat the Dolphins, the Browns just might say, fuck it. Let's help the Bengals get in the playoffs so we don't have to play the Jaguars, because the Jaguars might be tougher to beat than the Bengals. So let's help our rival out just so we have an easier path to the Super Bowl. And then in that scenario, the Bengals would screw the Jaguars out of the last wild card, and we'd have a Bengals-Bills rematch with Jake Browning facing Josh Allen, with Burrow on the bench after beating the Bills on the road. Now he has to watch his protege beat the Bills in a wild card game against a red-hot Josh Allen if the Bills win the division and win out.
It's interesting, but I do think the Jets closed it out this week.
And yeah, I have the Browns beating the Bengals, even with Browning at quarterback. I have too much confidence in the Browns, even if they rest their starters. But, if they rest Flacco for the playoffs, it means that either Driscoll or P.J. Walker's going to play that game. And in that scenario, all bets are off. That's the thing.
At the very least, the Browns had already clinched the number 5 spot. So at this point, it's do you want to screw over the Jags? Do you want to screw over
the Bengals?
Who do you want to screw over?
Do you want to screw over the Bengals or do you want to screw over the Jaguars? Because the two wild... Yeah.
We just don't want to get injured. Because like we said earlier, 26% of the salary.
I mean, if you're the Browns, would you rather play the Jaguars in the AFC title in Cleveland again? A much healthier Jaguars team, or would you rather play the Bengals a third time with Browning at quarterback? That feels like a very tough ultimatum, because if you sweep the Bengals, that just might piss them off enough to screw you out of another Super Bowl.
Or do you want to go against the Jags' offensive line right now? It's worse than what they face with the Jets. So who do you want to take? How? Honestly, I just think the Browns are saying, screw it, we've already got our spot, let's rest everybody, and let the rest of the world figure it out.
So I do have the Texans winning the division. You look at my playoff predictors, I've got the Ravens at 1, 14-3, Bills at 2, 11-6, Chiefs at 3 at 11-6. The Texans win out and go 10-7. The Browns are 12-5. We get a Texans-Browns rematch in Houston with Stroud versus the Browns. That is probably the game that gets put on Peacock. The Dolphins would play the Chiefs in a rematch in Kansas City. That's probably going to be on NBC. That's going to be one of the 2 NBC games. And then you'd have the Jaguars heading to Buffalo. My guess is that would be the Nickelodeon Slime game after they had those 2 teams playing in London on ESPN+. That would be the Nickelodeon Slime game. They'd probably put the Chiefs and Dolphins on NBC in prime time. I think they would put you look at the Bills. The Bills game would be on Peacock. The Seahawks and Lions, that might be on NBC, but I also feel like they would put Cowboys and Falcons would probably be on Fox, and then that leaves Packers, Eagles, and Lions, Seahawks. One of those games goes to Monday Night Football, and the other goes to NBC. I would think maybe they'll put Lions, Falcons. Yeah, NBC hasn't had a Cowboys game. Maybe they'll put Cowboys, Falcons on NBC. 8-9 Atlanta versus the Cowboys, and then you have Eagles, Packers going on ABC, and then they'll put the Seahawks, Lions game. No, Seahawks Lions would probably go on NBC, actually, now that I think about it, because both of those teams are trying to end a playoff drought. That would probably be the NBC game, and then they put the Cowboys Eagles on Fox, and then the Packers Eagles, or maybe Rams Eagles would be the Monday night game. Too early to say, but that's just how I have it. Let's get to the second half of these games. Rams and Giants. This is, spoiler alert, this is a lock. All right, so this is a lock, folks. Everybody's taking the Giant. Everybody's taking the Rams. Nobody is picking Brian Dable to win. I mean, the Giants' season's pretty much over. The Rams have too much momentum. It's not a surprise that this game's a lock. I do have the Giants covering the spread. I think the Rams win, but I have the Giants covering in a defensive game. 17-16, Giants cover the spread. Why? After the Rams cut their kicker, they signed Mason Crosby, but then they demoted him to the practice squad and cut him again. and Mason Crosby finally got to start for the Giants. They've gone through 4 different kickers. They've gone through about as much kicker turnover. In fact, they've gone through more kicker turnover than the Browns because they had Graham Gano gets injured, Cade York gets injured, Randy Bullock gets injured. They're now on their 4th kicker. And the Rams cut Mason Crosby after cutting their starting kicker. I think Mason Crosby's going to take that personally. And Mason Crosby's leg is going to do the Rams are going to play sloppy offensively on the road in New York. And Graham Gano's going to play well. Not Graham Gano, damn it. Mason Crosby's going to play well enough for the Giants to cover the spread. Giants are going to cover the spread in a defensive game, but the Rams are just too talented to win offensively. 17-16 Rams. Giants hold the Rams to under 20 points as Sean McVay breaks Brian Dable's heart on New Year's Eve in the Meadowlands. As Brian Dable goes to the New York City New Year's party crying after the loss. He is seen crying in Times Square following a loss to Sean McVay. And Sean McVay and the Rams go to the New Year's Day party in New York, and they're all happy, celebrating. And then Stafford's like, let's stop celebrating and prepare for the 49ers. Yeah, it's like, all right, I'm done cracking jokes. Everybody's taking the Rams. Everybody's taking the Eagles over the Cardinals, even with the injuries to the Eagles, even with Darius Slay out. I've got the what? I never updated the score. I had 42-0. I'm not going to go with the same score. I mean, if Darius Slay is out, the Cardinals are going to score some points. I'm going to let Joey pick how many points the Cardinals score. I'm going to keep the Eagles at 42, but I'm going to let Joey decide how many points the Cardinals score just for shits and giggles. So if Joey tells me that the Cardinals are going to cover the spread and the Eagles are favored by 10.5, I will spot the Cardinals. I'll spot the Cardinals 34 points just for the hell of it. Yeah, I know this is a very dangerous game I'm playing, but because I accidentally left the score the same, Eagles 42, Giants 20, my punishment is I have to let Joey pick the score for the Cardinals, which is a fair punishment. With Darius Slay out, I think that's a fair punishment. This happened last week. Yeah, I have the Eagles scoring 40. I have the Eagles scoring 42, but I will let Joey pick the score for the Cardinals.
All right. If you got 42, that means the Cardinals are going to get a lot of chances. I'm going to go with 10. 42-10.
Okay. 42-10. We add a 0 to the 10. All right. I like that. That's a good score.
The Eagles score 42, that means Cardinals going to have a lot of opportunities.
Yeah. All right. So that being said, we're on game 11. It's the Saints and the Panthers. Michael Thomas and Lattimore are going to remain on IR. The Buccaneers have the chance to pull the trigger and end the division. I've got New Orleans winning in an upset 21-20. The majority of our staff has the Buccaneers winning, but it's a 6-5 split decision. Tanya, Oren, Lisa, and Brian all took the Saints in an upset. Lisa's got an 11-game lead over me and a 12-game lead over Kerm. You guys need the Buccaneers to win in the worst way possible to make this entertaining. You don't want the rich getting richer. I mean, I'm ahead of Joey by 10 games, so if Lisa's got the Saints winning, we need the Buccaneers to win so this is more competitive. But hey, we'll see what happens.
For me, I believe that the Buccaneers have been playing really well. Baker Mayfield has his best years since 20.
I don't think it's Baker Mayfield. I think it's the coach, Dave Canales. I think Canales is just that good of a coach, Joey. I basically said that if the Buccaneers make the playoffs, Canales is going to get a head coaching job, and Baker Mayfield's going to decline after getting paid, like Geno Smith this year. That's what's going to happen. The writing's on the wall.
Well, it's interesting because a lot of times, coach, coordinator, and quarterback, sometimes it's just a magical fit.
Yeah, and Canales could say, you know what? If let's say the Commanders hire Dave Canales, in that scenario, Dave Canales might offer Baker whatever the hell he wants to come to Washington. And then you have Magic Johnson celebrating every time Baker Mayfield throws a touchdown, which honestly would be kind of awesome. It would suck for Buccaneers fans, but just watch Baker Mayfield sling touchdowns at FedEx Field with Dan Snyder not owning the team would be kind of hilarious. But the weather's much better in Tampa, and you don't have to pay taxes in Tampa. There's no state tax in Tampa, whereas Washington, there's a lot of taxes. So there's no state taxes in Florida.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I'm here. The thing is, though, I've heard a lot coming out of the locker room in Tampa Bay, and the other players said they love Baker. They love how he's coming across, and Baker, just like this, a lot of what I went through the last couple of years is made me grow up. So, I mean, if that's the case, and everything I'm hearing out of Tampa Bay is correct, I mean, hey, we'll see. We shall see.
I think the Buccaneers have to prioritize paying Baker over anything else. And even the Buccaneers know that, because it's like if Canales gets a head coaching job, he can poach Baker away from Tampa. And if that team's offering Tampa more money, he'll go there instead. It essentially is a bidding war. And Tampa Bay knows that. If they make the playoffs, they know they have no leverage, regardless of whether they like it or not.
If they win a playoff game,
They're not.
That just makes it even. That just gives Baker even more leverage.
Yeah, but I don't think they'll beat a playoff team. I think they'd have to avoid Dallas. If they drew the Seahawks or they drew another team, but right now it looks like the Dallas-Philadelphia team is going to be the 5 seed, the NFC East runner-up. It's just with the records right now. I'm going Saints 21-20, but this could end up backfiring immensely because Tampa Bay's healthier. Tampa Bay, no injuries last week. I tried to tell you that Devin White's coming back, and the Buccaneers are the healthiest they've been. And then with Lawrence clearing concussion protocol, you talked me into picking the Jaguars, and the Buccaneers just beat the crap out of Jacksonville. They beat the pants off of Duval.
They did. I just counted how bad the pass blocking was, and that was my fault.
This is why you study the depth charts, buddy. This is why. Yaya Diaby?
It's like I was studying what I've seen. And I'm like, okay, they'll be able to at least hold up a little bit. There was a little bit. Okay.
Because Barrett's a good edge rusher when he's on his game. Because he is. Barrett was on the Super Bowl Buccaneers. You still have Joe Tryon, a 2021 first-round pick. Yaya Diaby's actually outplayed Tryon to the point where he's taken the starting job from him as a rookie. And then so now you have 3 edge rushers you got to worry about. Anthony Nelson, who started in relief of Barrett, still on this team for depth. You have Vita Vea. You have Greg Gaines, Logan Hall, Kalijah Cansey. You just have so many bodies that swarm you. This defense is very similar to the 55 Buccaneers because of all those bodies on the front 7. I think the secondary is weaker, but at the same time, all those bodies on the front 7 are really why Brady got his Lombardi.
55 Buccaneers?
Yeah, the Buccaneers won 55 against the Chiefs.
1955, the Buccaneers were not around.
I'm talking about the Super Bowl 55 Buccaneers, Joey.
Oh, when you said 55, you confused me. I was like, 55?
55, Super Bowl 55. I'm not thinking year, I'm thinking Super Bowl year, not the actual year. I guess it's one of those things when I say 55, your subconscious thinks of the year 55, not the Super Bowl, but the actual year.
Yeah, that was, my mind just went back to 1955, and it's just like...
Yeah, my mom was born in 1956, 1 year before 1955.
Well, that's my bad.
Yeah, I found out that my dad's older brother, Frank, was born on December 27th, the same day my dog, Missy, was born. The same day I ended up... I'm not going to talk about personal experiences that are unrelated sports on the podcast. That's not appropriate. I'm better than that.
That's my job. That's my job.
That's your line of work. I'll stick to being the good cop and let Joey be the bad cop. That dynamic's just better for this podcast as a whole.
It is. It be in trouble sometimes, but whatever.
Yeah. It's just 49ers, Commanders. Everybody's taking the 49ers, even Tracy. I mean, Niners got their butts kicked, but they're not going to have 4 interceptions against this secondary. Now, Trent Williams is injured. Aaron Banks is injured. Spencer Burford got benched for John Feliciano at right guard. Yeah, so everybody's taking the Niners. That's our 5th lock of the week. Steelers, Seahawks. Steelers are starting Mason Rudolph over Kenny Pickett, even though Pickett's healthy enough to play. They're going to live or die on the sword of momentum. Mike Tomlin is going to live or die on the sword that is momentum. Phil Haynes, right guard for the Seahawks, got placed on IR in Week 13. He hasn't been activated off of IR. So that does give the Steelers' defensive line a little bit of an advantage if they can exploit that matchup. I mean, Draymond Jones may miss this game. It's possible Sumalo returns. It's also possible Sumalo is out. Jordan Brooks didn't practice on Wednesday at inside linebacker. Seahawks have a ton of depth at corner. Michael Jackson, Tariq Woolen, Devin Witherspoon. They played Witherspoon at field corner against the Cowboys. They benched Tariq Woolen, Kobe Bryant. I mean, I saw this team against the Eagles. Jamal Adams and Diggs are the starters, but Julian Love's done a nice job filling in for Adams. Seahawks are minus 3, a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going Seahawks 20, Steelers 16. But Lisa, Joey, and Brian all have the Steelers pulling the upset. So,
Yeah, the Steelers, like you said, offensively, Mason Rudolph gave him a kick in the pants.
I took Mason Rudolph over Cincinnati last week because it was Christmas, and I figured it'd be a peak game for Rudolph. And then Rudolph has a losing record on the road, but he's undefeated at home. So I figured the Seahawks would win, but who knows? I mean, the Steelers play a much tougher strength of schedule. Yeah, that's true. Neither do the Seahawks.
They're going to pull out all the stops, and they have the defensive talent that if Rudolph makes a couple mistakes, against the Seahawks team that hasn't played up to its billing this year, they can potentially do something. So, they're just the Steelers in this one. I think it's a pretty even game. And, if you got nothing to lose, chances are you just go balls to the walls and ball out. So, that's my thought.
Yeah. So it's Chargers and Broncos is not a lock, and that's largely due to Denver benching Russell Wilson for Jarrett Stidham. No, I don't trust either Easton Stick or Stidham in this contest. I'm going Broncos 17, Chargers 13. Oren and Bale are both taking the Chargers in the upset. I love it. Well, Oren calls the Broncos the Donkeys. He's a Raider fan, but he lives in LA. So I love that Oren's taking the Chargers in an upset in Denver. I also kind of like the fact that Jason's taking the upset here. It makes the game more interesting because this goes from being a Bronco lock to 2 teams with backup quarterbacks. Can an interim head coach defeat Sean Payton? That's really the only compelling thing about this game, Joey. Can Brandon Staley's outside linebackers coach defeat Sean Payton? That's really the only storyline here. This is probably the most boring game of the week, even though it should be a fun game.
I don't like either of these games. I don't like either of these teams. At least the Chargers have a couple of receivers.
I hope this game's like the Vikings-Raiders game. Remember the Vikings-Raiders game a few weeks ago where it was scoreless into the fourth quarter and the Vikings won on a field goal? It was 3-0. I hope this game is just like that, and the Broncos win on a safety 2-0. I think that would be the most hilarious ending to an NFL game. It's 0-0 in the fourth quarter, and the Broncos win on a safety in overtime. I mean,
Look how funny it would be. I mean, maybe for all 12 people that are going to watch the game.
like,
Yeah.
Well, the Broncos aren't mathematically eliminated from the playoffs yet because the Chiefs haven't clinched the division. You know, the Broncos or Raiders win out and the Chiefs lose out. They might be as early as tomorrow, but it's like right now it's Bengals, Chiefs, and Kansas City. You have McKinnon on IR. You have Sky Moore on IR. I mean, this is a tough game for me to pick. I'm going with the Chiefs, though. I think the Chiefs are due for a blowout win. I'm going with the Chiefs 31-13. And this is not a lock. Battle's taking the Chiefs. But he's considering the Bengals if the Raiders win. And that's the thing. If the Colts win in real life, he's going to pick the Chiefs. And if the Raiders win in real life, he's going to pick the Bengals. This is Battle's bubble mystery pick of the week. And Tracy Porter's the only one taking the Bengals at the moment. So Battle, the biggest Bengals fan at Draft Utopia, awesome fantasy football commissioner, he is taking the Chiefs to win. Even though he's a Bengals fan and his family wears Bengals gear too. He's taking the Chiefs to win. But Tracy's taking the Bengals, so that makes this semi-entertaining. Then we have the Sunday night game, last game of the week with no NFL on New Year's Day with the college football playoff. It's Packers, it's Vikings, it's Sunday night football. Now, after Kirk Cousins got injured in week 8 against the Packers, Jaron Hall became the starting quarterback. Then he got injured against the Falcons. Joshua Dobbs, trade deadline QB, came in. He played until week 14. Then Nick Mullins came in. And then Nick Mullins had the 2 bad games where after Dobbs screwed up against the Bears on Monday night, Mullins played against the Bengals and Lions, just couldn't get the job done. And now Jaron Hall, the 5th-round rookie out of BYU, is the guy again. That's literally what Collinsworth is going to say. He's going to go through a timeline of all the Vikings quarterbacks, and then when we bring up Jaron Hall, he's going to say guy to Tirico, just to entertain him and piss off all of his listeners in the process. It's been rehearsed, believe me. It's already been rehearsed for tomorrow. They probably went to the Mall of America to rehearse the game. Tirico and Collinsworth, they probably went to the Mall of America to rehearse what they're going to say for the game. Could you imagine being in the Mall of America and running into the Sunday night crew there? And they're actually hanging out at the mall, just rehearsing the game. Like, that'd be the most random place for them to hang out on a Friday night. It would. Jair Alexander got suspended for conduct detrimental, too. You want to know what happened? Jair Alexander's from Charlotte. So even though he's not a defensive captain, he wanted to go out to the coin toss because Carolina is his hometown. Charlotte's his hometown. He wanted to go out and do the coin toss for Green Bay because it's his hometown. And he's the best corner on the Packers. He's also a defensive captain. But the Packers were like, no, you can't go out for a coin toss. So they basically, instead of fining him, they just decided to suspend him, even though he's cleared from an injury. You know, that's such a bitch move. I know Green Bay wants to do what's politically correct, and I can respect that. But at the same time, it's like, you don't suspend your corner for conduct detrimental because he wants to do the coin toss against his hometown team that he grew up in. You just don't do that. Especially for a corner who's been as reliable as Jair.
I would agree if he would have gone out there and somebody else would have made the call, but he made the call and he almost screwed up the call. but the referee clarified and gave him a chance to correct what he said. Otherwise, it would have cost the Packers both at the beginning of the game and at halftime. They wouldn't got the ball either way. So yeah, in that sense, it was hard that detrimental because he did what he wasn't supposed to. Then made a call that nearly cost the team in both the first half and second half.
I think the Packers will win because they have the more experienced quarterback. Also, Addison and Hawkinson, the two playmakers Bantle and Yahoo, are injured. I know Hawkinson's got an ACL and PCL, unfortunately. I think Addison's injury is less severe, but it may be an injury that keeps him out for the rest of the regular season unless the Vikings can win out and get in as the 7 seed. Which, even if they were to pull that off, they're 7-8, they'd have to win the tiebreakers. So what would have to happen for the Vikings to get in? And this is just a hypothetical. I have the Vikings at 7-10. But if they go 8-9, what would have to happen for them to get in as a wild card? I'm genuinely curious. They're 9-8. Oh, if the Vikings get the last wild card over the Rams. That is such bullshit, Joey. Because the Rams are a way better team than the Vikings on paper. But the Vikings would own the tiebreaker over the Rams. That would just be such bullshit. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't say that, but it's like...
The Vikings are still living in the Kirk Cousins, with Kirk Cousins.
But that's the crazy part. If they win out, like, if the Seahawks win out, they're the 6 seed. The Cowboys are the 5 seed. But we'd have the 9-8 Vikings and the 9-8 Rams. And the Vikings own the tiebreaker over the Rams. The Packers also own the tiebreaker over the Rams. So if the Rams are 9-8 and they lose to San Francisco, they miss the playoffs, even though they're the better team on paper. So the Rams essentially have to either hope for a Seattle loss to Pittsburgh, or they're gonna have to beat the Niners to make the playoffs on the road, which kind of sucks for the Rams. The Rams need the Steelers to win to make the playoffs. They do. That's the only way the Rams can get in, Joey. If the Steelers don't beat the Seahawks, the Rams have to beat the Niners to make the playoffs. And if the Rams beat the Niners, it's going to cause all sorts of chaos in the NFC on the final Sunday, especially if the Lions and Eagles are both in contention for that number 1 seed still. So, just that's going to cause a lot of drama.
Because this is where I keep saying momentum is key. Because right now the 49ers are down, and if they lose again, their momentum totally gone. And like 3 weeks ago, we were talking about them potentially the best team in the NFL.
Actually, last week I mentioned how 70% of the public was betting on them to win the Super Bowl. 80% is betting them to make the Super Bowl. If the Ravens beat the Niners in the regular season, some people begin to panic and less people bet on the Niners, and that allows the sports books to profit more in the long run. So the league needed the Niners to lose. From a business standpoint, they needed them to lose.
If the 49ers going cold and they end up playing one of the hot there and the Rams are cooking, upset alert 101. Because the Rams could potentially knock the 49ers 2 weeks in a row. And
they could. If the Lions and Eagles both win, the Niners would be relegated to the 3 seed, and I believe the Rams would be the 6 seed. But the crazy thing is, if the Rams lose to the Niners and the Vikings beat the Packers and Lions in Detroit, Jaron Hall gets into the playoffs over Matthew Stafford, and that is such bullshit. I'm sorry, Joey, but it's like the Rams are a way better team on paper than the Vikings. And if they both played head-to-head, we both know the Rams would win, regardless of the location.
Agreed.
But it's like, if they got in the playoffs and actually won a game, it would ruin everybody's bracket. But I think Florio's favorite team is the Vikings. So Florio would be happy. He'd be like, Jaron Hall's taking us to the Super Bowl. And then the Vikings would get their ass kicked and lose by 40 points in the divisional round. Should be kind of hilarious. But yeah. There's a lot of scenarios I'm not going to go over them all. Before we end the podcast, what game is going to be the Sunday night and Saturday night games in Week 18? We're going to take a guess. I'm going to say Bills and Dolphins is the Sunday night game in Miami, especially if the Ravens win. I think that is the Sunday night game. I think the Colts and Texans would be the Saturday night game, or the Saturday afternoon, and then the Saturday afternoon game would be Rams at Niners. And they'd put all those games in, those would be the 3 primetime games, and then everything else would be flexed out. Like, that's kind of how I see this happening. And the poll question for Week 18 is contingent on the Week 18 schedule. I've already picked out a few nominees, but like I said, it's contingent on the scheduling. And I'm just trying to find my damn phone so I can reveal the poll question here, and then we'll sign off. It's been a long day. I want to relax. I want to work on my MLB mock draft. I also need to get Wes's picks for tomorrow. So it's like, there's things I've got to do. There's things Joey's got to do. It's like, okay, so here are the results. 6 nominees for Week 18. Quentin Nelson, left guard, Colts versus Texans. Tyreek Hill, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, who was on the cover in Week 14, Chris Olave for Falcons Saints, and Roquan Smith for Ravens Steelers. We're putting Lamar on the cover this week. So it's like, we're not going to put Lamar on the cover 2 weeks in a row, especially even if the Ravens were to lose the Dolphins. I just don't think that's right to put the same athlete on the cover of the site in consecutive weeks, even if it is a game with huge stakes. Like, if the Steelers were to win and the Ravens were to lose, like in Joey's prediction, I just don't think it would be smart from a business standpoint to put the same athlete on the cover for predictions 2 weeks in a row. Like, that's just not a good business practice. So
It really depends on who wins this week.
it really does. Because I think you can make a case for Tyreek Hill.
I want you to take.
Yeah, I'm thinking Tyreek Hill.
Or Miles if the Ravens lose. But if the Ravens win,
It sets up a first-place game between the AFC East teams. And I didn't really nominate 2. I probably should have, but I was like, you know what? Tyreek Hill is the reason 2 is successful. So we're going to give Tyreek his due. And that's kind of the...
but something like that.
But right now, at the moment, Christian McCaffrey has the only votes. Right now, Christian McCaffrey has the only 2 votes. I'm waiting until Sunday to cast my vote because I just don't think it's fair to vote until... But there's a few people that have already voted, and the 2 people that have voted have both voted for Christian McCaffrey. So if Tyreek Hill or anybody else wants to pull off a comeback, it's going to be contingent on the games and certain factors. Because I'm like, if the Niners play the Rams and it's the 4:25 game in Week 18, and then the AFC South game is the Saturday night game. Like, if the Jaguars lose and the other 2 AFC South teams win, that'll be Saturday night or Sunday night, and the other game will be the Sunday night game. That's just how it'll go down, Joey. Like, logistically, that's the only way to make it work. Especially if the AFC East and South are both up for grabs.
If the Ravens and 49ers both lose, then we have a different conversation.
Exactly.
So, it's a toss-up right now.
That's why you can't really vote until the week plays out. And I hate it because I have to recode. I have to code the new week on Tuesday. Instead of being able to code the week early, I actually have to wait. And then but then after that, it's just wild card games, and it gets easier after that. So yeah, next week, kicker rankings. I don't have the punter rankings updated. I will start those on Tuesday when recoding Week 18. But because we don't have the schedule for the games yet, the punter rankings are on hold. And I don't think our audience really cares, because even though punter is an important position, it's like the least important position of the 16 positions. Quarterback, running back, fullback, receiver, tight end, tackle, guard, center, D43 defensive end, defensive tackle, outside linebacker, middle linebacker, corner, safety, kicker, punter. Punter is the least important of those 16 positions. I think you can make an argument it's more important than long snapper, and that it is a vital role to a sports team. But at the same time, it's like, our audience really doesn't care about the top 5 punters in the draft. Even though we're going to break them down, I don't think our audience really cares about the punters, if I'm being frank. Okay? It's like, do you really care if we talk about the punters? Yeah, you'd probably rather just talk about the wild card games. But what's going to happen is we'll break down the kickers next week. We could just jumble the kickers and punters into one show. That way, we can just talk about the playoff games come wild card weekend. We can just focus on the playoff games and have intelligent debates and discussions for the entirety of the show. That's the other thing. But if we just do the kickers and then we do the punters during wild card week. But yeah, that's going to do it for today. I'm going to resume the mock, and I'm going to get Wes's other predictions. Thank you for joining me, Joey. This was fun, and next week's show will be a lot shorter. Okay, I'll make sure to show everybody else's predictions because I did not do that on the live stream. So I'm taking the Packers 31-21. I think it's a bit of a shootout. I think Jaron Hall plays better than the experts predict. Bantle, Carman, Tracy are taking the Vikings, though, in the upset. All right, so that's going to do it. Thank you guys for tuning into 5 hours and 10 minutes of me talking about sports and other bullshit on Restream. And thank you, Joey, for putting up with me. All right, we're signing off. Enjoy Lions Cowboys.